Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's another bombshell from Hindenburg, the American short seller. First, they targeted the Adani Group. Now they're going after the Indian regulator. I'm talking about SEBI, the Securities and Exchange Board of India. Now, SEBI is basically India's market watchdog. It is supposed to protect Indian investors. But its chairperson is accused of doing the opposite, of hiding alleged vested interests. I know this is a complicated story, so let's break it down into different parts. Part 1. Who are the players? Hindenburg is a market research company in the US. Their playbook is quite simple. Dig into big companies or business leaders, find out their corporate malpractices, short sell their shares, meaning make bets on their shares to fall. That's what Hindenburg does. It exposes malpractices and makes money out of it. That is their strategy in a nutshell, and that's what they're trying to do here as well. On the other side is Madhavi Buch. She is the current chairperson of SEBI, India's market regulator. Madhavi Buch holds an MBA degree from IIM Ahmedabad. She spent most of her career at ICICI Bank. In the last decade, she had a brief stint in Singapore as well. Then in 2017, she joined SEBI. She became a full-time member of the regulator. And in 2022, she was elevated to the post of chairperson. Now, this is very consequential. A, SEBI had never had a female boss. And B, Buch was not a career bureaucrat, so her appointment did make headlines. Which brings us to the second part of our story. What is Hindenburg's smoking gun against her? Well, at the center of it is a fund. It's called IPE Plus. That's what the fund is called. This fund is based in Mauritius, which is a tax haven. And Hindenburg claims that Madhavi Buch and her husband invested money in it. How much money? Around $870,000, which is less than 7 crore rupees. They invested this money in 2015. 2 years later, Buch was set to join SEBI. So the ownership structure was changed. Her husband wrote to the fund in Mauritius. He wanted sole control of the stake. So Madhavi Buch was out, no more joint business. The husband alone would handle and operate the account. And the SEBI chief has admitted this much. She says the fund was managed by her husband's friend. And that's why they invested. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why is investing in an overseas fund problematic? It's shady, maybe, but is it illegal? Well, that's the third part of our story. The fund in Mauritius is allegedly linked to the Adanis. That's what Hindenburg says. It says that Adani used this fund to invest in Indian markets, to manipulate stock prices. Now, let's try to join the dots. The SEBI chief had invested in an overseas fund. Hindenburg says Adani used the same fund, and the same SEBI chief is investigating the Adanis. If true, this is a classic conflict of interest. Look at Hindenburg's conclusion. I'm quoting from what they've said. We suspect SEBI's unwillingness to take meaningful action against suspect offshore shareholders in the Adani Group may stem from chairperson Madhavi Buch's complicity in using the exact same funds used by Vinod Adani. Let me simplify that statement for you. This is what Hindenburg is saying. SEBI is going easy on Adani. Why? Because the SEBI chief used the same fund as the Adani Group. That is the charge. Now, Madhavi Buch has denied all of this. She says that she exited the overseas fund in 2018. But a few questions still remain, like, did she disclose this investment to the government? Her statement is silent on that. But let's assume she did. Even then, why wasn't the public informed? You have a history with Company X. Company X is accused of being involved in a financial scam. You are investigating that alleged scam. So didn't the public deserve to know? These are questions that SEBI chief will have to answer, and quickly too. The government has not stepped in yet. The finance ministry says SEBI will handle the matter. SEBI falls under the finance ministry. But it's already been politicized. The opposition has two demands. They want Madhabi Buch to resign or be fired, and they want a joint parliamentary probe into the Adani case. But let's keep the politics aside for now. Let's just say this. We cannot let emotions cloud this case. Hindenburg clearly has its own motives here. I'm sure they bet a lot of money on Adani collapsing. They wanted this group to crash, but that has not happened. Adani Enterprises were 1.5% down today, but it's 28% up compared to last year. So overall, the market seems to have brushed it off. The Sensex closed just 56 points in the red today, and the Nifty just 20 points. So Hindenburg's bet has not paid off. Plus, they are on SEBI's radar right now. The regulator issued a show-cause notice to Hindenburg last month, so clearly they have their own axe to grind. At the same time, this report is a cause for worry. Many people are calling it a hit job on India. That is a stretch. This is a report against one company in India. So our response must be accordingly. It must be measured. The Indian stock market is the fourth largest in the world. Millions of Indians are invested in it. So transparency and trust are not negotiable, and we shouldn't need a short seller to tell us that. It should be the norm anyway. So that's the story of Adani and Hindenburg, just one stock in a market of over 5,000 listed companies on India's Bombay Stock Exchange. Most investors know this already. One company's issues won't disrupt the entire market. In China, however, it is a very different story. Overseas investors are leaving China in large numbers. Between April and June, overseas firms pulled out $15 billion, $15 billion taken out from the Chinese economy. This is a record exit. But it's hardly surprising. In the past 3 years, Chinese stocks have steadily declined as foreign investors have pulled out their money. And how much was the loss? At least $6 trillion. The steady outflow shows that China is unable to reverse the decline and restore confidence among foreign investors. They seem to have given up. And why is that? Why are investors leaving China? Because they see risks, both short-term and long-term. In the short run, they are worried about the trade war between the EU and China. It is intensifying. Brussels has imposed high tariffs on Chinese EVs. It wants to restrict their imports. Made in China EVs now face up to 37% extra taxes in European nations, in EU nations, 37% extra tax. Beijing has filed a complaint against this at the WTO, the World Trade Organization. China has challenged the European tariffs. The complaint says that Europe's actions have no basis in law or fact. They're legally and factually incorrect. That's what China is saying. But here is the argument from Europe. It says, in China, EV makers get state subsidies. So it's not a level playing field because the government is helping car companies. It is helping EV makers. And this allows them to undercut their competitors. They dump cheap cars in European markets, and this hurts the local players. A few months ago, Brussels and Beijing tried to talk about this to settle their differences, but they could not. Last week, China moved the WTO. It filed a formal complaint. Now, for the investors in China, all of this is a risk, and they see this as just the beginning. Today, it's a trade war with Europe. Tomorrow, it could be China versus America. And they see it coming because both presidential contenders in the US are talking about this. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, they say they want to contain China. Both Harris and Trump want to act on it. Harris wants to invest more in American manufacturing, and Trump proposes a much more hawkish approach.
So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. Those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States.
Long story short, the divide between China and the West is widening. Foreign investors don't like it. They don't want to get caught in it. They don't want to get caught in the trade war between China and the West. So they're pulling out of China. That is one reason. The second reason is the Chinese economy itself. It is showing clear signs of stress. This year, China set a growth target of 5%, a target that it's missing. The latest numbers show growth at 4.7%. Exports are underperforming too. In July, China's exports grew by 7%. The target was closer to 10%. So the fundamentals are weak. And the even bigger worry is the local governments and their debt. It is like a ticking time bomb. We've told you about this in the past. Look at what local governments in China owe. Anywhere between $7 to $11 trillion. That is their debt. And out of this debt, 7 to 11 trillion, loans worth $800 billion are at the risk of default. A lot of these loans were taken to build infrastructure projects, stuff like your industrial districts and resorts and transit systems and housing projects. Many of these projects have failed. So the local governments are falling behind on their debt repayments. This has forced Chinese officials to resort to extreme measures, like chasing private sector companies. What for? To collect unpaid taxes. More than a dozen listed companies have got notices in China. Local governments are demanding millions of dollars in back taxes, retrospective taxes, meaning these bills are based on old transactions dating back several years. They come out of nowhere. It's like you sealed a deal, say 10 years back, and now the government is telling you that there's a tax on that deal that you must pay. Needless to say, it's unfair. But this is what's happening in China. One company has been asked to pay up to $12 million. Do you know when these taxes were due? 30 years back. But they must pay $12 million now. Another company has got a bill for $92 million for taxes that were due 20 years back. This is a clear case of tax terrorism. But these local governments are so desperate, they're running short of cash. So they're looking under every rock for money. This approach is not sustainable. The Chinese economy needs reforms. Even Chinese officials agree.
Pushing forward Chinese-style modernization faces many complex conflicts and problems, and we must overcome multiple difficulties and obstructions through further comprehensive deepening of reforms, promoting better alignment between production relations and productive forces, the superstructure and economic base, state governance, and social development. This will provide powerful momentum and institutional guarantees for China to achieve modernization.
China has made similar promises before, but it has failed to deliver. Foreign investors are catching on to this reality. They have lost faith in China, and about time, we say. If one company fails, the larger market can still sustain the stock. But if a government defaults on its debt, all bets are off. No wonder investors are leaving China. It's been 1 week. Exactly 7 days ago, the Bangladesh government collapsed. The world watched Sheikh Hasina's dramatic fall and a hasty and chaotic escape from Bangladesh. She's still in India. Her efforts to seek asylum elsewhere seem to be failing. But how is her country doing? How is Bangladesh doing? Over the weekend, there were more protests. Hindus in Bangladesh took to the streets. The Hindus say they feel unsafe despite repeated assurances from Dhaka, from the caretaker leader Muhammad Yunus and the interim government that he leads. They've been promising the safety of minorities, including Hindus, but Hindus feel threatened, so they took to the streets over the weekend. Marches were held in cities like Dhaka and Chittagong. Key routes were blocked. Thankfully, there are no fresh reports of violence, but the situation is tense. Bangladesh has 64 districts. Last week, 45 out of these 64 districts saw violence against minorities. In most cases, Hindus were attacked. Hindu establishments were targeted. Their homes, businesses and temples were attacked. Dozens of Hindus are hurt. Many of them tried to leave. Last week, some 700 to 800 Hindus tried to leave Bangladesh. These are people whose houses had been attacked and looted. They tried to flee to India, but India's border security force stopped them. They were not allowed to enter. As of now, India is watching the situation. Meanwhile, the world over, Hindu communities have raised the matter. Over the weekend, many of them held demonstrations. Take a look at this.
Hindu lives matter! Hindu lives matter! We want justice! Justice! Justice!
We urge to all the concerned authorities in India, in Bangladesh and in United States to take all the necessary action.
The Bangladesh authority to stop all the atrocities and destruction.
Hindus can cease to be expendable commodity because nobody cares.
All of this is building pressure on Dhaka. Protecting the minorities is their biggest challenge at the moment. Caretaker leader Muhammad Yunus said the same before he took the oath of office. He called the attacks on minorities heinous, that's the term he used, and he's urged the student protesters, those who led the campaign against Sheikh Hasina, he's now asking them to come forward and protect the minorities in Bangladesh. In fact, let me quote from his statement. This is Muhammad Yunus. Are they not the people of this country? You have been able to save the country. Can't you save some families? You must say no one can harm them. They are my brothers. We fought together and we will stay together. This is his appeal to students to protect the minorities, including Hindus. Today, Yunus was scheduled to meet Hindu students. We are still waiting for an update on that meeting. Meanwhile, the interim government is also setting up a hotline for all minorities targeted in the recent violence. These are all good moves, but hardly enough. Muhammad Yunus needs to do more to go beyond these statements of support and fix the law and order situation. That has to be the top priority to make the streets of Bangladesh safe again. For the past 1 week, there's been violence across the country, complete anarchy. Angry mobs targeted police stations, torched, destroyed and looted them. There was no sign of the cops. It's like the police force simply vanished. These were the men who led the brutal crackdown on protesters. When the regime fell, they were targeted. So the police went on strike. They said they were worried about their own safety and security. Today, after 7 days, the police withdrew the strike. Reports say they are reporting back to work after getting assurances from the government. Dhaka is trying to reassure New Delhi as well. Today, there was a press conference. Mohammad Touhid Hussain held a briefing for foreign diplomats. He's the advisor on foreign affairs, sort of like a temporary foreign minister. He said the police force will resume full operations soon and the law and order situation will improve. He also addressed the status of Sheikh Hasina. Hussain said that her decision to stay in India will not impact New Delhi's ties with Dhaka. India would welcome that, but it will also closely watch how the security situation unfolds. A stable Bangladesh is in the interest of both sides. It's been 1 week since Sheikh Hasina's ouster, but we still haven't heard from her. Her son has spoken, her daughter has given a statement, but nothing from Sheikh Hasina. Reports say that she wanted to give a speech before leaving Dhaka, sort of like a defiant last stand. Of course, things played out differently, so Hasina never managed to speak, but some parts of that speech have now leaked in the media. And in it, she's blaming the United States of America for what happened. Let me quote from that leaked speech. They wanted to seize power over the dead bodies of students, but I did not allow it. I stepped down from the premiership. I could have stayed in power if I had surrendered the sovereignty of St. Martin Island. and allowed America to dominate the Bay of Bengal. This is a very serious allegation. Hasina is basically saying the US toppled her regime. Just one problem though, we can't verify the leak. Her son has already rejected this report. He says Sheikh Hasina did not prepare any statement. So who do we believe? Let's first look at the background. The US was no fan of Sheikh Hasina's government. They kept Dhaka out of Joe Biden's Summit for Democracy. They even warned of sanctions against some officials. Now, Washington says this was ideological. Biden talked about human rights guiding his foreign policy. The fact is, he did not have the guts to stand up to allies like Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, so he found a soft target in Dhaka. But Sheikh Hasina did not just see it that way. For her, it was strategic, not ideological. Look at her statement in May. This is what Sheikh Hasina said in the month of May. The offer came from a white man. If I allowed a certain country to build an air base in Bangladesh, then I would have had no problem. She did not mention any country or location, but the assumption was the same piece of land, St. Martin Island. It is located in northeast Bay of Bengal. It is Bangladesh's only coral island. Around 3,700 people live there. Most of them are engaged in fishing. Now, Sheikh Hasina has raised this issue before. Last year, she said the opposition would sell this island to the US. But Washington denied it. They said no such conversation had taken place.
We respect Bangladesh's sovereignty, and we have never engaged in any conversations about taking over St. Martin's Island. We value our partnership with Bangladesh. We strive to bolster our relationship by working together to promote democracy, including by supporting free and fair elections.
1 year later, it has resurfaced again. The question is, could it be possible? Well, there's one rule in geopolitics. Never underestimate the Americans, especially when it comes to toppling regimes. They have a history of doing it. During the Cold War, the US plotted 72 regime changes. 72. A lot of them were fellow democracies. So Washington is no stranger to such power plays. They revel in chaos. Plus, they had the motive to do it. Washington did not like Sheikh Hasina's regime. I'm sure they would love a military base in the Bay of Bengal. So they had the motive and the means. But I'm afraid there is no evidence. Nothing that ties Hasina's ouster to Washington. And it's very easy to blame foreign powers. The Jamaat and the BNP blame India. Hasina and her party blame the US. But you cannot ignore the ground reality. Foreign pressure alone could not have toppled her. Sheikh Hasina's crackdown killed more than 300 protesters, most of whom were students. Yet, they gave her a way out. They told her to apologize and release the jailed protesters. But Hasina ignored that demand too. And only then did they march to her palace. So what happened was a combination of many factors. Domestic discontent, arrest of opposition, and foreign pressure campaigns. Washington may plead innocence now, but their policies made a bad situation worse. Staying with the neighborhood, India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar was in the Maldives. He had a busy 3 days there. A lot of meetings, a lot of inaugurations, and surprisingly, some progress. I say surprisingly for a reason. The new Maldivian president has distanced himself from India. He even expelled Indian troops from his country. So this visit was a chance to reset, to put all the bad blood behind. Minister Jaishankar met President Mohammad Muizzu. He also had talks with the foreign minister and the defense minister of the Maldives. First, let's look at the progress. Jaishankar inaugurated a water and sewage network with Muizzu. It connects 28 islands in the Maldives. It was built with Indian loans. 6 other projects were also inaugurated. These focus on mental health, speech therapy, and street lighting. Basically, community-focused projects. Again, built with Indian help. Both sides also renewed a deal to train civil servants. The Maldives will send 1,000 bureaucrats to India. New Delhi will train and send them back. This deal will last from 2024 to 2029. Another major announcement was the UPI, the United Payments Interface. A lot of Indian neighbors use this instant payment system. The Maldives will be the latest. I know this sounds impressive for a 3-day trip, but Jaishankar's biggest test was not the projects. It was the politics. Would he be able to bury the tensions? On day 1, The minister made a declaration. He said the Maldives wasn't just a neighbor, it was a natural partner.
That we are not just close neighbors, we are also natural partners. Today, we are mutually invested in each other's development and progress. In this tumultuous environment, India has been and will be an anchor of stability for its friends, partners, and neighbors. To Maldives specifically, we have provided support to deal with economic challenges through financial assistance and budgetary support, and by ensuring uninterrupted supply of critical items.
Did Muizu reciprocate this warmth? From the looks of it, yes, he did. He thanked India for the continued developmental assistance. He also promised to deepen the relationship, very different from his India out rhetoric rather. Even the opposition was surprised. That's the Maldivian Democratic Party, or the MDP. They have welcomed Muizu's outreach to India. But let's look at the bigger picture. Can India really count on Muizu? What does India's policy towards him suggest? Muizu's core belief has not changed. He won an election by saying India out. He won a parliamentary majority by saying the same thing. So why would he suddenly abandon it? Logic says he wouldn't. But ruling is very different from campaigning. India is a key investor in the Maldivian economy. It is also the first responder in times of crises. After 8 months in office, Mohammad Muizu probably realizes this. He can fight history and politics, but he cannot fight geography. Hence his apparent reset in relations. Don't mistake this for a return to the days of India first though. This is Muizu keeping his options open, which brings us to the second question. What does India's policy suggest? A lot of patience and maturity. That's what India has shown. We've seen racist and personal attacks from Muizu's party, but India has not lashed out, nor has it reduced investments or assistance. Same with troop withdrawal. Muizu was keen on making a public spectacle out of it, but New Delhi completed it quietly. No fuss, no spectacle. It tells you what India is looking at. It's looking at the bigger picture. And that's a message for the entire neighborhood. Because the Maldives is not alone. Nepal is playing India against China. Bangladesh is heading the same way. And Sri Lanka is neck deep in Chinese loans. So let's face it, the equations have changed in South Asia. India cannot afford to live in denial, to dream about the good old days of dominance. You must adapt or perish. And it looks like India is choosing the first option. It is adapting to the changing equation. Having said that, it's also important to draw red lines. Too flexible, and you're seen as a pushover. Too rigid, and you're seen as a bully. India's challenge will be to strike a balance. To the US now, where the race for the White House is heating up. Polls show Kamala Harris taking a lead, and it's left Donald Trump in a slump. Just a few weeks ago, he looked on course to winning this one, but now the Democrats have flipped the picture. So what is the former US president doing? He's resorting to conspiracy theories, gaslighting and personal attacks. And when that's not working, Trump has another plan. A sit-down interview with his new BFF, Elon Musk. In a few hours from now, Musk will interview Trump. Will that boost his campaign? Our next report tells you.
A month ago, Donald Trump was riding a high. He survived a shooting attempt. He was the Republican presidential candidate. His ratings were at an all-time high. There was nothing that could go wrong. Trump thought he would go against Joe Biden, but now he's facing Kamala Harris, and that's changed the presidential race. Kamala Harris is dominating airwaves. She's all over news cycles. Trump is now on the back foot, and it's not a position the former US president likes. So what is he doing? Well, he's using his favorite weapons. The first is conspiracy theories. Trump accused Kamala Harris of using AI to fake the pictures of crowds at her rally in Detroit. He called it election interference. Of course, the Harris campaign has debunked it. But his attacks haven't stopped there. There have been insults. A New York Times article says Trump called Kamala Harris a curse word in private. He was annoyed by her rising popularity. There's also been some gaslighting and targeting her racial identity.
I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
His advisors say the situation is far worse behind closed doors. Trump is stewing. He's struggling to get past his anger. His aides want him to attack Kamala Harris's credentials, but he's making this personal and it's affecting his poll numbers. In swing states of Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, Harris is leading. The US Vice President is polling at 50%. Donald Trump is at 46%. Another poll shows the states of Georgia, Arizona and Nevada as a toss-up. Just a month ago, they were leaning Republican. Another poll on the economy shows a Harris boost. 42% say they trust Harris with the economy and 41% back Trump. It may look like a small gain, but it's a 7% improvement from Biden's numbers last month. So Trump's numbers are dipping. Harris is pulling ahead, but the former US president is using a lifeline, his phone a friend option. Coming to his rescue is Tesla CEO Elon Musk. The two are set to sit down for a tell-all interview, one that will be broadcast on X, the social media platform that Musk owns. Now, there's no love lost between the two men. For decades, Elon Musk has voted for the Democrats. Until 2022, he didn't even like Trump. He said in a tweet that the former US president should sail into the sunset. But in the last few months, their relationship has gotten a boost. Elon Musk has endorsed Trump. The former president says he respects Musk. Their bromance is quite visible on X. And now they're willing to take it to the next step, to come together to help Trump improve his numbers. Will it work out? We don't know. But for the showman that Trump is, this is the best way to get his message across.
Now let's discuss the Russia-Ukraine war. This conflict is taking a dangerous turn. Over the weekend, a fire broke out at a nuclear plant, the Zaporizhzhia power plant. It's the biggest in Europe. Both Moscow and Kiev blamed each other for the fire. A cooling tower was damaged. The fire has now been extinguished, but it shows how much worse this war can get. Tensions are still very high. The fighting is intensifying in Russia. Last week, Kiev launched a surprise attack inside Russian territory. It sent thousands of soldiers into western Russia. Reports say Ukraine has captured several Russian villages now. Russia says the Ukrainian operation is expanding. It has ordered 11,000 people to evacuate from Belgorod. Our next report has more.
This was the moment which sparked panic across global capitals. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was on fire. Observers on the ground had heard multiple explosions there. The thick, dark smoke is coming out of one of the cooling towers. Thankfully, it wasn't one of the reactors. But this was a narrow escape. The blaze was extinguished within hours. But it has sparked a bitter battle between Ukraine and Russia, as fighting intensified on the border. Vyacheslav Goldkov is the governor of Belgorod. But today, he looked more like a journalist. Some 11,000 people are being moved out of Belgorod. So Goldkov went from door to door. He was checking in on the residents. A camera person was closely following him and capturing every moment.
Ребятка все хорошие, я и не познаю. Много осталось? Нет, немного, но как бы частично в домах есть дедушки, бабушки. Ну, вывозят.
Such videos are often seen as war propaganda. It is an effective tool to shape public opinion during a conflict. As Ukrainian soldiers have pressed on with their operation inside Russia, the battle of narratives is also heating up. Ukrainian soldiers too are countering the Russians with videos of their own.
Dear Ukrainians, we went into a Pyatyraka Russian supermarket chain. I went inside, and I'm telling you, the selection is poor. The pickings are slim. ATB, Ukrainian supermarket chain, is better.
The Ukrainians had more to say with this video from the Kursk region. It was released over the weekend. These are Ukrainian soldiers. planting their national flag in a Russian village called Gavo. It is a strong statement from Kyiv. Ukraine is claiming it controls territories inside Russia. Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, chose to respond to Kyiv himself. He has vowed to flush out the Ukrainians.
The main task is, of course, for the Ministry of Defense to squeeze the enemy out of our territories and, together with the Border Guard Service, to provide a reliable guard for the state borders. It is becoming obvious and clear now why the Kyiv regime had refused our proposals. So looks like the enemy seeks to improve its negotiating positions in the future.
The war between Russia and Ukraine is at a turning point. It is also perhaps entering its most dangerous phase. The Ukrainian forces launched their attack last Thursday. Since then, they have advanced up to 30 kilometers inside Russia for the first time on Sunday. Zelensky formally confirmed this operation. Kyiv's focus remains on Kursk, a region close to Ukraine's border. Zelensky says Russia uses Kursk to strike Ukraine.
Only from the beginning of the summer and only from the Kursk region, our Sumy region suffered almost 2,000 strikes. Artillery, mortars, drones. We also monitor every missile strike. And each such strike deserves a fair response.
This marks Ukraine's largest coordinated assault on Russia since the war started. In response, Moscow has ramped up its aerial bombing of the Kyiv region. So while it's a bold move by Ukraine to gain leverage, it doesn't come without costs.
The lights are off, the stands have fallen silent, the athletes' village is empty, Paris is no longer buzzing like it was. The 2024 Olympic Games are over, the 19-day-long journey has come to an end and it's been truly sensational. Paris brought out the best of the Games. The viewership was up. There were viral moments, and in a world divided by wars and conflicts, sports brought us all together. But our story tonight isn't just about the Games. It's about India at the Games. How did we do this year? Let's look at the medal tally first. India won 5 bronze medals and 1 silver medal, so a total of 6 medals. That puts us on the 71st position on the table. 71st, 71 out of a total of 84 countries. How did other countries do? America is leading with 126 medals. China is second with 91 medals. Host France got 64. Of course, India is behind all of them. But guess what? We're also lagging behind Pakistan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Cuba, North Korea, even St. Lucia. If you don't know where that is, it's a small Caribbean island, St. Lucia. They have a population of just 180,000 people. Even they performed better than us, which begs the question, why is India's tally so poor? We are the world's most populous country, pitching itself as the talent export hub. We are the 5th largest economy with arguably the means to invest in sports. But look at our tally from the last 5 Olympics. 3 medals in 2008, 6 in 2012, 2 in 2016, 7 in 2021, which was our best ever tally, and then 6 again this year. In total, we won 41 medals across 38 Olympics. 41 in 38 games. And not just that, we won only 2 gold medals in the last 30 years, one in 2008 and then again in 2021. Now, we understand that the Olympics is very hard. It's where the best of the world compete. Winning medals is definitely not a cakewalk. And congratulations to all those who did, not taking away from that win. It's a remarkable achievement. All of India is proud of those medal winners. But 6 medals for a country of 1.4 billion is a poor show. So tonight, let's call it out. Why do we consistently underperform at the Olympics and what needs to change? Let's start with our Paris campaign. First, the positives. Neeraj Chopra was our best performer, a silver medal in javelin throw. He won 3 bronze medals. We won 3 bronze medals in shooting, 1 bronze in hockey and 1 bronze in wrestling. What about the other sports? India sent a contingent of 117 athletes. How did the others fare? Except for Neeraj Chopra, it was a bad show for the rest of India's athletic contingent. Archery, table tennis, boxing failed to meet expectations. The badminton team did not win a medal, a first since 2008. The wrestling team fared better. We all know Vinesh Fogart missed out on a medal, and that was very unfortunate. India had 6 4th place finishes, meaning we missed those medals, 6 medals by a whisker. So not all is bad, but it certainly calls for introspection. How do we do better? An Olympic athlete needs a lot: funding, sponsorships, facilities, even top-class coaches. India spent 470 crore rupees for the Paris Olympics. It was significantly more than what we've done in the past, what we used to spend in the past. 470 crores, it does sound like a lot of money, but it isn't when you look at the rest of the world. Every year, the US Olympic Committee spends about $50 million. This year, China's budget for sports was over $1 billion. India is nowhere close to those figures, and that's only part of the problem. Athletes get this money and these resources just ahead of the games, which doesn't help very much. This investment needs to be long-term. Also, focusing on a crop of athletes is not good enough. You need a wider pool. So here's what we can do, what can be done. Number 1, focus on nurturing players. And we've given this example before, the example of the United States. They get their top talent through college sports. They have the NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletics Association. It's a non-profit that manages college sports in America. They train some of the best athletes, and not just for the United States, but for the world as well. Take Léon Marchand, for example. He is France's swimming protege. He was trained by the NCAA. So that's one way to go about it. Identify top talent, nurture them, invest in them, turn them into world-class athletes. In other words, invest in sports from the grassroots level. Number 2, focus on sports that we can win. Take China, for example. They always focus on lesser-known sports. This year, it was women's BMX freestyle, sport climbing, and breaking. It may not get the eyeballs, but you have a better chance of winning a medal. Number 3, send a bigger contingent. In Paris, America sent more than 600 athletes. Japan sent 400. And how many did India send? Only 117. Surely a country of 1.4 billion people can do better. And number 4, develop a sporting culture. As a nation, we truly only care about one sport, and that is cricket. That's where the money flows. So everyone wants to be a cricketer. Everyone wants to watch cricket. Every other sport is seen as a pastime. That needs to change. And we say more than all of this, let's talk about our mentality. What do we want to achieve? Are we heading to the games to participate? Or are we heading to win? Every time we falter at the Olympics, it's the same blame game. Everyone is a sporting expert. Everyone is pointing fingers. It gets dirty after a point, and soon all of it is forgotten. We go back to regular programming until it's time for the next games. Now we need to break this cycle. Winning needs consistent investment and drive. It needs a national commitment. Until we can find that, we'll be stuck with a single-digit tally and rueful headlines of heartbreak and lost chances. The UK has launched a war, not the kind you're thinking about. The UK is fighting fake news. The government is launching a survey of its school curriculum across primary and secondary classes. They want to change the syllabus and introduce media literacy in schools. Students will be taught to spot fake websites during computer lessons and identify half-truths in news reports during English lessons. At a time when disinformation is pervasive, experts are hailing this as a smart move. And the UK is not alone here. Which other countries have introduced such education reforms? And what is media literacy? Here's our report.
On July 29th, 3 young girls were stabbed in the UK's Southport. As public anger grew, misinformation spread like wildfire on social media about the background and religion of the suspect. Soon, rioting began across the country. Now the UK has launched a war against fake news. Online offenders are being investigated. Influencers accused of spreading hate are being probed. The regulation of social media is being discussed. But above and beyond this, the government is not only trying to find the cure, it's also working on prevention. The UK has a new plan. It wants to teach school-going children how to detect fake news, how to spot extremist content online. Why? This is to arm children against quote-unquote putrid conspiracy theories. And how will this be done? The UK is launching a review of its school curriculum for primary and secondary school students. There are plans to change the curriculum to foster media literacy. The strategy is not clear yet, but the new curriculum will focus on critical thinking. For instance, in English lessons, students may analyze newspaper articles. They will differentiate true reporting from fabricated stories. In computer lessons, they will be taught how to spot fake websites. In maths lessons, they may analyze statistics and notice discrepancies. The Education Secretary says, "It's more important than ever that we give young people the knowledge and skills to be able to challenge what they see online. This is the need of the hour." And the UK is not alone here. In the US, 18 states have enacted formal media literacy education standards. This year, California is expected to join the club. The Indian state of Kerala has a similar program. Students of classes 5 to 7 are being taught how to identify fake news. The curriculum includes lessons about the rights and wrongs of internet and social media. These are recent initiatives, but some countries are way ahead of the curve, like Finland. It launched a fake news initiative as early as 2014, where school children are taught how to identify bots, image and video manipulations, half-truths, and false profiles. In fact, Finland is one of the most media literate countries in the world, followed by Denmark and the Netherlands. Experts say media literacy classes in schools are imperative, especially when distrust in media is at an all-time high. When most children and young adults are getting their news from social media, when content created by artificial intelligence is everywhere. And it's not just about social media. For instance, according to a Stanford survey, 80% of middle school students believe sponsored content is a real news story. This goes to show how crucial media literacy really is. It goes much beyond simply spotting fake news. It's about creating media thoughtfully and assessing the influence of what we see on a screen on our opinions. So the UK has taken a step in the right direction. Children everywhere can only hope that other countries get with the program.
We all have that one family member, someone who remembers all the birthdays, plans the family vacations, or visits a family member when they fall sick. This someone is like the family glue. They're dedicated to bonding. And there is a word for all that they do. It is called kin keeping. Researchers first coined this term in 1985. They called a kin keeper the family communicator, someone who helps the clan stay in touch. In recent decades, this definition has expanded. Today, it refers to all the work that keeps a family connected, from remembering graduations to planning children's play dates, from hiding vegetables in their lunch to deciding meals for family gatherings. These may seem like small tasks, but they all add up, they mount up. They involve mental, emotional, and physical effort. And kin keepers shoulder most, if not all, of these responsibilities alone. They do invisible, often unlimited and thankless work. As a new week begins, we seem to be in the mood for some introspection. So we have a question for you. Have you seen this at home? If yes, who is the kin keeper in your family? Who does all of the seemingly unremarkable, unacknowledged and endless work? It's most likely your mother. At least that's what studies say. The definition of kin keeping has changed over time, but one thing has not changed: the gender. Most kin keepers are women. 91% of them, in fact, according to one survey, 91%, which is not surprising. There is a huge disparity between how men and women spend their time, whether women are homemakers or working professionals, irrespective of how much they earn, their age, their culture. Women do the bulk of housework and childcare the world over. Even when couples split the responsibilities 50-50, the kind of work they do is very different. Say the child wants to go on a picnic or wants to go and play. Who is shouldering this fun time responsibility? Usually the dad. What about cleaning the cupboard or stocking up on lunch? That's for the mother. These are all hypothetical scenarios, but research proves that chores at home have a gendered split. Then there are the hidden forms of labor. Picture a family vacation. There is a lot to be done. The obvious bit is picking a destination, the dates, booking the tickets, packing the bags. This responsibility can be split. But what about the hidden tasks? Like planning the itinerary, making sure everyone is on time, everyone is ready, well fed, well clothed. Who is doing all of this? Usually the mom. Lost a sock? Ask mom. Can't find the passport? Ask mom. Where is dad? Again, you can ask mom. But he is most likely asking everyone to relax. Worst of all, he uses the C word, chill. Now let's be clear, that word has never calmed anyone down. But that's not the problem here. It is the ignorance towards the behind the scenes labor, the cognitive and emotional toll, and the mental acrobatics behind every little task. And don't get us wrong, kin keeping can be a blessing. It can be very rewarding for those who choose it. When kin keeping comes from a place of agency, it can be fulfilling. But if the kin keepers are depleted themselves, then it can be a burden, time consuming and emotionally heavy, leading to a burnout. Which is why now many kin keepers are speaking up. This term has gone from being academic jargon to the word of the day. It is taking over podcasts and going viral as a TikTok hashtag with millions of views, because millions of women can relate to this. And now they're not only helping their families, but they're also helping themselves. How do you do it? We won't give you TikTok advice. Here is what researchers say. They have a two-step answer: self-compassion and setting boundaries. Self-compassion and setting boundaries, both self-explanatory terms. And if you're a family member, express gratitude, acknowledge the work and share the hidden load, because while kin keeping nurtures relationships, it also takes emotional and physical labor. So it's time we started nurturing our kin keepers. After 19 days, the Olympics is over. Do you know what we'll miss the most? Not the competition, not the nervous excitement. We will miss the jokes, we say. The internet has been brutal on athletes this year. One mistake and you're meme fodder. So let me introduce the latest victim. Rachel Gunn, aka B-Girl Reagan. She took part in the breakdancing competition in Paris. Most of you may know breakdancing from movies like Step Up. Well, wipe that from your memory, because this is the real thing. This is Olympic level breakdancing. Reagan got a PhD on breaking culture in 2017. By 2020, she was the top ranked B-Girl in Australia. So this was a performance to watch out for. If you don't believe me, see it for yourself.
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Greece, firefighters battle out-of-control wildfires raging near Athens. Street artist Banksy fills London with artworks with 8 paintings in the last 8 days. And a Bosnian entrepreneur recreates Van Gogh's Starry Night painting as a natural park. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1990, a nearly complete skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex was discovered. The specimen was 65 million years old. The bones were extremely well preserved, with 90% of them intact. The discovery allowed scientists to learn everything they know about the dinosaur. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East. The United States has deployed a submarine and the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to defend Israel in case of an escalation in the region. The massive show of strength comes after Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin spoke to Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on Sunday evening. During their phone call, Defense Minister Gallant told Secretary Austin that Israel had gained credible intelligence indicating that Iran could launch an attack on Israel before the 15th of August. Now, this is notable because the truce talks between Hamas and Israel are scheduled for that very day. And Hamas is already indicating that it would in fact agree to the ceasefire plan proposed by President Joe Biden. However, Israel has warned that any attack from Tehran before the 15th of this month would lead to an immediate termination of scheduled peace talks.
We hear these messages from the direction of Iran and we hear these messages from the direction of Hezbollah. I tell them, you should know this, that whoever will harm us in a way that he has not acted in the past is also likely to get hit by us in a way that we have not acted in the past. And the IDF has a significant and strong capability. And I hope they do the math well and don't get to the point where they make us do things that will cause significant harm and increase the chance of war breaking out on additional fronts.
Meanwhile, Washington continues to send more military aid to the Middle East, anticipating an attack from Iran and its proxies. The U.S. military has already deployed additional fighter aircraft, including F-35 and F-22 stealth jets. Additionally, Washington has already stationed more troops in and around the region in support of Israel. Now, following the military deployment, Israel thanked the United States for sending troops and staying committed to its ally in the region.
There is some tension, but we are not afraid. We know that the state of Israel has a strong army and the U.S. is with us, and we have nothing to worry about.
And now complicating matters is Turkey's President Erdogan. He met slain Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh's sons on Saturday. Haniyeh was killed in Iran's capital Tehran on the 31st of July, with Iran and Turkey accusing Israel of carrying out the assassination, with Israel refusing to comment on the incident. During the meeting, Erdogan offered his condolences to Haniyeh's sons and vowed to support Hamas and the Palestinian cause. As tensions in the region continue to spiral, the United States is rigorously working to use its diplomatic influence along with military posturing to deter an Iranian attack on Israel, which could ignite a full-blown war. From war in the Middle East to war in Europe, Ukrainian forces have made their deepest push into Russian territory since the start of the war, advancing nearly 18 miles into the Kursk region. This distance marks the farthest any Ukrainian force has penetrated into Russia since the conflict began in February of 2022. The surprise assault, launched last week, has caught Moscow off guard, forcing Russia to mobilize additional reserves, tanks, drones, and artillery in a bid to repel the attack. Senior Ukrainian military officials revealed that thousands of their soldiers are now involved in the operation, and this incursion has shown the wide open cracks in Russia's border defenses. A Ukrainian defense source said, quote, "Putin is humiliated. We've embarrassed Russia once again. We have shown to the Russian people that their czar cannot protect them," end quote. Late on Saturday night, President Volodymyr Zelensky broke his silence on the Ukrainian incursion into Russia. Even though the Ukrainian president did not mention Kursk directly, he thanked his soldiers for their courage in taking the fight to the aggressors.
Today, I received several reports from Commander-in-Chief Syrskyi regarding the front lines and our actions to push the war onto the aggressor's territory. I am grateful to every unit of defense forces ensuring that. Ukraine is proving that it can indeed restore justice and ensure the necessary pressure on the aggressor.
In another address, President Zelensky said that Russia had launched nearly 2,000 cross-border strikes from the Kursk region over the summer, and it was now time for Moscow to witness a fair response.
Beginning of this summer, and only from the Kursk region, our Sumy region suffered almost 2,000 strikes. Artillery, mortars, drones. We also monitor every missile strike, and each such strike deserves a fair response.
The operation has also seen Ukrainian special forces conducting drone attacks deep within Russia, hitting military targets, including a crucial airfield. Additionally, an amphibious raid by Ukrainian forces in the Black Sea has further strained Russian defenses. And with civilians now being evacuated from other parts of the Kursk region, the situation is rapidly evolving. Russia is deploying reinforcements in a desperate bid to halt the Ukrainian advance. But as the operation continues, only time will tell just how far Ukrainian forces can advance inside Russian territory. From the start of this war, we've all seen Russian troops advance throughout Ukraine, but now the world watches to see how Putin responds when his own country is under attack. And here in the United States, former President Donald Trump has blamed Iran for hacking his presidential campaign. The Republican presidential nominees team has put out a statement saying that Tehran stole and distributed their sensitive internal documents. The allegation came a day after Microsoft released a report detailing foreign attempts to interfere in the 2024 presidential race. The report claims that a hacking group run by the intelligence wing of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps had breached the account of a former senior advisor to a presidential campaign back in June. The report added that hackers used that account to send fake emails to a high-ranking official of a presidential campaign in an attempt to break into the campaign's own accounts and databases. These documents include what appears to be a research dossier about the potential vulnerabilities of Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who is now Donald Trump's running mate. Now, the Trump campaign has not provided any evidence of the breach or Iran's involvement. And Microsoft has declined to name the targeted officials or provide more details about its report. The National Security Council referred the matter to the Department of Justice for further investigation. Meanwhile, Iran's permanent mission in the United Nations in New York has refuted the allegation, saying Tehran has no plans to launch cyber attacks. Now there's little to no doubt that the Iranian government wants to see the Republican defeated. Back when he was in the White House, Donald Trump caused bilateral relations to deteriorate after opting out of the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, reimposing sanctions on Tehran, and ordering the killing of Iran's top military commander, Qasem Soleimani, in 2020. Still 4 years later, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps appears determined to avenge Soleimani's death. In fact, just last week, the Department of Justice charged a Pakistani man linked to Iran, accusing him of trying to hire hitmen to assassinate top politicians, including Donald Trump. And staying with the race for the White House, in a twist few saw coming, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are now locked in a fierce competition over tips. Speaking in Las Vegas, Nevada, Kamala Harris said she supports eliminating taxes on gratuities, taking a similar position to her rival Donald Trump, who pitched the very same idea just 2 months ago. Now, Nevada remains a key battleground state where roughly a quarter of the state's workforce is employed by the hospitality sector, where tips remain a major chunk of income. With similar messaging, the question now appears which candidate's pitch will resonate with voters. Our next report explains.
US Vice President Kamala Harris has vowed to eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers if elected president. The proposal echoes a similar idea first introduced by former President Donald Trump. Harris made the announcement during a campaign rally at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas, where the service industry plays a crucial role in the local economy.
When I am president, we will continue our fight for working families of America. Including to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
This pledge comes as part of a broader effort by Harris and her running mate Tim Walz to appeal to voters in swing states like Nevada, where the hospitality sector is a significant employer. According to the Nevada Office of Workforce Innovation, leisure and hospitality accounted for over a quarter, that is about 26% of employment in the Las Vegas area as of January 2023. Interestingly, the Democrats' proposal closely mirrors the stance taken by her Republican rival Donald Trump, who also vowed to slash taxes on tips just 2 months ago in the same city.
For those hotel workers and people that get tips, you're going to be very happy, because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips.
After Harris made the announcement, Trump took to his social media platform, accusing her of copying his idea. This was a Trump idea, he claimed, adding, "She has no ideas, she can only steal from me." The concept of scrapping taxes on tips isn't new. Service and hospitality unions have been advocating for this change for years. The Culinary Workers Union Local 226, which endorsed Harris, has long fought for the rights of tipped workers. The union's present secretary-treasurer expressed skepticism about Trump's commitment to the issue, stating the former president has a different type of agenda that doesn't work for them.
You know, and Trump, it's pretty clear where he's at. He has got a different type of agenda for the rich and powerful that doesn't work for our members.
Under current US law, all gratuities are taxed at the same rate as regular income. Employers are required to report their tips to the IRS, though much of this income, often paid in cash, goes unreported. In 2018, over 6 million workers had their tips reported to the Internal Revenue Service or the IRS, but many more likely flew under the radar. Tips are vital for many people in the hospitality sector, who often earn a base wage that's below the federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour. Employers are permitted to pay tipped workers less as long as their combined earnings, including tips, meet the federal minimum. Any move to change the taxation of tipped income would require congressional approval. Neither Trump nor Harris have provided detailed plans for how they would implement the proposal. A Trump spokesperson simply stated that he would ask Congress to eliminate taxes on tips. Meanwhile, a Harris campaign official speaking anonymously clarified that her proposal would include an income limit and strict requirements to prevent abuse by high earners trying to game the system. As the race for the presidency heats up, the issue of taxing tips has become a surprising point of contention between the two candidates, each seeking to capture the support of America's service workers.
And finally, the Paris Olympics has concluded with some concerning revelations. Several athletes are selling sexually explicit pictures of themselves online to make ends meet. Olympians, including British diver Jack Lauer and Australia's Matthew Mitcham, say they sell semi-nude pictures to their subscribers on OnlyFans to pay their bills. Startling, considering the world-renowned sporting event brought in billions of dollars in ticket sales, TV rights, and sponsorships. With so much money pouring in, why are the athletes themselves having to resort to these tactics to make ends meet? Our final report goes into detail.
The 2024 Paris Olympics closed with a star-studded show, with Billie Eilish, Snoop Dogg, Her, and Red Hot Chili Peppers performing at the National Stadium of France on Sunday. This year, the world's biggest sporting event saw everything. Be it 7 beautiful proposals by athletes in the City of Love, a boxer winning gold while facing a controversy over her gender, or contestants turning to OnlyFans to sustain their dreams at the Games. Yes, you heard that right. OnlyFans, an online platform that is primarily used by adult content creators to publish sexually explicit content and get paid for every view. Many Olympians are selling pictures of their bodies to subscribers on OnlyFans. Reports say they are struggling to make ends meet, and some of them can barely make rent. The list of these athletes include British diver Jack Luffer, who won a bronze last week and has previously taken home gold, silver and bronze medals at the Rio 2016 and Tokyo Games. Luffer posts content in Speedos, briefs and boxers, and a subscription to his account costs $10 per month. He had to resort to the controversial website as funding for him never really materialized. Another Olympian on this list is diver Matthew Mitchum from Australia, the first openly gay Olympic gold medalist. He now calls himself a sex worker light. Meanwhile, New Zealander rower Robert Manson says, and I quote, "My content is nude or implied nude. I keep it artistic, I have fun with it and try not to take myself too seriously. That's something I've also tried to maintain in my approach to rowing. This approach has helped me achieve a personal best result at the Olympics." Canadian pole vaulter Alicia Newman uses OnlyFans to buy property and build up her savings. German diver Timo Barthel and Mexican diver Diego Baliza Isaias have also used the platform for financial stability that other funding failed to provide. But the International Olympic Committee is not concerned about their situation. IOC spokesperson Mark Adams says that athletes, like all citizens, are allowed to do what they can. Notably, the Olympics bring in billions of dollars in ticket sales, TV rights and sponsorships, but most athletes are left to fend for themselves financially. Global Athlete, an organization that addresses power imbalance in sports, has decried the worsening state of Olympic financing. It says the entire funding model for the Olympics is broken and athletes are being used for modern-day slavery. Multiple athletes facing the dire conditions have confirmed that while stars like Simone Biles and Michael Phelps can make millions, others struggle to cover the cost of competing on the global stage. These costs range from coaching and equipment to medical bills and daily expenses. The IOC just gives 1 or 2 tickets for friends and family, forcing athletes to pay for extra tickets so that their loved ones can see them winning. OnlyFans has expressed solidarity for the athletes. The platform said in a statement, OnlyFans is helping them to support training and living costs and providing the tools for success on and off the field. Now, even though the athletes are grappling with societal stigma, they still believe OnlyFans is at least superior to GoFundMe, because they are not just asking for money or handouts and are getting paid what they deserve.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations, and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the developments in the Horn of Africa. Neighbors and rivals, Ethiopia and Somalia, sit at a negotiating table to diffuse tensions. Both sides are resuming talks on disagreements over a port deal that Ethiopia signed with Somaliland, Somalia's breakaway region that has declared unilateral independence. The deal was signed in January this year that grants Ethiopia a 50-year lease on a naval base with access to Somaliland's Berbera port. In exchange, Ethiopia agreed to become the first nation to officially recognize Somaliland. Ethiopia is the world's most populous country without sea access. However, the deal drew strong reactions from Somalia, which called it illegal and an attack on its sovereignty. In response, Somalia announced the expulsion of Ethiopia's ambassador from the country. It also shut down Ethiopia's consulates. Now, this deepened the rift between the two nations, which had already fought two wars in the past century. Somalia's close ally, Turkey, has tried to mediate between the neighbors. It hosted the first round of talks between Somalia and Ethiopian Foreign Minister last month. And now the second round of talks, dubbed Ankara Process, comes after Turkish Foreign Minister visited the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa and met Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. As per the Turkish Foreign Ministry, the fresh talks aim to find a way to give Ethiopia access to international waters through Somalia without upsetting its territorial sovereignty. In recent years, Turkey has become a close ally of the Somali government. Ankara has built schools, hospitals and infrastructure and provided scholarships for Somalis. In 2017, Turkey opened its biggest overseas military base in Somalia's capital of Mogadishu. Earlier this year, Turkey and Somalia signed a defense and economic cooperation agreement. Meanwhile, Somaliland officials had expressed their objection and concerns with Somalia-Ethiopia talks. How will the rift in the Horn of Africa end? Now, to discuss this further, we have with us Advocate Sipho Mantula. He is a researcher at TM African School of Public and International Affairs. He joins us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, and greetings to your viewers.
Now, Turkey has stepped in as a facilitator of talks between the two African countries to address their differences over a controversial port deal involving Somalia's breakaway region of Somaliland. Take us through the details here. What has prompted Turkey's involvement in the mediation process?
Remember, as you have said, even in your introduction to us, and my sister, you have touched on the both bilateral agreements that both Turkey and Somalia had entered into almost 5 to 6 years ago. But if you look back in the conflict and the interest of Turkey, it is that you cannot have two great countries that are in the Horn of Africa quarreling not over the natural resources only, but even the issue of the Somaliland recognition in this diplomatic row. So it is important for us to understand that for Turkey to become a mediator in this aspect, it shows also that they are reminding the African Union that has tried also, the United Nations that has also tried, because the issue of the borderlands or the demarcation disputes have been problematic in the African Union. But for Turkey to enter this space also is to safeguard its interest, but at the same time to be found to be impartial in this mediation, because once you have a mediation, you need to be neutral. And what is important is to take context of what were the push and the pull triggers. And as we have said also, for Turkey, it is that the agreement between Somaliland and Ethiopia can be the trigger. But how do you resolve it? That is how important it is for this conflict to at least find its resolution. It might have to be managed. It cannot end immediately, because these conflicts of border disputes, natural resources in the Horn of Africa, they've been there for many years.
Yeah, and the tension arose after Ethiopia signed a memorandum of understanding with Somaliland, granting Ethiopia access to the Red Sea in exchange for recognizing Somaliland as an independent nation. Now, Somalia has considered this as a violation of its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. What are the key issues being discussed during the mediation talks?
I think you'll understand during the mediation talks, one has to go to the source of the rift and the conflict, what has already caused tension with the recalling of ambassadors. That will also affect ordinary citizens of Somaliland, Somalia, and Ethiopia as they are even traveling. It will affect also the trade issues. It will also affect the issue of the cohesion in the Horn of Africa in terms of the strength of the unity amongst the people in the Horn of Africa, considering the conflicts that has been going on, whether in the north part of Ethiopia or in the southern part, but also within Somalia. They are still struggling with some of the remnants who are terrorist groups. And you will understand that for this peace process to find its resonance, to find its to find the light under the sun, it is important if they can deal, obviously, with the issues of the recognition of the state of Somaliland. Because we will remember that the issue of separation of member states from Sudan, North Sudan, the South Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, it is a history of the Horn of Africa for many years, for 4 decades to 5 decades, that you are always having these rifts around territorial integrity. And that's why I said to you earlier, the AU has been shining away. They are muted in terms of addressing the question of borderlands, or what you call land demarcations, in most of the African countries, particularly in the Horn of Africa and in the east of the African continent. And that's how you can see that this mediation process, it is very important that both parties must find each other for the sake of their citizens and for the sake of the African Union Agenda 2063, which talks of a peaceful and a prosperous continent.
Yes, and Advocate Mantula, the main focus, as you've mentioned, is of course finding a mutually acceptable deal that could grant Ethiopia sea access, and then the talks aim to resolve this dispute and to ease the tensions. Give us your view on how you think this will be resolved.
For me, is that you have issues of energy crisis in the Horn of Africa. For Ethiopia to get the access to the Red Sea, let's look at the push and the pull factors. Let's look at the views of Somalia in terms of the Somaliland recognition. What are the wins and wins, not the losses only? Because in any negotiation phase, what is important is when parties enter with a good faith, when parties engage not to rush. For me, I see Turkey also as a consultant in this mediation. So for me, it will be important if it was the AU as a guarantor of this peace process, meaning the AU become a witness of these peace talks. And secondly, the neighboring countries between Ethiopia and Somaliland and Somalia need to have an interest, like IGAD, the intergovernmental authorities in Africa, COMESA, have to be interested in these talks. And particularly looking also at the issues of sovereignty in Africa, post-1960, post the 21st century, that we have been labeling it as an African century, but we are still having conflicts, pockets of conflicts that affects even development and growth. So as they enter these talks, they need to understand that yes, there are issues of emergency and agency, but there are also issues where they need to engage openly, like I said earlier, with good faith. And as they enter into a peace settlement or to get into the moratorium of agreement, cessation of even recalling their diplomats in various hosting countries, that will also affect, like I said to you, the people-to-people contact. It will also affect the issue of trade deficit between the two countries, and including how I see the role of Turkey, that we should not undermine the role of Turkey, because we see talks are happening in Geneva this week on Sudan also, and they're not mediated by the African Union. They are being mediated by the US So the interest of other other European countries or neighboring countries in African conflicts should also be looked with a critical eye, should also be seen not only as selling out the African question of territorial integrity, which was caused by the Berlin Conference, by the way. So even if you have to look at the African demarcations of land, it was because of the Berlin Agreement of 1884 and 1885 that caused partition of many African states.
Right. Absolutely. Advocate, thank you very much for being with us and for sharing your views on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you very much. Asante san.
Shifting focus now to Rwanda. President Paul Kagame has been sworn in for a fourth term after a sweeping victory last month with more than 99% of the vote. The swearing-in ceremony took place on Sunday at the Amahoro National Stadium in the capital, Kigali. At least 45,000 people were in attendance, many wearing T-shirts in the yellow, green and blue colors of the Rwandan national flag. Several dozen heads of state and other dignitaries from African nations also joined the inauguration ceremony. Kagame received a military 21-gun salute as he took the oath of office before Chief Justice. Kagame pledged to preserve peace and national sovereignty and to consolidate national unity.
I, Kagame Paul, do solemnly swear to Rwanda that I will remain loyal to the Republic of Rwanda, observe and defend the Constitution and other laws, diligently fulfill responsibilities entrusted to me.
In an expected outcome of the 15th of July poll, Kagame extended his iron-fisted rule in Rwanda for 5 more years. He faced only 2 lesser-known opponents, as several prominent critics were barred from running for the elections. Rights activists have accused Kagame of an oppressive regime in Rwanda. Now at least 21 heads of state were present in Kagame's swearing-in ceremony, but among those missing was neighboring DRC President Felix Tshisekedi, and this amid the ongoing tensions between the two countries. Rwanda is accused of stoking instability in the mineral-rich eastern areas of the Democratic Republic of Congo by backing the M23 rebels who are fighting Kinshasa's armed forces. Kagame has denied the allegations. During the inauguration ceremony, he said that peace in the region is his priority. The ceremony was attended by Angola's president, who is due to have private talks with Kagame on a DRC ceasefire deal. Angola brokered the agreement last month after a meeting between the foreign ministers of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. However, on the 4th of August, the day the ceasefire was supposed to take effect, the M23 rebels captured another town in DRC. Kagame is credited with rebuilding a ruined nation after the 1994 genocide. At least 800,000 people were killed in the bloodshed when ethnic Hutu extremists targeted the Tutsi minority. But rights activists and opponents accuse Kagame of crushing any dissent with intimidation. And Kagame has extended his rule with controversial constitutional amendments in 2015 that allow him to potentially rule until 2034. Despite the criticism, Kagame enjoys massive support in his country, as the majority of Rwandans are aged under 30, and Kagame is the only leader they have ever known. After being at the center of a national debate on identity and citizenship, former Miss South Africa contestant Chidima Adetshina has now been invited to the Miss Universe Nigeria contest. Chidima Adetshina pulled out from the Miss South Africa pageant after a nationality row over her Nigerian roots. Miss Universe Nigeria extended the invitation to Adetshina, calling it an opportunity to represent her father's native land on an international stage. 23-year-old Adetshina was subjected to a torrent of online abuse and xenophobic attacks over her Nigerian heritage. Many, including South African cabinet ministers, questioned her credentials. Her nationality had been a hot topic among politicians and celebrities, and even on television news and radio talk shows in recent weeks. Earlier, the South African government announced that her mother may have committed identity theft to become a South African national. Adetshina, a law student, was born and grew up in South Africa, and her father was Nigerian and her mother was South African of Mozambican descent. But as the row escalated, Adetshina withdrew from the Miss South Africa pageant, where she was one of the finalists. Now, South Africa grants citizenship by birth to anyone born in the country after 1995 to a South African parent or a permanent resident. But with increasing questions over her bloodline and an investigation into her mother's citizenship, Adetshina said that she was quitting the pageant for her family's well-being. Her participation stoked anti-foreigner sentiment in South Africa. In recent years, South Africa has witnessed an increase in hostility toward foreigners. This is because its people are suffering due to unwavering unemployment. Despite a low economic growth, the country attracts millions of migrants, mainly from other African countries. Chidema Adetshina has not yet responded to Miss Universe Nigeria's invitation, but even if she accepts it, the road might not be smooth. The Miss Universe Nigeria's invitation has already raised questions on whether Adetshina has proper documentation of Nigerian citizenship. For now, the organizers say they are willing to guide her through the next steps. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In a dramatic turn of events for wildlife conservation, South Africa has reported a significant drop in rhino poaching for the first half of 2024. Thanks to a combination of innovative strategies and relentless efforts by conservationists, the battle to save these majestic creatures is finally seeing a glimmer of hope. From dehorning programs to high-tech anti-poaching tactics, our last report gets you all the details about how South Africa is turning the tide in the fight against illegal wildlife trade.
The food chain is like a grand buffet of life. One creature on the menu is a must-have for another. The food chain isn't just a fancy restaurant, it's more like an interconnected web of branches where everyone depends on someone else's avocado toast. If a critter goes MIA or pulls a power move, the whole system gets as unstable as a Jenga tower at a party. Take rhinos, for example. These big, lovable tanks of the animal kingdom aren't just important, they are the VIPs, the keystone species that keeps the ecosystem's party going. They're the ultimate landscapers, munching through vegetation like it's an all-you-can-eat offer, and in turn, they help shape Africa's fabulous savannas. For years, animal welfare activists and scientists have been sweating bullets trying to save these magnificent beasts. It was like watching a slow drip of water into an empty jug, agonizing. But guess what? That jug is finally filling up. South Africa just announced a miraculous dip in rhino poaching in the first half of 2024. Now, before we all start popping champagne, let's give credit where it's due. The victory lap is partly thanks to a dehorning program that kicked off in April. According to the latest stats, 229 rhinos were killed from January to June, a slight but also sweet decline compared to last year. Dehorning is like giving rhinos a safe haircut, removing their horns to make them less appealing to poachers. It's drastic, but think of it as a preventive makeover that's safe and painless for the rhino. It's one of the best ways to keep those critically endangered black rhinos and their slightly less endangered white cousins alive and kicking. Environment Minister Dion George gave a shout-out to the dehorning efforts in KwaZulu-Natal, particularly in Luluwe Imfolozi Park, where over 1,000 rhinos have had their horns trimmed since April. In South Africa, every single day a rhino is killed for its horn. It's one of the most tragic trends out there, with rhino horn being used in traditional medicines or flaunted as a status symbol. The rhino horn is made up of keratin, the same stuff in our hair and nails, but apparently it's more exquisite when it's ripped from a dead rhino. As of the end of 2023, South Africa had 16,056 rhinos, including 2,065 black and 13,991 white rhinos. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, black rhinos are the VIPs on the endangered list. But it's not all gloom and doom. The government's crackdown on poaching has led to over 60 arrests in the first half of 2024. The police have confiscated guns and secured convictions. In a scene that looked like something came to reality from a sci-fi film, scientists injected radioactive material into rhino horns to make them easier to track at border posts. The Environment Ministry says that despite the poaching horrors, the rhino population in South Africa has increased by 1,023 from 2021 to 2023. The fight to save rhinos is full of highs and lows, but the recent dip in poaching is a win worth celebrating. It's a reminder that every little effort counts, and together we can make a difference. Because in this chain of life, every link is priceless.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's a question everyone seems to be asking. Are Hindus safe in Bangladesh or are they being targeted? We've heard different answers from different sources, so tonight let's dig deeper. There is no point denying the problem, first of all. Some Hindu temples and homes have been attacked. Even the interim government admits this. Today, Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus visited a temple in Dhaka, the Dhakeshwari temple. It's one of the biggest in Bangladesh. Yunus also met prominent Hindu leaders there. Later, he issued an appeal to the country. Don't differentiate based on religion. Rights are equal for everyone. That's what he said. Listen in.
The Bangladesh that we want to create will be the Bangladesh of all people. There are no divisions or distinctions between us. We are the people of Bangladesh.
The gesture is nice. The appeal also sounds genuine, but it does betray weakness. You see, Bangladesh's security apparatus is still recovering. A lot of police officers are on strike. A number of police stations are empty. So enforcing the law is tough. Reports say some officers have started rejoining their duties, but the system is not up and running. That will take time. Which brings us to the attacks. Do we have any numbers on the attacks or casualties? Look at what two minority organizations found. They have logged 205 attacks on the Hindu community, 205 attacks. This could be attacks on temples, attacks on homes, or attacks on shops owned by Hindus. All of it together, 205 such incidents have been reported in 52 districts. That's nearly all of Bangladesh. And casualties? 5 deaths have been confirmed so far. But the final picture is not clear yet. Like I said, the police stations are not functioning. So no complaints, no FIRs, which is why data is hard to compile. Let me show you an example. This house belongs to a Hindu family in Dhaka. As you can see, it is partially burnt. The owner does want to return and live there eventually, but he fears goons will attack again.
For a person who has collected so much stuff, made his house, if somebody burns it, then that person does not wish to go back to that home. But I still want to return to my house and live there because I have lived at that place for so long. But the fear of the goons and the looting that they did, because of that I am scared.
This broadly sums up the situation. Because the attacks may have subsided since last week, but worries remain, which is why some Hindus are on the streets protesting. They're seeking protection from the violence. So the ball is now in the interim government's court. They're saying the right things, but they must put boots on the ground. They must punish those who attack minorities. If not, these temple runs are pointless, and no excuses can be made. We are hearing some justifications from experts in Dhaka. They say the violence is not religious. Most Hindus supported Sheikh Hasina's party, so the revenge, they say, is political, not religious.
Basically, it's politically motivated because Awami League is targeted. So there are a few Hindu, they are Awami League leaders. They hold some positions in the Awami League. That's the major cause for these attacks. It's not religiously motivated.
That's a sweeping assessment, almost like an excuse to justify the violence. Let's hope the interim government does not buy into it, which brings us to the trigger of all this chaos, Sheikh Hasina. She is still holed up at a safe house in New Delhi. It's been more than a week since Sheikh Hasina came to India, and she's finally broken her silence. Not directly though. She has released a statement via her son. A couple of things stand out here. First, she has condemned all the deaths since July. Students, teachers, policemen, party workers. She has condemned all deaths. She is also seeking punishment for the killers. Secondly, she has spoken about her father, Mujibur Rahman, the founder of Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina says his legacy and that of the 1971 martyrs has been insulted. And she ended her speech with an appeal. She asked Bangladeshis to observe National Mourning Day on the 15th of August. That's the day when Sheikh Mujib was assassinated, August 15th. It will be a tricky day though, because reports say the interim regime has cancelled the national holiday. Plus there are calls to hold Hasina accountable. They want her to stand trial. A murder case has been filed against Hasina. It concerns a police killing last month. On July 19th, a protest had been organized in Dhaka. The police opened fire on the protesters. A local grocer was shot as he crossed the road. Now, his family does not have the resources to fight this case, so a private citizen has taken it up. The question is, what will this case lead to? Could Sheikh Hasina be forced to return? Top lawyers have already talked about this. Top lawyers in Bangladesh, the Supreme Court Bar Association had also released a statement there. They wanted India to arrest and send her back. New Delhi did not react to that request. It came from the lawyers. But what if it comes from a court in Bangladesh? What if it comes from the Home Ministry in Dhaka? Well, then it could be complicated. So the situation is troubling for both sides. India wants Dhaka to protect minorities. Dhaka wants continued support from India. And stuck in the middle is Sheikh Hasina. The interim foreign minister says her status will not affect bilateral ties. But that's easier said than done. Hasina and Hindus are the two factors in this relationship at the moment. Both are targets, but in very different ways. West Asia is sitting on a knife's edge, waiting for Iran to attack and suffering in the suspense on when and how that attack will come. It's been almost 2 weeks now, 2 weeks since Israel strikes in Lebanon and Iran. It was an escalation. Iran said it will retaliate. The region and the world began preparing for it. Flights are being diverted almost every day now. Iranian proxy Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel. Today, Hamas fired 2 rockets towards Tel Aviv from Gaza. The Americans are sending more warships in anticipation, but Iran is yet to strike. Every day, new reports, new assessments are released. The latest one says this: Iran and its proxies could strike within 24 hours. That is the latest assessment. And the targets could be well beyond Israel. It could be the Americans too.
We do share the assessment made by our Israeli counterparts that something could happen as soon as this week by Iran and its proxies.
The US has a big presence in West Asia and it's beefing up its defenses. First, they sent an aircraft carrier with 35 fighter jets. Now they're deploying a guided missile submarine. It is called the USS Georgia. It is being deployed in this region in West Asia. Clearly, the Americans are concerned, and with good reason. They have multiple bases and extensive military assets in this region. They've been coming under attack ever since the Israel-Hamas war began last year. Let me show you some numbers. During the Gaza war, the US and allied forces have faced more than 170 attacks. 102 incidents were reported from Syria, another 70 incidents from Iraq, and 1 from Jordan. Now, these attacks have left people dead or wounded. At least 145 US military personnel dead or wounded in these attacks. The most recent attack happened just 8 days ago on the 5th of August. And what was the target? The Al-Assad air base in Iraq. It is used by the US and its allies. And who is behind these attacks? In most cases, it's Iranian proxies. As Israel intensifies attacks on Gaza, these proxies target America and its military assets. So far, all of this has been a low-intensity conflict, but now things could change. That is the fear, that Iran would order its proxies to scale up these operations and to strike US military assets with greater force. The Houthis in Yemen are already issuing threats.
Our operations towards the occupied Palestine to target the Israeli enemy, our operations in the seas, the inevitable and upcoming response operation, as well as coordination with the Axis in any joint operations.
So American military bases remain vulnerable. So does Israel, which is obvious. If Iran attacks, Israel will top the list of targets. After all, Tehran wants to extract revenge for the death of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. He was the political chief of this terrorist group. Haniyeh was killed on Iranian soil, inside Iran's capital city of Tehran. Mossad agents had planted a bomb in his apartment. This bomb was planted 2 months back and detonated when the Hamas leader arrived there. Israel has not claimed the operation. They've not taken responsibility. It seldom takes credit for overseas operations, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. There is little doubt that Israel did it, and now it is bracing for a direct attack.
We take seriously the statements and remarks by our enemies, and therefore, we are at peak preparedness for attack and defense, and we will act according to the instructions of the political level.
Like I said, it's not clear when and how Iran will attack. It's not clear what the scale of the attack would be. But Israel is not waiting to find out. It is issuing warnings. It says targeting the civilian population would be crossing a red line. Reports say Israeli leaders are also mulling other options, like considering a preemptive strike on one of the Iranian proxies. Talk about making a bad situation worse. This could easily spiral out of control. Western diplomats are apparently trying to prevent this. On Monday, they sent a message to Tehran. The West asked Iran to stand down. What do you think the response was? Iran shot back. Listen to their statement. Such a request lacks political logic, flies in the face of the principles and rules of international law, and constitutes public and practical support for Israel. It's hard to argue with this. And what was the West even thinking? Asking Iran to stand down and also making it public is like adding fuel to the fire instead of trying to douse it. No retaliation would be ideal, but expecting it would be naive. Iran believes Israel has violated its sovereignty, so it will respond, A, to restore the balance of power in the region, and B, to reassure its proxies. That would mean decisive military action. But clearly, Iran also sees the consequences, so it is offering a way out. If Israel agrees to a ceasefire in Gaza, Iran may not strike. That is the offer. Reports say Iranian officials have sent this message to the West via mediators. The price of avoiding a wider regional war is a ceasefire in Gaza. Talks between Israel and Hamas were set to resume later this week. Egypt or Qatar could host them, and Iran's offer seems to be aimed at these talks. This basically means that the ball is back in the court of Israel and its Western allies. They must deliver a ceasefire now. It was 20th January 2017. X was still Twitter. Donald Trump had won the presidential election. He was about to take the oath of office, and he started his inauguration with this, a tweet. It was an indication of what would follow, a barrage of tweets. Among the top highlights of the Trump presidency, his tweets. More than 20,000 in 4 years, that's how much he tweeted. He used Twitter to announce strikes, to level accusations, lash out at enemies, disrupt American policies, all with the tap of a finger. But this relationship between Trump and Twitter came to a brutal end in 2020. When Trump lost the White House, there were Capitol riots, Twitter banned him, and Trump was left without his favorite app. Now, 4 years later, this love story has come full circle. Twitter is now X. It is owned by Elon Musk, and he got Trump back on the platform with an interview. There you have it, Elon Musk with Donald Trump, two mercurial men supporting each other and trying to boost Trump's ratings. So Elon Musk sat down to interview Donald Trump on X. It was touted as the comeback of the year, but it started with this. The interview was scheduled for 8 p.m. local time, but it did not start on time. It was delayed by a full 45 minutes because of what looked like a technical glitch. Musk called it an attack, though. A DDoS attack, basically bad actors driving traffic to a site to disrupt servers. Trump, on the other hand, called it regular traffic. He thanked his millions of followers. So after a 45-minute delay, the two men were online. And then it was regular programming, the same old fare, conspiracy theories, weird one-liners, and banal chatter, your usual Tuesday stuff.
Like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. You know, she's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Of course, the focus was on Kamala Harris. Trump called her leftist. He accused her of trying to defund the police. He pronounced her name wrong and even compared her to his wife.
She hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said, we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way.
I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I'm just stating my opinion.
She's terrible, but she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like a great First Lady, Melania.
Quite the gushing and compliments from Donald Trump. Also a little weird. Imagine comparing your top opponent to your wife. But it wasn't even his worst moment of the interview. There were too many gems there. Like, what would Trump do if he loses the next election? Will he retire? And what would that look like? Listen to what he said.
Something happens with this election, which would be a horror show. we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country, okay? So we'll go, you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela.
So he will move to Venezuela and Elon Musk will meet him there. Not sure how that's a good plan, because just a few days ago, Musk had challenged the Venezuelan president to a fight. He said he'll carry him on a donkey to Guantanamo Bay. Now he plans to have dinner in Venezuela. It's hard to keep up or make sense of it. But optimism is the key here. And we learned that from Trump, especially when he was asked about climate change.
You know, the biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming.
So according to Trump, climate change equals rising sea levels equals more beachfront properties, which makes you wonder, why did no one ever think about that? Trust Donald Trump to be the visionary here. Although what really stood out in this interview was the bromance. The two men could not stop praising each other.
This Cutter, I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
Praising someone for layoffs, it could not get more Trumpian. The interview got around 73 million views, but X claims the total impressions were close to 1 billion. Either way, Donald Trump got what he wanted, visibility. He wanted to dominate the news cycle. For weeks, the Democrats have captured the airwaves, so Trump had to get back on top. To that extent, this interview has delivered. But it has also exposed a problem. It was hard to understand what Trump was saying. He had a lisp throughout the conversation. His speech was slurry. His words were difficult to decipher, and many people wondered what was wrong with him. The Trump campaign was asked about this, and they had quite the blunt response. They said, it must be your ears. Well, it's unlikely that all of us have a lisping filter installed. But then again, that's Trump for you, always on the offensive, now flanked by his enabler-in-chief, Elon Musk. Will it boost his ratings, though? We'll have to wait and see. Our next story is from Pakistan. A historic event took place in the country yesterday. A retired 3-star general was arrested. Lieutenant General Faiz Hamid was taken into military custody, where he's awaiting a court-martial. Hamid may become just the 3rd general-level officer to ever get court-martialed in Pakistan. Now, this alone would be news. The Pakistani military taking on one of their own. But it's Hamid's profile that's making headlines. Lieutenant General Faiz Hamid was the previous head of the ISI. It's Pakistan's inter-services intelligence, the largest and most infamous Pakistani intelligence agency. Its former head is now in the dock, and this has never happened before. Never in the history of Pakistan. Never before has their military taken action against someone so high up. But Hamid now faces a court-martial, that too over corruption. So how did this come to transpire? Is Pakistan's military really cleaning up its act? Should we start expecting an honest and forthright Pakistani military? Of course not. While there's definitely a graft angle here, it's also a case of power and politics. We'll start with the corruption case that has ensnared Hamid, and then look at the bigger picture. So first, the case. It dates back to May 2017. A housing society in the city of Rawalpindi was raided by Pakistan's paramilitary forces and some members of the ISI. They raided the society. It was called Top City. That's what the society was called. The forces said it was an anti-terrorism operation. They claimed to have seized weapons and caught a number of terror suspects. The owner of the housing society was also picked up. A few months later, he was acquitted by Pakistan's anti-terrorism court. And this was done after some mediation by Lieutenant General Faiz Hamid's brother. So the society owner is acquitted. After this, a meeting was held between Hamid and the society owner, where Hamid told the owner that some of his things will be returned. The things that were seized during the raid, some of them will be given back, but some others will be kept by Hamid. What did he keep back? 4 kilograms of gold and cash. This Hamid did not return. And then he kept extorting the society owner. This is the charge against him. This is basically the case. And the Pakistani military seems to believe it. Listen to their statement after Hamid was picked up yesterday, and I'm quoting, "Complying with the orders of Supreme Court of Pakistan, a detailed court of inquiry was undertaken by Pakistani Army to ascertain the correctness of complaints in top city case made against Lieutenant General Faiz Hamid. Consequently, appropriate disciplinary action has been initiated under provisions of Pakistan Army Act." This makes it sound like they're cracking down on crime and dispensing impartial justice. But when you look at the big picture, things become clearer. Hamid is thought to have been close to Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan. He allegedly helped engineer the 2018 Pakistan election. He apparently helped Imran Khan come to power, and as a reward, Hamid was named ISI chief the following year. But in 2021, Pakistan's military removed him from the post. This caused a rift between the military and Imran Khan. And we know how that turned out. Khan was ousted in 2022, he was imprisoned in 2023, and 1 year later, he still languishes in jail. Now his old friend Hamid might be joining him. This doesn't look like an anti-corruption drive by Pakistan's military anymore. It looks more like vendetta and a power struggle. Different factions of Pakistan's military fighting to put their own puppets in charge because the military holds the real power in this country. Here is a list of some accusations against Hamid: robbing a housing society owner, engineering elections, threatening and bribing politicians, imprisoning the opposition, trying to manipulate judicial selections, creating illegal trusts to hoard ill-gotten wealth. This list goes on, and it would put most hardened politicians to shame. But remember, Hamid wasn't even a politician. He was a 3-star general. How can a salaried military officer hold so much power? How can they get away with so much? The people of Pakistan should start questioning the outsized role of their military, or their democracy will continue to be a joke, no matter how many court-martials take place. This is the biggest story from India. Thousands of doctors are on strike across the country. Delhi, Pune, Kolkata, everywhere it's the same story. Doctors have put down their scrubs. They're seeking justice for one of their own, a young doctor who was raped and murdered in Kolkata. She was 31 years old. She was a second-year student at the RG Kar Medical College, and her story will make your blood boil. On Thursday, she was on duty. At around 2 a.m. in the morning, she finished her dinner. Then she wanted to get some rest. The medical college did not have an on-call room, so she tried the seminar room, and that's where horror struck. A civic volunteer brutally raped and murdered her. She had injuries all over her body. Even her eyes and mouth were bleeding, and her neck bone was broken. And don't forget where all of this happened: inside a medical college. The police have apprehended the killer. The college principal has been transferred to a different campus. Transferred, not terminated. But this controversy does not end here, because it reveals a larger problem, the problem of our broken medical system. And that's why doctors are protesting. Yes, they want accountability in this case, but they also want larger reforms. And we say it's about time. This is a country of 1.4 billion people, so health isn't just another welfare issue, it is a strategic priority for us. Look at the state of our medical infrastructure, underfunded and lagging. India has 7.3 doctors per 1,000 people, 7.3 per 1,000. Pakistan has 10.8. China has 24, the United States has 35. So the gap is pretty wide. Now the government has been trying to fix this. The number of medical colleges is up 82% in the last 10 years. The number of MBBS seats is up 112%. So the number is going up, the quantity is going up, but that alone is not enough. The journey from a student to a doctor is quite a tough one. You start with a NEET entrance exam. This year's test was mired in controversy. Leaked papers, controversial grace marks, a Supreme Court case, you name it, NEET had it. But suppose you clear the test. You make it to a medical college. The government ones won't cost you very much, but the private ones charge a lot, around 1 crore rupees for a 4.5-year course. And it's a brutal course. Look at the data from 2018 to 2023. More than 150 MBBS students dropped out. So did more than 1100 PG students, plus 122 students died by suicide. The reasons are mostly the same across colleges: academic pressure, burnout, and mental health challenges. Suppose you too are feeling the same. You don't think the course is worth it, so you want to drop out. Well, tough luck. Most states make you sign contracts or bonds. They come in two basic forms: a seat-leaving bond and a service bond. Colleges charge a fine if you abandon your course. It is considered a waste of medical resource. And guess how much the fine is? Between 5 lakh and 50 lakh rupees. That is what you pay as fine. It depends on which state you're in. 5 to 50 lakh rupees. The second bond requires you to work in government hospitals or clinics. Again, the details differ. The bond can last between 1 and 5 years. The fine is between 10 lakh and 1 crore rupees. So basically, the student is boxed in. First, they spent half a decade in medical colleges, then another half a decade in state healthcare. Do you know what's common in both? Poor standards. Take a look at this report. Almost 80% of India's medical colleges do not meet regulatory criteria. The hostels are poor, the infrastructure is old, the faculty is absent, and ragging is rampant. This is the condition in 4 out of 5 colleges, and this is where students spend half a decade. Then they head to state healthcare. Again, the same situation. 80% of public health centers are below par, and don't forget the salary, just a fraction of what private hospitals pay. Which is why brain drain is such a big issue among Indian doctors. You're not getting paid well, the facilities are poor, so why would you stick around? Around 59,000 Indians work as doctors in the US, Britain, Canada, and Australia. They make up 5% of the US workforce, 11% of the UK's. And can you blame them? After all this struggle, anyone would put money first. The question is, how do we fix it? Obviously, government funding is a big problem. Lancet magazine says India only spends 1.2% of its GDP on health. Compare that to China. They spend around 7% of their GDP on health. So in this case, throwing money at the problem is a solution. Maybe it could have saved that doctor's life in Kolkata. And we're not talking about complicated upgrades. Even simple ones may have helped, like having a separate on-call room, or more lighting in corridors, or more security personnel, or more CCTV cameras. Our doctors clearly deserve it. Just think back to the Wuhan virus pandemic. These same doctors rescued us. They worked, while you worked from home, they put in 24-hour shifts. They went days without taking a break, without seeing their family. So we as a nation must repay them. Not just by banging pots outside our house, but by spending more on India's medical infrastructure. Now let's talk about jobs. It is perhaps the most pressing issue in the developing world today, especially in countries like India, where millions of workers join the workforce every year, but there are fewer jobs to go around. Job creators are not being able to keep up with the rising number of job seekers. But according to the United Nations, the picture is not so bleak. They say we are better off than before, that youth unemployment worldwide is at a 15-year low, meaning it's the best time in the last 15 years to look for a job. So if you're a young graduate today, where would you find that job? In which countries, in which sectors, and what will the future job market look like? Our next report decodes the trends.
The past 4 years have been tough for job hunters. The pandemic was the first blow. It severely hampered the job market. The lockdown forced employers to order layoffs on a massive scale. Over 100 million people worldwide lost their jobs due to the pandemic. The situation didn't get any better in the following years. From the tech industry to the banks to the construction sector, even the media and entertainment industry, the world's largest companies have undergone some form of downsizing over the past few years. But if the International Labour Organization is to be believed, things might be starting to get better, at least for the young people. The ILO claims just 13% of the youth, that's workers between 15 to 24 years of age, remained unemployed last year. That's a 15-year low. There are two factors behind this recovery. First, new workers entering the market are finding jobs. Second, those who lost their jobs during the pandemic have started to find work again. So after the shock from the pandemic, there's finally some recovery. But it remains patchy. While advanced economies like the United States and the European nations have managed to bounce back, a different story is playing out in the developing world. Many middle to low income nations are reporting high levels of unemployment and fewer jobs are being created. Take Africa, for instance. At around 7%, it has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. There is a chronic shortage of jobs, and it could get worse. By 2035, 450 million people could be living in Africa, but there may be only 100 million new jobs by then. Where will more jobs come from? The ILO report provides some clues. More workers are finding work in the services sector, particularly in 4 industries: trade, transport, accommodation, and food services. The World Economic Forum has also identified 3 more industries ripe for creating new jobs. They are energy with a focus on the renewable space, IT and digital communications, and the caregiving sector. So what kind of skills would one need to crack into this space? Workers with the skills to interpret data and make decisions would be in high demand. So will those who can come up with creative ways to solve problems. Firms would also need employees proficient in AI and big data. Earlier, finding a job simply meant updating your CV and applying to companies hoping to ace the interview process. But the world is now on the cusp of a disruption in the job market. Finding a job amid this chaos can be challenging, but those who think outside the box will certainly prevail.
Now let's turn our attention to Africa. It is the world's second largest continent, both in terms of size and population. In both these metrics, Africa is second only to Asia. Africa is also the world's youngest continent. The average age is just 19. Every other continent is aging. The median age in Asia and South America is 31. Europe, North America and Oceania are even older. But Africa, on average, isn't even 20 yet. So it's a young continent that is growing. And by the end of the century, it will be home to about 40% of the human population. Now, there's a reason I gave you that demographic data. It was to highlight Africa's importance in the years to come. But now let's come back to the present and look at exactly what Africa already influences.
Africa is underrepresented in global governance structures, from the Security Council to international financial institutions, but overrepresented in the very challenges these structures are designed to address. Conflicts, emergencies, and geopolitical divisions have an outsized impact on the African continent. And this Council's agenda demonstrates this. Nearly half of all country-specific or regional conflicts on your agenda concern Africa.
The UN Secretary General made a valid point. Conflicts, emergencies, and geopolitical divisions have an outsized impact on Africa. But the continent is underrepresented in global governance structures. Africa is subjected to all the world's problems, but it does not have a fair say in the solutions. One disparity in particular was highlighted.
We cannot accept that the world's preeminent peace and security body lacks a permanent voice for a continent of well over 1 billion people, a young and rapidly growing population, making up 28% of the membership of the United Nations.
He's talking about the United Nations Security Council. It's the world's top security body, made up of 5 permanent members and 10 temporary ones who keep rotating. The permanent members are the US, the UK, France, China and Russia. These 5 countries have the coveted veto power, and they always have a say on global security issues because they are permanent members of the UNSC. Now look at those nations again. You have the US from North America, China from Asia, India should be on that list, and the UK and France from Europe. Russia is in both Europe and Asia, so only 3 of the 6 populated continents have permanent members. And Africa, the second largest continent in the world, doesn't have one. So why did the UN distribute power so unevenly? Well, you must remember that the United Nations was founded in 1945. Its hierarchy reflects a bygone era. In 1945, most of Africa was colonized. The African people were technically represented at the UNSC by their colonial overlords. It was the same for India. In 1945, we were still trying to throw off the English yoke. But the UNSC was frozen during that turbulent time. And even though the world is very different now, the UNSC has refused to get with the program. It drags its feet when it comes to opening up membership, no matter how deserving the country. But the tables are slowly turning.
The fact that Africa continues to be manifestly underrepresented on the Security Council is simply wrong, offending as it does both the principles of equity and inclusion. It runs counter to the principle of sovereign equality of states and calls for the urgency to reform this institution to reflect the world as it is now rather than what it was nearly 80 years ago.
More and more people are speaking up, demanding fairness, better representation and an end to the UNSC's old world outlook. Africa deserves a member, so does South America. India should definitely be in the UNSC. It's just the logical thing to do. But the UNSC wouldn't reform itself due to logic alone. We need to keep building pressure and support each other's case. Only then is there some hope for change. And now let's talk about lithium, also known as white gold. There's a rush for this metal across the world. It's because how important it is for energy transition. Lithium is used to make batteries for electric vehicles. Every country is looking to mine it, and Serbia has one such project. A lithium mine that could cater to 90% of the European Union's demands. Except there's a problem. The Serbians want it shuttered, and they're turning up on the streets to protest. Our next report tells you why.
Thousands took to the streets of Belgrade. They marched across the Serbian capital to protest against one project, the Rio Tinto lithium mining project.
The mine cannot be built on agricultural land. In 30 years, you will have a desert there. Agriculture from the village brings more income to this country than the Rio Tinto mine. And ultimately, for our health and the health of everyone, this mine should not be allowed.
This will ruin our country, ruin our arable land and fields, and in the end there will be no positive effect. Above all, the story of economic power for Serbia is the same as digging diamonds in South Africa.
Serbia has massive deposits of lithium. They were discovered in the year 2004. They are located in the Jadar Valley, near the western city of Loznica. Rio Tinto, an Anglo-Australian company, was given the license to mine here to extract lithium. The project was worth $2.4 billion. In 2022, the license had to be revoked due to protests. But the project was restarted last month following a government U-turn, and it's backed by the European Union. Last month, deals were signed granting EU car makers like Mercedes and Stellantis exclusive access to Serbian lithium, which makes it crucial for the entire bloc. Lithium is a strategically valuable metal. It's used to make batteries for electric vehicles. The EU is trying to transition to zero emissions, and this mine is crucial to its plans. It could meet almost 90% of the EU's lithium needs. Plus, it could be one of the world's largest lithium producers. But Serbians say it would damage the environment. It would pollute their land and water, leading to public health hazards.
The government knows that they will lose the support of Germany and Scholz and the whole of Europe and America, of course, and that they will let them down the water after that. That's why they accuse us that we want to overthrow the government and we only defend our country.
Earlier, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić vowed that no mining operations will begin until environmental safety is guaranteed. But that did not stop the protests. So Vučić has changed his tune. He calls these demonstrations a coup attempt against him. His government says that the protesters have a political motive.
I do not think the goal of the protest is genuine. They are not concerned about the environment. Their goal is political and it's targeted against the government of Serbia.
The Serbian government says that charges will be filed against all protesters. But it's unlikely that the Serbians will stop their protest until the project is axed.
What if we told you about a superfood that would make you live longer? Would you be interested? It is naturally grown, healthy, cheap, tasty, and most likely sitting in your nearest grocery store. What are we talking about? Well, that depends. Gen Z likes calling it plant pop. Most Indians call it makhana, and that's the term we will use tonight, mostly to avoid confusion. Because fun fact, makhana is also called foxnut, when it is not a nut at all, it is a seed. It is also called lotus seed, when in fact it is a seed of the water lily and not lotus. Seriously, who is naming plants these days? But jokes aside, this is the contentious plant that gives us makhana. This floating lily is native to Asia. It is widely grown in India, China and Japan, but 90% of the world's makhana comes from just one state, and that is Bihar, the northwestern state of India, the northeastern state of India. It receives heavy rainfall. This is ideal weather for the plant because it grows in stagnant wetlands. No fertilizers or pesticides are needed. It is naturally organic, but harvesting it is a labor-intensive job. It is mostly carried out by fishermen. They dive to the bottom of deep, muddy ponds at depths of about 8 feet. They find seeds of the water lily, which grow underwater. Once harvested, it is washed, roasted, and hit with a mallet. The seed shell pops open, exposing the white part that is actually eaten, hence the name plant pop. This is an exhausting process. It is crude and manual, also unhygienic and dangerous. Yet, producing makhana is a generational industry in India. The food is well loved here. It is eaten as a snack, also added to dishes and desserts, especially the milk pudding called kheer. Makhana is loved in neighboring China as well, where it is grown for medicinal purposes. But over the past few years, there has been a shift. Makhana has gotten a makeover. It is now a global hit with a market worth $43 million and growing. It is gaining prominence as a superfood. It is a powerhouse of minerals like calcium, magnesium, zinc and potassium. It is high in vitamin B, protein and fiber. It has less fat and calories. It helps lower your weight, blood pressure and cholesterol levels. So it is packed with benefits and it can be tasty. On its own, it is a bland food, but it acts as a sponge. It takes on the flavor of any spice you toss it in, and people are getting quite creative with that last bit. There are wasabi makhanas, peri-peri, caramel, also cheese and tomato. It is a healthier alternative to junk food any day. So supermarket aisles are stocking roasted makhanas. Celebrities are endorsing it. And people are nutty over fox nuts on TikTok. But how did this happen? How did the humble makhana become a global superfood? Well, there are 3 reasons. 1, people got creative. 2, social media helped. And 3, India realized the superpower of makhana. We dove right into this huge market by choosing not to dive into muddy waters anymore. Thanks to Indian farmers, they're changing the cultivation process. The lily plants are now grown in shallow waters, so seeds are harvested at a quicker pace, and there are more job opportunities for women here. There are more experiments with seeds as well. There are newer machines that roast and pop the fox seeds. Farmers are making more money. The industry is only growing. In 2022, foxnut farming was being done on about 35,000 hectares, which is a threefold increase over a decade. So in a gist, better hygiene, lesser time and labor, and higher output. It is a perfect mix. It has made Makhana India's new culinary mascot. Before our last story tonight, let me ask you a question. When you think about life on Mars, what do you picture? Maybe airborne sleeping pods or multi-level housing towers. But what do you think about underground colonies? We ask because scientists have discovered water on Mars. It is an underground reservoir, enough to fill an ocean that covers the entire planet. That is a lot of water, and this is good news. But the problem is, this water is too deep to tap. What does this mean for human life on Mars? Is the Martian underground habitable? Here is a report.
Rugged and tan. No, we aren't talking about a rom-com hero, we're describing the crust of Mars. Yes, the planet that billionaires seem to be obsessed with.
Study the interior of Mars.
But this is a good day to be a billionaire. Much like any other day, because scientists have finally done it. NASA has found water on Mars. They've discovered a reservoir of liquid water deep in the crust of the planet. Enough to make up a whole ocean. Scientists say it's enough to cover the entirety of Mars to a depth of 1.6 kilometers. How did NASA find this water? It's all thanks to an outer space robotic explorer, the InSight lander. It touched down on Mars in 2018. It studied Martian quakes or Marquakes, as many as 1,300 of them. It studied the seismic vibrations to understand how the red planet moves. This data has revealed the presence of underground water on Mars. Now, we know what you may be thinking. Didn't we already find water on Mars? Well, we did. In 2015, NASA found liquid salt water on Mars. But this latest discovery is significant because it indicates that there's a much larger amount of water on the planet, which might make it possible for humans to inhabit it. But there is a catch here. The Martian water is playing hard to get. Why? Because it's trapped. It's trapped in tiny cracks and pores of rocks in the middle of the crust.
So the liquid water is roughly 11 to 20 kilometers beneath the subsurface, and getting that liquid water would be quite challenging. For example, on Earth, you often have to circulate fluids, whether that be liquid water or mud, to make drilling a little bit easier.
Just as on Earth, on Mars as well, humans will need drills and other equipment to use the water. They will need power capabilities on the foreign planet. So they will either have to bring such high-level technology to Mars or make the technology on the planet. Either way, this will be challenging. But in all likelihood, scientists will try, because humans need water to colonize Mars. That's the long-term priority. But for the time being, researchers have set their goals lower. Now that they've found the Martian water, they want to understand it, its contents, its purpose, and use this knowledge to find out more about the planet itself. The climate, surface and interior of Mars, and if there are habitable environments on Mars buried deep underground. And most importantly, the planet's evolution.
Mars once looked like Earth 3 billion years ago, and now it doesn't. It's dry and it's desolate. And so a big question is, where's the water? Where did it go?
Humans can only hope that the scientists answer these questions. Because do you know what's cooler than living on Mars? Living in sci-fi Martian colonies that are underground.
This week is a pretty special one, especially if you're planning a holiday. This Thursday is India's Independence Day, and next Monday is Raksha Bandhan, a special festival that celebrates siblings. Both days are public holidays, so if you take Friday off, you get a very long weekend. Now, some in our newsroom started getting ideas, but we shut them down fast. But we can't shut down the internet. People have already figured out excuses for Friday. I'm guessing a lot of distant relatives will be dying all of a sudden, and hospitals will be packed with imaginary stomach bugs and viruses. No such joy for us though, because public holidays mean more work for journalists. So our only respite is this: seeing all the jokes that you are cracking on the long weekend. Take a look.
The faster the deliverance, the faster.
क्या बताई बाबू, मन कुछ अंदर से अच्छा नहीं
आँखों में से धुआं निकल रहा है, मेरे जहन से फापे कमिंग आउट।
HR मैम, मैं ना बीमार हूँ थोड़ा सा तो डॉक्टर ने मुझे ना बेड रेस्ट के लिए बोला है, तो मैं ऑफिस से सख्त नहीं आ पाऊंगा। आप प्लीज मेरी छुट्टी अप्रूव करवा दोगे क्या?
How would you say your mental focus is?
Oh, it's focused.
Now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. Taiwan welcomes its Olympic athletes with 3 fighter jets escorting the plane carrying them home. A 4.4 magnitude earthquake strikes Los Angeles, and countries mark World Elephant Day to raise awareness about the plight of the animals. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1961, East Germany began constructing the Berlin Wall. It separated East Berlin from West Berlin. The wall was a symbol of the Cold War. It came down in 1989 after people broke it down. Leaving you on that note, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. Former President Donald Trump and billionaire Elon Musk hosted a friendly conversation Monday on X. Musk interviewed the Republican presidential nominee after a delay of more than 40 minutes due to technical difficulties, which he blamed on an unconfirmed cyber attack. The lengthy conversation was heard live by more than 1 million users. Trump ranted about illegal immigration, repeatedly called President Joe Biden stupid, and insulted his Democratic rival Kamala Harris several times. The discussion began with the former president retelling how he survived the assassination attempt at his Pennsylvania rally last month. Now, throughout the interview, the tech titan asked Donald Trump softball questions that allowed him to stick to his talking points, which were not challenged by Musk. The former president, without any evidence, accused Democrats of a coup to remove President Biden from the 2024 presidential election and expressed anger about the nomination of Kamala Harris.
He hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said, we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way.
The former president also discussed the vice president's appearance on a Time magazine cover, and strangely, he praised her looks, comparing her to his wife, Melania Trump. Meanwhile, Musk, who was born in South Africa, slammed the Biden administration's handling of illegal migrants and likened the southern border to a zombie apocalypse. Identifying himself as a legal immigrant, Musk said it is impossible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth. Now, during the 2-hour-long chat, Donald Trump boasted about his relationship with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, Russia's Vladimir Putin, and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un.
Well, I know Putin, I know President Xi, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea, I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough, they're smart, they're vicious, and they're going to protect their country. Whether they love their country, they probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game.
Trump also proposed to build an Iron Dome similar to Israel's and insisted that America would be safer under his watch. On the growing climate crisis, the ex-president said rising sea levels were an opportunity for more oceanfront property. The real threat, Trump suggested, was the countries that have significant nuclear power and could attack the United States in the future. Meanwhile, Elon Musk reiterated his strong support for Donald Trump and touted a job in a future Trump administration to serve on a cost-cutting committee. Donald Trump appeared sold on the job application and applauded Musk, who cut much of the workforce months after taking over Twitter, changed the platform's name, and lifted the ban on Donald Trump to use the site again. And shifting focus to the Middle East, Israel has put its military on the highest levels of alert after the United States shared intelligence reports saying that Iran plans to launch an attack as early as this week. White House spokesperson John Kirby said that Iran's top leadership had approved plans to strike Israel to avenge the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran on July 31st. American intelligence officials added that Tehran had prepared its missile and drone units similar to the steps taken by Iran when it launched its first ever direct attack on Israel in April of this year. Now, joining the United States, France, Germany, Italy, and the UK warned Iran against attacking Israel. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer held a phone call with Iran's president and urged him to stand down from escalating the war in the region. However, Iran said it has the right to respond to Israel and defend its territorial sovereignty. Meanwhile, Israel said it is in fact tracking Iran's military movements and is prepared to respond to any kind of attack.
We are prepared at peak readiness in attack and defense, and we will act according to the instructions of the political echelon. Regarding the questions that arise from the public about the situation, your preparedness and vigilance, the public, are important to us. At the same time, at this stage, there is no change in the defense policy of the Home Front Command. We have very broad attack plans and are highly prepared for execution. Hezbollah is planning to act. We are not waiting for the other side. We attack all the time and remove threats as soon as we detect them. We are at peak readiness for this mission.
As tensions with Iran increase in the region, the United States has agreed to resume selling offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia. In 2021, the Biden administration placed an arms embargo on the Saudi kingdom after accusing Riyadh of human rights violations in the war against the Yemen-based Houthis. The fighting between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis was brought to an end in the spring of 2022. However, since then, the Iran-backed Houthis have increased their aggression by launching missiles at military and commercial ships in the Red Sea. Now, there has not been a single Saudi airstrike into Yemen in 2 years. However, Washington says that Riyadh remains one of its most dependable allies in the region. Citing bureaucratic hurdles, diplomatic procedures, and geopolitical considerations, the United States will now sell precision-guided bombs and missiles to Saudi Arabia. Additionally, Riyadh is seeking a civilian nuclear deal and protection guarantees against Iran and its proxies. Meanwhile, the United States is hoping for support from Saudi Arabia if, in fact, Iran does go ahead with an attack on Israel. And now to Europe, where Vladimir Putin has vowed a worthy response against Ukraine's incursion into Russia's southwestern region of Kursk. Ordering troops to dislodge the enemy from Russian territories, Putin said that the Ukrainian attack was aimed at improving Kyiv's negotiating position ahead of possible peace talks.
It is becoming obvious and clear now why the Kyiv regime had refused our proposals to return to a peaceful settlement plan, as well as the proposals of interested and neutral mediators. It appears that the enemy, with the help of his Western masters, is fulfilling their will, and the West is fighting us with the hands of the Ukrainians. So looks like the enemy seeks to improve its negotiating positions in the future. The enemy will certainly receive a worthy response, and all our objectives will undoubtedly be achieved.
Last week, Ukrainian soldiers rammed through the border region of Kursk in their biggest incursion since the beginning of Russia's invasion of their country in 2022. Caught by surprise, Moscow deployed its troops on the ground, who are now struggling to quash the offensive. The acting governor says Kyiv now controls more than 24 settlements in the Kursk region, where thousands have already fled their homes.
Currently, the situation in the Kursk region is difficult. 28 settlements are under control of the enemy. The depth of incursion into the territory of the Kursk region is 12 kilometers. The width along the front is 40 kilometers. There are 12 dead civilians, 121 injured, including 10 children.
Putin now claims there's been an increase in men signing up to fight the Ukrainian troops. Meanwhile, Russia has evacuated civilians from regions around Kursk, and now all of this comes as Ukraine's top commander briefed President Volodymyr Zelensky, saying their forces have indeed captured 1,000 square kilometers of Russian land.
I held a staff meeting. Commander-in-Chief Syrskyi reported on the situation at the front and all key defense directions, as well as on the operation in the Kursk region. General reported that about 1,000 square kilometers in the Kursk region are under Ukrainian control. This includes areas from which the Russian army had launched attacks on our Sumy region.
President Zelensky said that Ukraine's northeastern Sumy region, which lies across the border from Kursk, has been attacked by Russia more than 2,000 times since June.
As of today, and since June 1st, there have been almost 2,100 episodes of shelling of the Sumy region. Therefore, our operations are purely a security matter for Ukraine, aimed at liberating the border areas from Russian military presence. I thank all our soldiers, sergeants, and officers for their courage and effective actions. It is entirely justified to destroy Russian terrorists wherever they are, wherever they launch their attacks from. Russian military airfields, Russian logistics. We see the benefits this can bring in bringing peace closer. Russia needs to be forced into peace, especially if Putin is so set on fighting.
On Monday, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham visited Kyiv and called the Ukrainian attack bold, brilliant, and beautiful.
Think about Kursk, bold, brilliant, beautiful. Keep it up. Putin started this, kick his ass. Bottom line is to the administration, I appreciate your support. Let these people fight. Give them weapons they need to win a war they can't afford to lose.
Now, with the Ukrainian forces embarrassing Russia's top military brass, pressure mounts on Putin to agree to talks about halting the war. And climate change is hitting Mexico hard, very hard. In the central state of Michoacan, a 1,000-year-old pyramid partially collapsed after incessant rainfall. The indigenous tribe who built the pyramid have called it a bad omen. The tribe says that the last time the pyramid partially fell was right before Spain colonized Mexico and the subcontinent. So is the pyramid collapse a supernatural sign of impending doom or simply climate change? Here's our report seeking answers.
A 1,100-year-old pyramid in the Ehuatzio archaeological zone in Michoacan, Mexico, partially collapsed last week, sparking fears among local tribes that the incident could be a bad omen. The pyramid, one of two at the site, was severely damaged due to intense rain as rocks and debris tumbled down from the ancient structure. The indigenous Purepecha tribe, who originally built the Yakata pyramids, believes its destruction foreshadows a significant natural disaster. A descendant of the tribe spoke about the symbolism of the collapse. For our ancestors, the builders, this was a bad omen that indicated the proximity of an important event. He further explained that before the arrival of the Spanish colonizers, a similar event occurred, which the tribe interpreted as a sign of displeasure from their gods. Federal officials, however, confirmed that the collapse was exacerbated by a combination of extreme weather conditions. A prolonged drought had caused cracks in the pyramid structure, and when the rain finally came, it weakened the already vulnerable walls, leading to the partial collapse. The impact of high temperatures and the subsequent rain underscores the growing concerns about climate change in Mexico, where extreme weather patterns are becoming increasingly common. Archaeologists are now assessing the damage and are planning to thoroughly repair the pyramid. However, the incident has reignited discussions about the broader implications of climate change. The Foundation for Advancement in Conservation, in collaboration with the National Endowment for the Humanities, has been studying how climate change affects ancient buildings like this pyramid. Their findings indicate that as the climate crisis deepens, it will significantly influence which sites and collections are prioritized for protection. Mexico, like many other countries, is grappling with the escalating effects of climate change. Rising temperatures, unpredictable rainfall and more frequent weather events are not only threatening the natural environment but also the rich cultural heritage. For the Purepecha and other indigenous communities, the collapse of the pyramid is not just a physical loss but a symbolic one as well, reflecting deeper fears about the future in an era of rapid environmental change.
And finally, from Italy, where the glamorous town of Portofino is facing a sizzling dilemma. With temperatures reaching a scorching 105 degrees Fahrenheit, residents are installing air conditioning units in a desperate attempt to keep themselves cool. But the town's mayor has launched a crackdown on the air conditioning units, calling them ugly and an eyesore in the scenic town. In fact, neighbors are even snitching on each other as police officials use drones to locate homes with air conditioners and hand out hefty fines. Our final report details the drama ensuing from rising temperatures in this idyllic town.
Portofino, the jewel of the Italian Riviera, is where luxury meets the sea. A haven for the world's elite, this picturesque town has always been known for its charm and exclusivity. Yet, as the summer sun blazes down, turning the quaint pastel-colored cottages into ovens, even the wealthiest of its residents discovered that money couldn't buy everything. Definitely not a cool breeze. With temperatures soaring to a blistering 105 degrees Fahrenheit or 40 degrees Celsius, air conditioning units became a must-have for the well-heeled locals and visitors alike. However, there was one problem.
the mayor of Portofino had declared a war on these bulky machines. His mission? To preserve the town's aesthetic beauty at all costs. Under local regulations, homeowners were forbidden from mounting air conditioners on the front of their homes. But the desperate residents, battling the oppressive heat, tried everything from hiding their units on terraces and rooftops to painting them in bright colors to blend in with the surroundings. But their efforts were not enough to escape the watchful eyes of the authorities. The mayor, determined to keep Portofino's charm intact, employed a small army of local police to patrol the narrow streets and alleyways. Not content with just boots on the ground, he also deployed drones to scour the rooftops for any signs of the illegal devices. Since January, 22 homeowners were caught red-handed and ordered to remove their AC units. As the summer heat intensified, another 15 units were spotted and flagged by the authorities. But this wasn't just a battle of wills between the residents and the town hall. It turned into a full-blown neighborhood feud, with reports of residents snitching on one another in a bitter game of tit-for-tat. Some even went so far as to invite neighbors into their homes, only to secretly photograph their air conditioning units and report them to the police. The stakes were high. Those who dared to break the rules faced fines as steep as nearly $55,000. The atmosphere in Portofino grew as hot as the weather. The mayor insisted that the campaign is not about punishing people, but about preserving the town's natural beauty. However, with 40 complaints already logged and temperatures still climbing, it's clear that the battle is far from over. And so the conflict between comfort and beauty in the idyllic village of Portofino carries on.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with Sudan. Talks to end the more than a year-long civil war in the country will begin this week, but possibly without one of the warring sides at the table. The Sudanese armed forces, which have been fighting the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF, for over 15 months, have refused to participate in the upcoming peace talks. Mediator United States last month invited Sudan's warring sides to ceasefire talks, co-hosted with Saudi Arabia and Switzerland. The talks in Geneva are scheduled to start on Wednesday and could last up to 10 days. Though the RSF has confirmed its participation, the Sudanese army has rejected the invitation. On Sunday, consultations were held between Sudan's government and the US in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. However, they ended without an agreement on whether a delegation from the army or the government would participate in the Geneva peace talks. Now, the US has said that the talks will proceed this week despite the absence of the Sudan army.
We would have preferred for these talks to start in April when we began trying for this round, if not April, May, if not May, June, then July. But we will move forward with this event this week, and that has been made clear to the parties. We have had a commitment and engagement from the RSF. We've had extensive engagement with the SAF, but they have not yet given us an affirmation, which would be necessary today for moving forward with seating them on the 14th.
Though RSF leader General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo reiterated his force's participation in the talks, he has announced a new force to continue its offensive in Sudan. In recent days, the RSF has continued its assault in parts of Sudan, including the areas near the capital Khartoum. The attacks have killed children in a designated safe space. The fighting has particularly intensified in the city of Al-Fashir in southwest Sudan, where at least 40 were killed during the morning prayers last week. Thousands have been trapped in the city without access to humanitarian aid. The US says the situation in Al-Fashir will be specifically emphasized during the talks. But Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan has reservations. He has said the RSF's actions, particularly its occupation of civilian areas, despite agreements made last year, have hindered him from sending a delegation for the talks. Last month, Sudan's army chief survived an assassination attempt after a drone targeted an army base that he was visiting. The chief blamed the attack on the RSF and ruled out any negotiations with the paramilitary. While the army has also raised concerns about the presence of the UAE in Sudan peace talks, Washington has insisted UAE's participation as an observer in the talks. The Sudanese government has outrightly rejected it, as it has accused the UAE of providing weapons to the RSF. The UAE has denied the allegations. So the Sudanese government will be a no-show in Geneva, and it is almost certain that the talks will be another failed attempt to bring peace. The civil war that erupted in April last year in Sudan has killed thousands, while over 10 million people have been uprooted from their homes. The UN says the country is on the brink of famine. The mediators have emphasized that there is no military solution for the conflict and only a dialogue could prevail. What would it take for both the sides to reach the negotiating table? Now, to discuss this further, we have with us Nicodemus Minde, a researcher at the Institute for Security Studies. He joins us live from Nairobi. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Now, what are the main objectives of the Sudan peace talks, considering the Sudan's warring sides, one of which have not confirmed their attendance? What are the prospects of a ceasefire deal emerging from these talks?
Well, as you have rightly put it in your introduction, these talks have been delayed since April. This was 12 months into the conflict. Now we are actually approaching the 15th month since the conflict erupted in April last year. So these talks actually are latest in several international efforts to bring to an end the war that has claimed, as you have put it, the lives of so many people and caused a lot of humanitarian crisis. But of course, it is also, these talks are aimed at providing some sort of a mechanism to monitor and implement some of the previous ceasefire agreements that have been reached by international actors. And if you can also read into it to find that the United States has promised that these talks are not just about a ceasefire in themselves, but just a general launching of a process that will kickstart future discussions for ceasefire. That's the reason for the meeting.
Absolutely. And Sudan's army leader, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, has said that the military will not join the talks. What are the reasons behind the military's non-confirmation, and what efforts are being made to encourage their participation?
So you find that the army chief, that is Fattah al-Burhan, has actually made some sort of reservations about, first, the participation of the RSF as a result of their continued incursion in parts of southwest Sudan, and the killings in Al-Fashar and the abduction of cities and the like. So he has reservations about the participation of the RSF, who have actually confirmed that they're going to participate in these talks in Geneva. But of course, there's also reservations, as your story has actually rightly put it, about the participation of the UAE, which by all reports, international reports, show that there is some sort of connection, or which are providing some sort of support to the rapid support forces in terms of weapons and weapons and diplomatic alliances. So the UAE, of course, has denied these particular claims, but those are the reservations that the Al-Burhan and the South Sudan armed forces has about their participation in these peace talks.
Right, and Nicodemus, can we explore what are the contributions and also the influence of the United States and Saudi Arabia in these peace talks?
So if I may be able to give you some sort of a context, this conflict has a number of international dynamics, regional as well. So we have regional actors into the conflict, the likes of Egypt, the likes of African countries who are really interested in the resolution of this particular conflict. But we also have Gulf countries that are also interested in this conflict, the likes of Saudi Arabia, because the first round of talks that were carried out in the immediate aftermath of the conflict that happened last year were the Jeddah talks, which we saw now the involvement of Saudi Arabia. Of course, the United States is also an international actor because of its continued demands or calls for a cessation of hostilities, and of course for calling for issues around humanitarian, dealing with humanitarian crisis. So we see a plethora of actors, not just regional, but also international actors, who have also are intertwined in terms of their responsibilities and needs in terms of international politics as well as geopolitics. That's why you find the United States heavily involved in these particular talks. Of course, they also offer some sort of as a guarantor to these talks.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your analysis and insights on the latest on these peace talks.
Thank you very much.
Shifting focus to Kenya, the hearing resumes in one of the world's worst cult-related tragedies. The leader of a Kenyan cult who allegedly inspired over 400 followers to starve themselves to death has pleaded not guilty to the manslaughter charges. Self-proclaimed Pastor Paul Mackenzie appeared in court in the coastal city of Mombasa alongside 94 other suspects. Mackenzie was arrested in April last year. Over 400 bodies, including those of children, were recovered from mass graves in the areas that he owned in Shakahola, a remote forest in eastern Kenya. Autopsies revealed that most victims had died of hunger, but many, including children, appeared to have been strangled, beaten, or suffocated. Mackenzie allegedly told his followers that if they starve, they would get to heaven more quickly and meet Jesus. The discoveries of mass graves sent shockwaves across Kenya and the world. Since then, the incident has been dubbed the Shakahola massacre. The bodies have not yet been identified. So far, only 34 bodies have been returned. Now, the prosecution says over 400 witnesses will testify over the next 4 days as the trial continues. The prosecution describes the case as unique in Kenya, and the suspects would be prosecuted under a law relating to suicide pacts. Mackenzie is also facing 2 other trials, one for terrorism, which started in July. Another one is on child abuse charges, which include subjecting children to torture, assault, cruelty, and infringing a child's right to education. Mackenzie has denied all the charges. He had a controversial past even before he moved to the remote Shakahola forest in 2019. In 2017 and 2018, he was arrested for encouraging children not to go to school, as he claimed education was satanic. Last November, he was sentenced to a year in prison for illegally operating a film studio associated with his preaching and distributing films without a valid filming license. The case has raised concerns about the cult culture in Kenya. The East African country has a highly religious population, with several cases of people being lured into dangerous, unregulated churches or cults. In Central Africa, the trade dispute between neighbors Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia has shown signs of easing. Zambia and the DRC have agreed to reopen their border after it was shut amid tensions. Congo says talks are underway to enable a rapid reopening of the border. On Sunday, Zambia announced the closure of the border after its northern neighbor, DRC, imposed a ban on import of soft drinks, beer and lime from the country. The Congolese government's decision triggered protests by truckers in areas bordering Zambia. Now, Zambia said it closed the border to protect its truck drivers as the protests escalated. As the ban, saying it could set a dangerous precedent for future ties and lead to heavy loss of jobs. This dispute came just a few months after the two neighbors signed a cooperation agreement under the Southern African Development Community, aiming to make cross-border trade easier. Zambia's decision to shut its border threatened DRC's ability to export its minerals. The Democratic Republic of Congo has massive gold, copper and cobalt reserves in its mineral-rich east. It is by far the world's biggest producer of cobalt, which is in high demand and is used in batteries that power electric vehicles, smartphones and computers. DRC is also the world's second biggest producer and third largest exporter of copper, producing about 2.84 million tons in 2023. But the landlocked nation relies on Zambia for its exports. The Democratic Republic of Congo's minerals are typically sent by road to Zambia, passing through the town of Kasumbalesa, and then to regional ports in Tanzania, South Africa and Namibia for shipping. Zambia is also a key gateway for the DRC's imports. So the border closure by Zambia created a crisis for DRC's mineral industry as it blocked a key export route. For now, the Democratic Republic of Congo says it would authorize the import of goods covered under the ban, whose importation had been initiated before the ban came into effect. But tensions continue to simmer as the two sides still look for a permanent solution to the dispute. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In the heart of West Africa, where legends and history intertwine, a city awakens to the sound of celebration. Porto Novo, Benin's cultural jewel, has become a stage where masked figures emerge from the shadows, bringing with them the stories of generations past. This is more than just a festival. It is a journey into the soul of a nation, where every mask tells a tale. Our next report brings you all the details.
In the heart of Benin, the capital city of Porto Novo buzzed with excitement as a brand new festival took center stage. The Porto Novo Mask Festival, a 3-day celebration, welcomed participants from across Benin and neighbouring countries like Togo and Burkina Faso. The streets thrummed with traditional music, while the air was alive with the energy of acrobats and stilt walkers perched on towering 8-metre poles. It was a vibrant, colourful spectacle filled with the spirit of both celebration and reverence.
You've seen that the people are very happy, they're expressing themselves, they're having a good time. And I think this is how we're going to show people that Benin is full of cultural potential.
The festival wasn't just about entertainment, it was a celebration of Benin's rich cultural heritage and a proud display of the country's deep-rooted traditions. The event was launched by the government and city officials to replace the usual Porto Novo International Festival held in January, and it was a stunning success. Crowds marvelled at the rare appearance of masked and costumed figures, some of which are usually kept hidden away in their respective regions. The festival was a dazzling mix of secular and religious masks, showing the profound connection between the people and their ancestral spirits.
Our parents had hidden voodoo masks, but the rest of us, like everything else, are now rediscovering, so we are bringing them out. There, the masks that came out of Voodoo Hound, it is their pride. They are internationally recognized.
Among the festival's main attractions were the Gonuko, towering masked figures native to Porto Novo, and the Zangbeto, the traditional Vodun guardians of the night. These figures, along with the rare Hunwe mask, captivated the audience, leaving a lasting impression on all who witnessed their grandeur.
We saw masks being paraded and we thought it was extraordinary. It reminded me of some shots from the Caribbean when you watch a festival, and I wasn't expecting to have a nice surprise like that in Benin. The quality was exceptional. The organization was super. Truly, congratulations.
The festival was more than just a cultural showcase. It was an opportunity to shine a spotlight on Porto Novo and to promote tourism. The city's mayor proudly noted that the event put Porto Novo in the spotlight, attracting visitors from near and far. Earlier in the year, the government had also revamped Benin's famous Voodoo festival, underscoring its commitment to preserving and promoting the country's cultural heritage.
Today, we're making it more professional and we're positioning ourselves, especially in relation to masks. From now on, Porto Novo is a city that will be stand out and set itself apart, because we now have an event that really puts us in the spotlight, the Festival of Masks.
So, as the festival came to a close, there was a sense of fulfillment in the air. Porto Novo had not only celebrated its past, but had also set the stage for a future where its traditions and culture would continue to thrive. The Porto Novo Mask Festival was more than just an event. It was a testament to the enduring beauty and wealth of Benin's cultural heritage. And for those who attended, it was an unforgettable experience, filled with joy, pride, and a deeper understanding of the rich tapestry that is Benin.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Our lead story tonight is about Google. Will Google be broken up? The search giant is in the crosshairs of the US government and the stakes couldn't be higher. Google is worth well over $2 trillion. As of April this year, more than 2 billion people were using Google and its products. The company reaches every continent on this planet. It has more than 70 offices, 70 offices in 50 countries. By the end of 2023, Google had more than 180,000 employees. It is more powerful than governments and richer than many countries. Google has been among America's crown jewels. But now the US government feels that this company is too big to regulate, and they have a point. Wherever there is internet, there is Google. For a lot of people, internet means Google. It is the only search engine they use. But Google's wealth comes from a wide range of products. Search is only a part of it. There is the Chrome browser, there's YouTube for videos, Gmail for email, Google Drive for storage, Google Maps for navigation, and the Android operating systems for smartphones. It's a long list. All these products together make Google worth over $2 trillion. So what happens if the company is broken up? Each of these products, Chrome, YouTube, Google Drive, Gmail, Maps, Android, they may be split from the parent company and siphoned into separate entities. That is one possibility. Business units like Android and the Chrome browser could be divested. Everything else remains as it is. But whatever is decided, Google will be hollowed out. Whichever way this goes, Google will be hollowed out. I know you have questions about this, like why is this happening? Why does the US government want to break up Google? It started with a lawsuit. Google was sued by the US government, by their Justice Department. They said Google is a monopoly and it is using all its power to control the market for search. How? By paying off other internet companies like Apple, the maker of iPhones. Google paid a lot of money to Apple to make sure that Google Search is the default search engine on its devices. So when you use an Apple product, when you pick up your iPhone or your iPad and you open the Safari browser to look for something, all its searches are directed to Google. Similarly, Google paid off Mozilla too. Mozilla makes the Firefox internet browser. So Google targeted Firefox to make sure that all the searches from Firefox came to Google. Now, we don't have the exact figure, but reports say that Google paid billions of dollars to these players. Now, the US Justice Department says that Google violated America's antitrust laws. So they took the matter to court, and the judge agreed. He declared that Google is a monopolist. So it was a win for the US government. Now, the Justice Department wants to use this opportunity to enforce antitrust laws. They want to take action and check Google's monopoly. Of course, the company will fight this in court. And this is what is expected to happen. A judge will finally decide if and how Google will be broken up.
Well, Google is going to appeal, and we don't know how long that's going to take. What we do know is going to happen is there's going to be what's called a remedy phase. That's the next act in this legal showdown, is what's known as a remedy phase. And the first hearing on that is September 6th. But that process is going to take months to happen too. It could take a year just to do that. That's where the judge is going to decide what kind of changes must be imposed to make a more competitive landscape.
At the center of this case are America's antitrust laws. Now, what are antitrust laws? These are laws that regulate how goods and services are sold in the market. They ensure that a balance is maintained, that the market remains fair. For every player who wants to enter a business, the market should be fair. There should be a level playing field. Let's try and understand this through a packet of chips. Imagine this scenario. There's a famous brand of chips that everyone likes. It is available widely. It has a range of flavors. Whenever you go to your local supermarket, you find only this brand of chips. It is on all the shelves. You may not even realize or question this. Why does the supermarket keep only this specific brand of chips? What about the other brands? There's a good chance you won't even think about this. After all, it's just a packet of chips, and you like this brand. So when you want to have chips, you just buy what is available. But here is what you don't know. The maker of these chips struck a deal with the supermarket. They asked the supermarket owner to only sell their brand of chips and to keep the competition away. So they bought all the shelves for chips in the supermarket. In exchange, the supermarket owner gets a slice of the profits. That's how they rig the market. Now imagine if a new chips brand wants to enter this market. It's a startup that makes healthy chips. They taste the same or even better. And they come without preservatives maybe. But you won't be able to get your hands on this brand, this new brand, because your nearest supermarket won't keep them. After all, they're making money from that secret deal they struck. And this startup, this new company, doesn't have the money to outbid the big company. Such practices are more common than you would imagine. And that is why we need antitrust laws to make sure that everyone gets a fair chance to compete in an open market. More importantly, you, the customer, gets more choices. So Google, through its deals with Apple and Mozilla, tried to do something similar. It tried to make Google search the default search engine. And it used its money to block any potential challengers. Basically, Google wanted to rig the market in their favor. And now it faces the prospect of being dismantled into smaller entities. That would be the harshest punishment. Of course, Google can challenge all of this in higher courts, and the US government may end up resorting to a less severe punishment. They could force Google to share more data with competitors. They could enforce measures to slow down Google. They could also make it easier for other companies to compete. Basically, the government will try to level the playing field. And this is very important. The world will be watching how this case unfolds. Also, other tech giants like Apple, they will be watching this. Apple is already facing a lawsuit over iPhones. This is about how the Apple ecosystem works. They don't allow rival apps or software to run on Apple devices.
And as outlined in our complaint, we allege that Apple has consolidated its monopoly power, not by making its own products better, but by making other products worse.
A guilty verdict against Google may have a bearing on the case against Apple too. And these cases could have a domino effect on the tech industry at large, especially the big players like Meta, the parent company of Facebook, and Microsoft and Amazon. Global regulators are challenging them. They want these companies to be broken up because they're too powerful. The case against Google could set the precedent they need to move forward. Are you an engineer looking for a job? If yes, tech giant Cognizant has an exciting offer for you. An offer too good to be true. They're offering freshers 2.5 lakh rupees. Awesome, right? But hold off on applying because it's not 2.5 lakh rupees per month. It is 2.5 lakh rupees per annum, which comes to around 20,000 rupees per month or $240 US. And don't forget things like Provident Fund and insurance. After that, it will probably be less. Now, I know what you're thinking. It must be hard times for Cognizant. The company must be struggling to turn a profit. Well, wrong again. Cognizant's profits are up 22% compared to last year. They made $566 million in the second quarter, and I'm talking profits only. $566 million. Yet, what are they offering to new employees? Less than 20,000 rupees per month. That barely covers expenses. Cognizant's India headquarters is in the city of Chennai. Now look at the average cost of living there, between 19 and 32,000 rupees. And we are talking about basic survival, no luxuries, no holidays, no investments. And this is after getting an engineering degree. Compare this to other jobs. A driver in India gets paid 25,000 rupees. That's the average, 25,000 for a driver. A house help gets 20,000 rupees on average. And just to be clear, we are not demeaning these jobs. Every bit of labor has its own dignity. And yes, these jobs do not offer upward mobility, so a driver gets paid the same over many years. But an engineer gets promotions and pay hikes. Having said that, look at the skill difference. Look at the investment that you're putting in. An engineering course lasts 4 years. It costs anywhere between 3 to 20 lakh rupees depending on where you've gone to college. So ideally, you would expect better wages. Then why is it not happening? There are broadly two reasons. One is oversupply. India produces around 2 million engineers every year, but the economy cannot absorb all of them. In simpler words, there aren't enough jobs. Plus, having a degree is not enough. You must have the skills. Look at this report from 2020. It says 80% of Indian engineers are unemployable. 80%. Only 2.5% of them had AI skills. Around 5% had basic programming skills. The rest of them may get hired, but their wages will be quite low. And that's one reason for the low salary packages. The second reason is the corporate culture. And it's not just Cognizant. Let's look at other IT giants in India. TCS used to pay freshers around 3.2 lakh rupees in 2013. 3.2 lakh rupees in 2013. That's what TCS used to pay. How much do they pay now? Exactly the same. Infosys used to pay around 3 lakh rupees in 2013. Today they pay between 3 and 5 lakhs. Wipro is the same story. 3.3 lakh rupees in 2020. 3.5 lakh rupees in 2024. So wages haven't changed in a decade. The rupee's value has fallen, prices have gone up, rent has gone up, yet the salary remains the same. But that's not the case with the top bosses. Their story is very different. Cognizant CEO is the highest paid in India, the highest paid CEO in India. Last year, he took home around 186 crore rupees, which is more than $20 million. And why not? He's expanding the business in India. In fact, Cognizant opened a new campus in Hyderabad today. So the company is growing under his leadership, which is a good thing. The problem is the benefits do not trickle down. When profits rise, shareholders and top bosses jump in. But when profits fall, only the employees suffer. Some get laid off, others get salary cuts. Again, this problem is not limited to India. It's probably worse in Western countries. So the question is, what can we do about it? Some solutions must come from the government. If engineers lack certain skills, you must plug that, either with new skilling courses or changes in syllabus or new types of educational institutions. Take the IITs, for example. The first IIT was founded in the year 1950. The idea was to create a new class of leaders in technology, people who could build an independent India. And that bet paid off. Secondly, we need an attitude change. Demanding more salary is not a crime. It is not disloyalty. It is simply looking out for yourself. At the same time, we need to keep improving. A degree alone is not enough nowadays, evidently. You must keep upskilling. You must learn new things. If not, the world will leave you behind. Now let's look at Japan. Their Prime Minister is stepping down. It's this man, Fumio Kishida. Today he made the announcement. Kishida belongs to the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, or the LDP. In September, they will hold a contest to choose the party leader, and Kishida will not run for that.
The most obvious first step to show that the Liberal Democratic Party will change is for me to step aside. I will not run for the upcoming presidential election. I will continue to support the new leader who will be elected through the presidential election as a comrade.
So this is how it works. Kishida steps down, a new party leader is elected. He or she becomes Japan's Prime Minister, but it raises a few questions. Like, why is Kishida stepping down? Who will replace him? Why will Japan have 4 prime ministers in 4 years? What is wrong with the country's politics? Let's look at Kishida first. He's 67 years old. He belongs to a family of politicians. He served as foreign minister from 2012 to 2017. In fact, he's Japan's longest serving foreign minister. In 2021, he became prime minister. He succeeded Yoshihide Suga. He served 3 years in office, and those were tough years. There was the pandemic, 2 wars, the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, and multiple scandals in Tokyo. Kishida vowed to tackle Japan's demographic crisis. He touted his new capitalism policies. None of it worked. Japan's economy suffered, its growth spluttered, the yen plummeted, and Kishida's ratings went down with it. When he took office, his rating stood at around 50%. Last month, it was down to 15.5%, the lowest for any leader in a decade. Many blamed his lack of charisma for all of this. So Kishida finally chose to resign. In theory, he could continue until 2025, but that wouldn't have helped anyone. So they'll have to find a replacement now. Who will that be? A lot of names are doing the rounds. The first is Shigeru Ishiba. He's a former defense minister, also the secretary general of the ruling party, the LDP. Ishiba is seen as the strongest contender right now. But there are others too. like Digital Minister Taro Kono, the LDP Secretary General, Japan's Economic Security Minister and Foreign Minister. They're also in the race. Now, if any of these two win, Japan will have its first female prime minister, the first ever. The country got its first prime minister in 1885. Since then, 64 men have served as PM, 64 prime ministers, all men. In 1955, the Liberal Democrats took control of the parliament, and since then they have pretty much ruled Japan continuously. The same party has been in power for almost 70 years now. The LDP gave Japan its longest serving prime minister. That was Shinzo Abe. He ruled from 2012 to 2020. Now, 8 years may not sound like a long period of time, but in Japanese politics it is. Most of their prime ministers last less than 3 years. Fumio Kishida was in office for 35 months. He's Japan's 8th longest serving PM, so the bar is quite low. His predecessor Suga was in office for a year. And that tells you a thing or two about Japanese politics. The LDP may have ruled for decades, but people don't seem to trust the party anymore. There have been multiple scandals like the siphoning of campaign funds, corruption allegations, and the party is linked to fringe groups. Plus, there's discontent over Japan's declining population. The economy, like we said, is struggling, and the debt is rising. The problem is, none of this shows at the ballot box because Japan often has a low voter turnout and the opposition is quite weak. So despite all of these issues, the LDP sails through. It keeps winning elections. This time, though, the outcome may be different. Japan's political crisis is at a precipice. The LDP lost 3 by-elections in April. The general election is due next year in 2025, so it's a moment of reckoning for the ruling party. If the LDP does not clean up its act, it could lose control over a country it has ruled for 7 decades.
Finalizing a deal for an immediate ceasefire with hostage release in Gaza.
We'll see what Iran does. We'll see what happens.
It's the same old story in West Asia. The US asks Israel to de-escalate, then follows it up with a massive arms shipment. The latest one is worth $20 billion. We're talking about lethal weapons here. 50 F-15 fighter jets, advanced air-to-air missiles, 120mm tank ammunition and explosive mortars. It's the mother of all mixed signals. Washington keeps asking Israel to stop fighting, to sign a ceasefire with Hamas, yet they pump more and more weapons into Israel. This shipment will take time, though. The deliveries will be made over many years. The first cash is expected by 2026. But look at the timing. On Tuesday, Israel bombed Deir el-Balah. It's a city in central Gaza. It was hosting hundreds of Palestinian refugees. Just look at the destruction. Children covered in blood, babies killed in their sleep, that too when the world marked 75 years of the Geneva Convention, a convention that upholds humanity during war. Israel is not just ignoring those rules, it is tearing them up for the rest of the world to see. More than 40,000 Gazans have been killed since October. That's almost 130 deaths per day. The numbers alone will make you angry, but look at the stories behind them. I'll tell you about an incident from yesterday. A Gazan father had gone out to get birth certificates for his twins. The babies were born just 4 days ago. So the babies and their mother stayed back. The father went out to get the birth certificates. In that time, their building was bombed by Israel. When the father returned, everyone was dead. His wife, his mother-in-law, and his 4-day-old twins.
I went to get the birth certificates. I got 2 babies, twins. I got a call telling me that the house you are staying in got bombed. People from the neighborhood called me. My wife is gone, with my 2 babies and my mother-in-law.
Why is Israel continuing this? Almost every country wants them to stop. Families of hostages want them to stop. So why isn't Benjamin Netanyahu listening? Because he doesn't have to. You see, only one country's opinion truly matters to Israel, and that country is the United States of America. Joe Biden may criticize Netanyahu all he wants, but he's still sending weapons. For all the so-called outrage, guess how many weapons Biden has withheld? 1 shipment, that's it. Same with regional tensions. Israel has attacked Iran, Lebanon and Syria. What gives them this confidence? Again, the United States of America. Biden has moved more firepower into West Asia. He's also promised to defend Israel if attacked. So why should Netanyahu be scared? The truth is, Biden does not have any real red lines. Not civilians, not Rafah, not even 4-day-old babies. Which is why Israel's war rolls on. You may have seen the missiles and tank ammunitions being fired. A lot of that comes from the US. Let's look at the numbers now. The US Congress has approved a military package for Israel that's worth $17 billion. In addition, there are smaller sales. You see, packages have a certain amount above a certain amount must be submitted to Congress. Anything below that amount skirts under the radar. And that's what Biden is doing. Reports say that he has approved more than 100 small sales since October 7th. These could be between $25 and $300 million. And what sort of weapons are these? Artillery shells, howitzers, tank ammunition, guided bombs, Hellfire missiles and rockets. We are talking thousands of these items. Now, Israel says these weapons are only used in self-defense, but ground reports suggest otherwise. In the month of June, Israel bombed a refugee camp in central Gaza. Analysis showed that the bomb was American-made. And we are not military experts here, but bombing refugees is not self-defense. Yet there is no criticism from the United States. And the same America wants Israel to cease fire.
The United States' overall goal remains to turn the temperature down in the region, deter and defend against any future attacks, and avoid regional conflict. That starts with finalizing a deal for an immediate ceasefire with hostage release in Gaza. We need to get this over the finish line.
The US wants Israel to cease fire, but they're not willing to apply pressure. Forget pressure, they can't even stop sending weapons, and nobody is supposed to question any of this. Consider what happened at a recent Kamala Harris rally. A few protesters managed to sneak in. They accused her of supporting Israel's war in Gaza. Listen to the response.
He intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
The same Harris will also talk about protecting civilians, about signing a ceasefire deal. But if you expose their hypocrisy, you are a Trump supporter. We don't know when this war will end or how it will end. But when the history books are written, it should make one thing clear. Hamas started this war, but it wasn't just Israel that killed 40,000 Palestinians. It was Israel and the United States. Now let's look at the other war, the Russia-Ukraine war. On Tuesday, Ukraine launched drone attacks on Russia. They fired at Kursk and other regions. Moscow took down 117 of these drones. But that isn't their biggest problem at the moment. Ukraine took control of Kursk on the 6th of August. 1 week later, they're still holding on to it. Russia is scrambling to respond. They haven't been able to stop the incursion. What does this mean for the war? Is the Battle of Kursk a turning point? Will Ukraine continue to hold on to Russian territory? Our next report tells you.
It was the summer of 1943. Kursk was at the center of a major battle. Nazi and Soviet troops clashed. Both sides suffered casualties. But it was a turning point. The Soviets won the Battle of Kursk and ended Hitler's dream of conquering Russia. 80 years later, German tanks are back in Kursk. It's at the center of another battle, Russia versus Ukraine. On Wednesday, Moscow downed 117 Ukrainian drones. They fired into Kursk and other regions. Russia shot down the missiles. But some hit Russian military bases. Meanwhile, Ukrainian troops are advancing into the region, and President Zelensky has promised them all the help that's needed.
Please have a look. If you're lacking something, we can deliver it to you. I understand that while our partners' packages are being handed over to us, it is not easy. But if there's a way to reinforce our troops at these sections, please pay attention to it.
The offensive in Kursk began on August 6th. Ukrainian tanks rolled into the region. By August 8th, civilians were evacuated. Tens of thousands of them left their homes. Russian President Putin called it a major provocation. And by the 12th of August, Kyiv claimed it had captured 1,000 square kilometers of Russian territory.
As of today, 74 settlements are under our control. There are ongoing battles along the entire front line. Despite the high intensity of combat activity, the situation is under our control. We are continuing with the operation.
This is the biggest foreign incursion in Russia in decades. But Moscow has really struggled with its response. They used missiles and drones, hit the Ukrainian army with airstrikes, but nothing has worked. Ukrainian forces are still in control. So Kremlin tried to downplay any advances. Russian commanders say the Kursk front has stabilized. But that didn't stop Moscow from raising the issue at the UNSC.
They go on repeating that Ukraine has the legal right to defend itself, while referencing the attacks on civilians in the Kursk region.
Ukraine has launched raids into Russia before, but this is different. Kyiv maintains that even after a week, it still controls a large part of Kursk. So the question is, what will it do with it? Rolling into Kursk was a gamble for Ukraine. Its foreign ministry says it doesn't want to permanently hold on to the territory. But right now it has two options. It can hold the Kursk region and bargain for territory that it has lost to Moscow. But that could be difficult, given it may have to face the might of the full Russian war machine. The other option is retreating, but that may be seen as pointless by many. Either way, Ukraine has a choice to make. The 1943 Battle of Kursk helped end the Second World War. Will the 2024 one become a turning point in the Russia-Ukraine war?
Our next story is from Thailand. It's a country in Southeast Asia. It's the second largest economy in the region, thanks in large part to its tourism industry. Thailand is also home to about 70 million people, making it a major regional player. But this critical Southeast Asian power is facing political turmoil. Today, Thailand's Prime Minister was ousted. His name is Srettha Thavisin. He became Prime Minister last August. He was just about to complete 1 year in charge, but before he could, he was kicked out. Now, this wasn't a Bangladesh-like scenario. There were no protests or uprisings. Instead, Srettha was forced to step down by a court, Thailand's infamous constitutional court. Srettha is not the first to face this court's ire. In fact, he has become the fourth prime minister to be dismissed, the fourth in the last 16 years. That's once every 4 years on average. Thailand's constitutional court works faster than election cycles in the country, and it arguably has more of an impact on the country's political landscape. We'll go into details about the court and its antics, but before that, let's look at how Srettha was ousted, starting with today's verdict that brought him down.
The court has found by a 5-4 decision that the role of the first accused as prime minister has ended according to Constitution Article 170, paragraphs 1 to 4, due to a lack of honesty and lack of qualifications as per Constitution Article 160, paragraphs 1 to 4. The individual has also exhibited behavior that grossly breached ethical standards, which is prohibited according to Constitution Article 160.
The first accused was Srettha Thavisin. He apparently exhibited behavior that grossly breached ethical standards. So what was his heinous crime? Well, Srettha appointed a controversial lawyer to his cabinet, a lawyer who was sentenced to 6 months in jail back in 2008 for trying to bribe a judge. The lawyer was definitely a controversial choice. It led to some political uproar, so he left the post within a week. But the damage had been done. Some of Prime Minister Srettha's rivals took advantage of this controversy. They filed a complaint with Thailand's constitutional court and let the court work its dark magic. Now, less than 3 months later, the Prime Minister has been dismissed.
I respect the decision of the Constitutional Court, but I want to affirm that throughout my 1 year or almost a year tenure as Prime Minister, I have tried to do everything correctly. I am saddened by the fact that I am seen as a Prime Minister without morality, which I affirm I am not such a person. But when the judiciary has made a decision, I have to accept it.
Now, some of you might think that this was a good thing, Thailand's court taking a no-nonsense approach and ousting a corrupt Prime Minister. Well, before you start showering praise, let's look at this court's track record. I mentioned that it has ousted 4 prime ministers in all. All of them were from the same political party, Srettha's party. It's called the Pheu Thai Party. That's its name now, but it has undergone a number of name changes over the years because it keeps getting dissolved by the courts. The party keeps getting dissolved by the courts. This fate is not unique to the Pheu Thai Party. Another party has also experienced it, and it happened just last week. It was the Move Forward Party. This is the party that technically won Thailand's last election. But the same party was dissolved last week and its top leaders were barred from politics by the very same constitutional court. Now, if you start tracking this court's actions, a pattern appears. Every populist party in Thailand, every pro-democracy political outfit in the country somehow gets disqualified by Thailand's constitutional court. But the same court seems fine with military coups. It has no problem with dictatorships. The court even allows the dictators to transition into prime ministers and then breach Thailand's term limits. But whenever there's a popular, democratically elected party, suddenly the Thai court is all business. And there's a reason for this. You see, Thailand has experienced more coups than any other country in modern history. The Thai military has always held the reins of power, often with backing from the country's monarchy. And this military royalist nexus is loath to give away any real control. That's why every so often we see political instability in Thailand in the form of judicial crackdown or outright coups. Thailand's military always keeps political parties on the back foot, preventing any meaningful change in the country. Srettha is the latest prime minister to get outmaneuvered. Now, his party will scramble to find a replacement from a very limited pool. Prime ministerial options are limited in Thailand to a list of people declared before the last election. So Srettha was one of the Pheu Thai Party's 3 nominees. Now they have 2 people left. All other potential prime ministers are backed by Thailand's military. Thai politics basically is a game of endurance, where the military and the courts bide their time waiting for a chance to strike. Srettha messed up, and now he has been ousted. So who will be the next contender in Thailand's Game of Thrones? We'll be watching. And the political chaos in Thailand is unfolding just before an important visit. Wang Yi was supposed to travel to Thailand later this week. That's China's foreign minister. He is on a tour of Southeast Asia. He started today with Myanmar. Wang Yi is meeting the top military leadership in Myanmar. Remember, the junta is in power in Myanmar. They led a coup 3 years ago and they have been ruling since. Over the past few months, they've been facing challenges from rebel groups. They've lost control of a military base on the China-Myanmar border. The rebels have taken over. And Beijing is not happy with the generals. Throughout this conflict, China has tried to play mediator, and now it is pushing the generals to accept a ceasefire. But will the junta agree? Our next report tells you more.
It's a visit that's got the world's attention. Wang Yi is visiting Myanmar. He's supposed to meet Min Aung Hlaing, the country's military leader. The circumstances in Myanmar perhaps made this sit-down a necessary one. Myanmar's military junta has suffered a big setback. they lost control of a key military base in Shan. The rebels have taken it over. Myanmar soldiers couldn't defend their positions. The rebels overpowered them, so ultimately they had to withdraw. The losses in Shan are worrying for Beijing. Shan is a border state in northern Myanmar. It shares a boundary border with China. Shan is crucial for the border trade between the two neighbors. It's also vital for Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative. So this is a security nightmare for China.
China pays great attention to the situation in northern Myanmar. We have been urging relevant parties in Myanmar to adhere to dialogue and consultation, end the fighting as soon as possible, resolve differences by peaceful means, and avoid escalation of the situation. In particular, they must not endanger the Chinese border, border residents, and companies and personnel of Chinese projects in Myanmar.
Myanmar's military junta has been trying to secure Beijing's support to fight the rebels. In return, the generals have offered economic concessions, like the Myitson Dam project. It was suspended more than 10 years ago. This was after a massive public protest. But in May this year, the junta decided to revive it. As per the original plan, the 6,000 megawatt dam was supposed to be built in northern Myanmar, with financial backing from China. The project is worth $3.6 billion, and 90% of the power generated from this dam would be exported to China. But Beijing wants more from the junta. It's demanding a quick ceasefire between the rebels and the junta. Beijing had brokered one in January, but it fell apart in July. A new round of talks was scheduled for the same month, but the junta boycotted the meeting. Beijing has also been pushing the generals to step aside and make way for an interim leader. But the military has been less forthcoming on that front. Wang Yi could push the regime and extract more concessions during his trip. But without an end to the civil war, any promises made by the generals could end up being meaningless.
Our next story is from the UK. It's about the British Museum, the world's largest hoard of stolen artifacts, which is shamelessly on display in central London. Now, some of you might remember what happened last year. The British Museum made this announcement. It admitted to the world that some of its loot had been stolen. Irony aside, the news shocked the world. We realized that our stolen heritage was now lost. About 2,000 priceless artifacts were gone, 1,500 had been stolen, parts of 350 artifacts had been removed, and about 140 were still in the museum, but they were damaged. The news led to outrage across the globe. What had the British looters told us? What was their justification for keeping our priceless treasures? They said it was for protection. The British Museum's state-of-the-art facilities would better protect the goods that colonizers had looted. That was a justification, so that they wouldn't have to give back our artifacts. But this myth unraveled spectacularly last August. The British Museum announced the theft and was on the back foot. It launched a recovery mission and an investigation into the thefts. The recovery mission is still ongoing. The museum has not revealed the specifics of what was stolen. It says most of the objects were from Rome and Greece, mostly gems and jewelry, items similar to the ones you're looking at right now. The museum has been trying to recover them. They say that more than 600 artifacts are back in the museum and another 100 have been identified. It's better than they expected. The museum even displayed some of the recovered gems as part of a wider collection. That's the update on the stolen gems and jewelry. But the other news is less optimistic. 350 artifacts had parts removed from them, things like the gold mounts for gems. This was likely stolen, melted, and then sold off. So there's almost a zero chance of recovery here. As for the 140 damaged artifacts, not much can be done. They will bear the scars forever. That's an overview of the recovery efforts. It was one part of the British Museum's response to the theft. The other part was an inquiry. And here's what they found during the investigation. The British Museum has admitted that it broke the law. There is a law called the Public Records Act 1958. It's about preserving things of public value. This includes the artifacts in museums. All museums in the UK are obligated to meet basic standards of preservation, access, and professional care. Let's look at those words again. Preservation and professional care. Obviously, the British Museum failed in its duty. It allowed priceless heritage to get stolen. Therefore, it has broken the law. What are the consequences for this breach? Well, normally, there's a risk that the collection will be transferred to another institution or to Britain's National Archives. That's the punishment a normal place would face. But this is the British Museum we are talking about. It's infamous for its impunity. And even though the museum broke the law, it now expects to get away scot-free. So that is the headline. Once again, the British Museum walks away without facing any real consequences. They will say their sorries, promise it won't happen again, and then get back to business as usual. But that should not be the case. The rest of the world needs to start applying pressure. We've seen the failure of the British Museum. Its aura of invincibility has been broken. It has shown that it's the same as our museums. So we might as well have our heritage where we can regularly access it, back home, where it belongs. Our next story tonight comes from Africa. The continent has declared a public health emergency over Mpox. This is a highly infectious disease. It was once called monkeypox. If left untreated, Mpox can be deadly, and Africa knows it. Since the beginning of this year, more than 14,000 cases and more than 500 deaths have been recorded in the continent. 96% of these cases come from a single country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. But now the disease is spreading across Central and East Africa at an alarming rate. Nations are worried that the virus might cross international borders. Here's a report.
Africa is on edge. It's fighting a highly infectious disease. Mpox, what was formerly known as monkeypox. The African Union has declared a public health emergency.
I declare with a heavy heart, but with an unyielding commitment to our people, to our African citizens, we declare Mpox as public health emergency of continental security in Africa.
Mpox belongs to the same family of viruses as smallpox. It spreads through close contact with someone who's infected, through skin-to-skin contact, or even by breathing closely. This could be from animals to humans or between people. Mpox usually has mild symptoms like fever and muscle aches, which is why it can go unidentified. But the clearest and most severe symptom of Mpox is this: lesions all over the body. If left untreated, Mpox can be deadly. So far, two main strains of the virus are known to exist. In 2022, we saw the milder strain in action. There was a global outbreak and it affected more than 70 countries, including the US, Australia, and several European countries. And now we're witnessing the second strain at play. It's much more deadly and it's causing devastation in Africa. But more than 96% of all cases are in a single country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. This is where the newly discovered variant was found. And since the beginning of the year, more than 13,700 cases have been recorded in the DRC and 450 people have died. A large number of these deaths are among children.
130 suspected cases have arrived here, and of these 50% are among children less than 5 years old. Up to the age of 18, that's 95% of the cases. So you can see that the over 18s are just 5%.
What makes the situation worse is the speed at which Mpox is spreading. It has alarmed experts, and researchers say that the virus is quickly evolving and therefore spreading faster. Now the virus has spread to other African countries, including Burundi, the Central African Republic, Kenya, and Rwanda. So far, there have been more than 14,000 cases and 524 deaths in total. But experts say the situation is much worse.
The evidence we have on the number of cases, the number of deaths, they are just the tip of the iceberg. And the reason is that Mpox is largely a mild condition. We have limited surveillance. We have limited capacity to do the testing that's required. We have limited capacity to do the contact tracing and the reporting.
But surveillance and testing are not the only problems. So is treatment. 3 vaccines can help cure Mpox. They're not widely available in Africa. So only people at risk or those who have come in close contact with an infected person are usually able to receive them. This is a multifold problem, and the fear is that the virus might spill across international borders.
For our last story tonight, let's stay with Africa. In Kenya, life seems to be returning back to normal. The protests have died down. The war against contentious tax plans is still on, though. At least in Nairobi, the capital city of Kenya, where residents are hissing in frustration over a new bill which proposes a so-called tax in the city. Now, even the word tax raises the hackles in Kenya, but this bill is being seen as catastrophic. And Nairobians had their claws out. Now, in case if you missed all of these puns there, we let the cat out of the bag. We're talking about a cat tax in Nairobi. That's what it's being called. Technically, it's not a tax. It is a feline levy for pet owners, so to speak. And how much is it? 200 Kenyan shillings. That's just about $1.50. That is the annual fee. But the anger is not about the money. It's about the extensive list of demands. Cat owners will have to register their pets, get an annual license, pay the $1.50, show proof of rabies vaccination, and keep their cats' behavior in check. Now, we all know how cats love taking instructions from humans. But Kenyan cats will have to make an exception because owners are expected to ensure that cats do not scream too much. They don't cry too much, don't disturb the peace of residents, and remain confined when they're on heat. This country faces political turmoil, fiscal troubles, high-level corruption, food insecurity, devastation from regular droughts and deluge, and yet this is Nairobi's big worry at the moment: cats on heat. It sounds bizarre, but the government remains undeterred. They want to keep the high population of cats in check. Nairobi's feline population is not known, but they really are everywhere, and they contribute to 2,000 deaths from rabies every year in the country. So the Nairobi County does have a point, but the residents are livid nonetheless. They had hoped for better cat welfare in the city. Instead, they may have to pay taxes. They were once burned with tax plans, now they are twice angry. And they're citing a number of problems. Critics say the law will be tough to enforce, too restrictive for cats, and involve a tedious process and costs, which will force many owners to abandon their pets. This will defeat the purpose of the bill. So will Nairobi go ahead with it? Well, we'll find out in a few weeks. But if they do choose to bell the cat and introduce this so-called cat tax bill, Kenya will join a hall of fame of weird tax collectors. Who else is part of this exclusive club? Well, it is a long list. Italy has what's called the sunshine tax. If you want to dine under the Italian sun, you must pay an additional fee. That is the tax. Canada has a vacant home tax. If you underuse your house, you must pay extra for it. Meanwhile, Denmark plans to tax burps. Don't worry, not human burps, otherwise some people would be heavily charged. You know who you are. But this will be a cow flatulence tax to curb methane emissions from cows. It will be imposed from 2030, so that's a weird tax of the future. What about the past? In the 18th century, Russia had a beard tax, where men had to pay a tax to keep their facial hair. 17th through 19th centuries, England, France and Ireland had a window tax. The greater the number of windows, the higher the tax. To avoid it, people began bricking up their windows, which is why many old homes in Europe still have this twisted aesthetic. Now that is one way to deal with taxes, shut the world out. But I guess today we can try laughing away the misery because all taxes are painful, but some are also absurd. Pakistan's freshly minted Olympic champion is back home. I'm talking about Arshad Nadeem, gold medalist in the men's javelin throw. It's a new feeling for Pakistan because their last gold medal was 40 years ago. So an entire generation is experiencing this for the first time, and it shows in their response. Nadeem has been smothered by engagements since last week. He's either getting cash rewards or meeting the Prime Minister or receiving gifts from businessmen. But some of it hasn't gone to plan. Like when Nadeem recorded a statement for Pakistan's Independence Day, which is today. His message was great, but someone was snoring in the background, quite loudly too. Of course, internet is having a field day with it. But we say ignore the noise, both literally and figuratively.
Gold medalist from Pakistan Arshad Nadeem.
Meanwhile,
अरशद नदीम की जीत की खुशी में ससुर भी खुशी से निहाल हो गए हैं और ससुर मोहम्मद नवाज ने अरशद नदीम की भैंस उनको गिफ्ट कर दी है।
इनके घर पर इनकी हौसला अफजाई के लिए कुछ रकम है वो इनको इनाम देने के लिए आए।
Congratulations. Thank you.
क्या प्लान है आपके घूमने फिरने के?
नेक्स्ट इंशाल्लाह यही है कि बाल कटा
जब आप सुबह जो है अपने गांव वापस आए और तो यहाँ के इलाके के लोगों की क्या तासुरात थे?
चीन टपाक डमडम।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम अरशद नदीम, ओलंपियन जैवलिन थ्रोवर। पाकिस्तान की 17वीं यौम आज़ादी के मौके पर मैं अपनी पूरी कौम से अपील करता हूँ कि हम पाकिस्तानी इस दिन एक कौम बनकर इस बात का तैयार करें कि हम एक हैं।
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Indian President Draupadi Murmu meets the Indian Olympics contingent at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. In Afghanistan, the Taliban marks the 3rd anniversary of its return to power, and archaeologists find human remains from around 3,800 years ago in Peru. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1947, British India was partitioned in two countries, India and Pakistan. The partition on religious lines led to the displacement of 15 million people. It was the biggest migration in human history. The ensuing violence also killed over 1 million people. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
खेल सचिव सबसे पहले, उसके बाद प्रथम रो में बैठे हुए 9 प्रस्थान कर सकते हैं। आप सभी से अनुरोध है, बट फिर भी फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाया। बट
अक़वाम अब अफ़गान सर मुत्तहिद
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris will make her first policy-centered speech and roll out her economic agenda at an event in Raleigh, North Carolina this Friday. The vice president is expected to make rising inflation her number one priority. She'll also outline a plan to lower costs for middle-class families and take on corporate price gouging. Now, inflation is one of the top issues of concern for voters this election cycle. In fact, a survey by the University of Michigan indicates more Americans actually trust Kamala Harris to handle the U.S. economy over her Republican rival Donald Trump. Last week, Kamala Harris pledged to eliminate taxes on tips and raise the minimum wage, which until now has been her only economic policy proposal.
And it is my promise to everyone here, when I am president, we will continue our fight for working families of America. Including to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
Now, before Kamala Harris unveils her economic agenda, Donald Trump has promised to tear into the Biden administration's economic record on Wednesday. The former president will deliver a speech in Asheville, North Carolina. Their competing economic plans in different parts of the Tar Heel state illustrate the value and importance both campaigns place on the state. Democrats are hoping to turn North Carolina blue for the first time since 2008 when Barack Obama won there. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's vice presidential pick Tim Walz held his first solo campaign event on Tuesday. He took on Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance, saying they cannot relate to middle-class problems.
Can you simply picture Donald Trump working at a McDonald's trying to make a McFlurry or something? He knows us. He couldn't run that damn McFlurry machine if it cost him anything. So the only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them. That's what they know about it. Every single chance they've gotten, they've waged war on workers and their ability to collectively bargain to take that away from them. All we're asking for is better wages, better benefits, better lives, and dignity in the work that we do.
The Minnesota governor also hit back at Vance for accusing him of misrepresenting his military record and suggesting that Walz evaded deployment to the war in Iraq.
These guys are even attacking me for my record of service. And I just want to say, I'm proud to serve my country, and I always will be. I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record.
Now, with less than 3 months left before voters head to the polls, all eyes will be on Vice President Harris as she lays out a vision for the economy in a state Democrats have not won in nearly 15 years. And moving to East Asia, Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida is set to step down after announcing that he will not seek re-election in the coming month as party chief. This decision will also lead to a change in Japan's leadership because the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, which has governed almost uninterrupted since 1955, will have to pick another leader who will then become Japan's new prime minister. Speaking at a press conference in Tokyo, Prime Minister Kishida expressed that it was time for new leadership within the LDP and pledged full support to a successor.
The most obvious first step to show that the Liberal Democratic Party will change is for me to step aside. I will not run for the upcoming presidential election. I will continue to support the new leader who will be elected through the presidential election as a comrade.
Kishida assumed the role of party president back in September of 2021. winning a 3-year term and securing a general election victory shortly thereafter. However, his approval rating saw a sharp decline due to a major corruption scandal within this party. The scandal involved unreported political funds raised through the sale of tickets for party events, entangling more than 80 LDP lawmakers, many of whom were part of a party faction previously led by the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. In January, the scandal led to the indictment of 10 individuals, including senior lawmakers and their aides.
As the head of the organization, I have no hesitation in taking responsibility for a serious situation, the fundraising scandal, caused by the Liberal Democratic Party's member. This has been on my mind since the incident first occurred. Now that the diplomatic schedule for the time being has settled, I would like to make a clean break by stepping aside and moving on to support the presidential election.
Now, while some Japanese residents said it was a great decision, others expressed surprise at the Prime Minister's announcement.
I was surprised, but I think he felt he couldn't continue because of the scandals and being criticized for wasting tax money.
I hope the economy and people's lives will get better with the new Prime Minister. Also, with what's going on in Ukraine and China, someone that will strengthen our national defense is needed.
Now, Kishida's tenure marked a massive shift in Japan's defense policy, moving away from decades of strict pacifism, driven largely by concerns over China's growing assertiveness in the Asia-Pacific region. In April, Kishida visited the United States, where both nations announced a new era of cooperation. In July, Japan signed a defense pact with the Philippines, allowing for the deployment of troops on each other's territory. So as the LDP prepares for its leadership election, Japan watches closely to see who will step up to guide the nation forward. And moving to Latin America, El Salvador has secured its biggest private investment in the country's history, with Turkey's Yilport Holding announcing an investment of $1.6 billion. The Turkish investment will be used to expand 2 seaports in El Salvador. Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele said the investments were part of his broader economic revitalization plan. Now, it must be noted that the Turkish company would be upgrading the ports in Acayolta and the upcoming Bitcoin city in La Union. In addition to refurbing the 2 ports, Turkey will also jointly operate both the ports with local authorities for the next 50 years. The Acayolta port is the largest and the most important harbor in all of El Salvador. In fact, it's responsible for most of the country's exports, including coffee, sugar, and balsamic salt. The first phase of investments would be to expand the port's shipping lanes to reduce wait times for large vessels. The second and third phases would expand the port's parking facilities for ships. But now it's important to note the Bitcoin City port has not been operational since it was constructed back in 2008. However, Bukele hopes that the Turkish investments will make the port usable. Meanwhile, Ankara says it sees immense opportunities and growth potential in El Salvador's Bitcoin City. El Salvador, under Bukele, made Bitcoin a legal tender in 2021 when it announced that the president had grand plans to build an entire city based on the world's largest cryptocurrency. The Bitcoin City will have special tax advantages, crypto-friendly regulations, and incentives for doing business in Bitcoin. Bukele says this would bring in billions of dollars in investment and thousands of jobs to El Salvador.
El Salvador wants to trade with everyone. El Salvador wants everyone to come visit. El Salvador will open its doors wide for all the citizens of the world. We want them to come, visit us, and know us. We want to be their friends, allies, and partners.
Now, this is not the first time that Turkey and its Yilport holding firm have invested heavily in the region. The Turkish firm already operates ports in Guatemala, Ecuador, and Peru, where the United States and China also have large investments, including major port deals. Now, it remains to be seen whether Turkey's gamble in El Salvador will in fact pay off, as market concerns about cryptocurrency continue to raise questions about the stability of Bitcoin and Bukele's crypto city. And moving to North America, a bombshell report by the United Nations has slammed Canada for being a breeding ground for modern-day slavery. The report says Canada's temporary foreign worker program favors employers and locks migrants into debt bondage. The Canadian scheme lets companies control the workers' housing, healthcare, and migration status, preventing them from seeking better-paying jobs in the country. Here's our report with more details about Canada's flawed migrant worker program.
The exploitative practice of slavery has been abolished across the world over the past 2 centuries. Still, the dehumanizing trade exists in one form or the other, ranging from forced labor to debt bondage to sex trafficking. And one of the many countries harboring this extreme form of oppression is Canada. United Nations investigator Tomoya Obokata has published explosive details about the discriminatory practices and deep power imbalances in Canada that favor companies and prevents employees from exercising their rights. Obokata claims Canada's reliance on temporary foreign workers is breeding ground for modern-day slavery. Canada has a program for non-Canadians that brings them to the country to work on a temporary basis. This was initially meant to fill labor shortages, but has grown dramatically over the years. The program is now under fire for suppressing wages and leaving workers vulnerable to abuse. To study this decades-old program closely, the UN Special Investigator toured Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, and Moncton. He found that employers across Canada heavily rely on workers from Mexico, Guatemala, and Jamaica. These workers mostly work in agriculture, fast food, healthcare, and construction sectors and are often locked in debt bondage. They borrow money to participate in the program and depend on their Canadian wages to repay accrued debts. The program also ties the work permits of these migrants to a specific employer, and that employer controls the workers' housing, healthcare, and migration status. So if the workers are fired, they may be deported back to their home countries. This prevents them from seeking better paying jobs in Canada. Obokata's report further alleges that foreign workers experience a wide range of abuses in the country. This includes physical and emotional abuse, racism, hazardous work conditions, long hours, limited breaks, wage theft, and even sexual harassment. Meanwhile, the Canadian police failed to take these complaints seriously and reports these workers to immigration authorities rather than probing the matter. Canada's Immigration Minister Mark Miller has responded to this UN report, saying the worker program is not fatally flawed but needs to be reformed, although he called the slavery characterization inflammatory. Last year, Canada approved over 230,000 temporary foreign workers into the country, which was more than double that it hired in 2018. And now, with the United Nations recommending a permanent residence to these workers as the only way to avoid the contemporary forms of slavery, Canada has to take action to stop the abuse now.
And we close out in Antarctica. The continent known to be one of the coldest and most isolated places on Earth is experiencing an alarming and unprecedented heat wave. Temperatures have surged more than 50 degrees Fahrenheit above normal right in the middle of winter. In fact, this is the second major heat event in just 2 years, raising concerns about what the future might hold for the planet's polar regions. Could this be a sign of more extreme climate events to come? Our final report dives into the details.
In a place where the sun rarely shines and the temperatures are usually cold, East Antarctica has stunned scientists with an extraordinary heat wave. This strange and unprecedented heat wave is the second to hit East Antarctica in just 2 years. The last time it happened was in March 2022, when scientists working on the eastern coast experienced a day that almost felt summery. Shedding their heavy coats, donning shorts, and even going shirtless, something previously unthinkable in one of the coldest places on Earth. But this year's heat wave is happening in the middle of the Antarctic winter, making it all the more unusual. Normally, winter temperatures hover around minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit, which is minus 50 degrees Celsius. But now they're dancing around minus 4 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Although we are a long way from any inhabited part of the planet, in reality what happens in Antarctica affects the entire planet. The worrying thing is that it is accelerating. The feeling is that these things don't seem to matter to the world's population, who are immersed in their day-to-day lives, and so are we, but we don't think about the long-term consequences, and the problem is that these degradations are not easily recovered.
The heatwave isn't just a brief spell, it's expected to last another 10 days. The South Pole Station, a place known for its brutal cold, tracked its warmest July since 2002, with temperatures nearly at 11 degrees Fahrenheit or 6.3 degrees Celsius above the average.
The global mean temperature has reached a new record that has exceeded the record set by the record-breaking year of 2023. So a good part of Antarctica is much warmer than usual for this time of year. And so when you sum that up into the global average, this actually drives the average up.
The reasons behind this heatwave are complex, and scientists are still piecing together the puzzle. One of the main culprits seems to be something happening far above the Earth's surface in the stratosphere. Here, a strong band of cold air and low pressure, known as the polar vortex, usually spins around the pole, keeping the extreme cold locked in place. But this year, the vortex has been disturbed by atmospheric waves, causing it to weaken and allowing temperatures to rise dramatically. The bigger picture is also worrying. The entire planet has been experiencing record warmth since last July. And as the Earth heats up, the poles are warming even faster.
July this year, although it was the second warmest, it was slightly below July 2023. So the margin was very small. It's a few hundredths of a degree Celsius. I think that's really something to keep in mind. I think it was the streak of global temperature record was in part related to development and of the El Nino event in the Pacific. It's come to an end, but there is also other part of the world that are still very warm, much warmer than average.
Recent data from ice cores and climate models also show that Antarctica is warming twice as fast as the global average, a trend that could have devastating consequences for the entire planet.
In a sense, over the last 12 months, we have been already above 1.5. It's a slightly different definition, so we don't expect to actually breach the terms of the Paris Agreement until the 2030s. But the more, with this warming that we have seen and that in all likelihood will continue in the next few months and years, well, we are approaching that limit. And so it becomes more and more urgent, if that's our goal, to limit the emission of greenhouse gases if we want to maintain the planet within that boundary.
As the heatwave continues to grip East Antarctica, scientists are watching closely, knowing that this is likely a sign of what's to come. In a world that's warming at an unprecedented rate, even the coldest places on Earth are feeling the heat.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change, to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with South Africa, where persistent unemployment is adding to people's economic woes. South African unemployment rate has reached a new high as it rises for a third quarter in a row. The unemployment rate hit 33.5% in the second quarter of 2024, up by 0.6 percentage points from the previous quarter. Unemployment is now at its highest since the government repealed COVID-19 rules in the second quarter of 2022. Though it does remain below the record high of 35.3% in 2021 during the coronavirus pandemic. About 8.4 million people were out of work. This is up from 5.2 million in 2014. So unemployment rates in Africa has gone up by over 60% in the last 10 years. Under an expanded definition of unemployment, which includes those discouraged from seeking work, the jobless rate was a staggering 42.6%, up from 41.9% in the first quarter. Authorities say the highest number of jobs lost was in trade and agriculture, and the hotel and restaurant sector was the biggest contributor to joblessness in trade. South Africa has not just the highest unemployment rate in Africa, but in the world. It is followed by Tuvalu, Djibouti, Equatorial Guinea, and Botswana. Unemployment was also one of the key voter concerns in the May general election, where the African National Congress lost its 3-decade-long majority. The African National Congress and Democratic Alliance coalition government, now in power, said lowering the unemployment rate is a priority. Now, last month, laying out the government's priorities for the next 5 years, President Cyril Ramaphosa said small businesses and informal sector held the greatest potential for job creation. The Ramaphosa government says it has put boosting the country's sluggish economy on top of the agenda. In South Africa's powerhouse city of Johannesburg, Mayor Kabelo Gwamanda resigned after 15 months in charge. Residents in South Africa's wealthiest city have also been getting increasingly angry over the collapse of public services, financial woes, and years of political gridlock. The city has been run by 8 mayors since 2019 and has been struggling to balance its budget. The difficulty to find jobs has fueled protests in South Africa in the past. It has also triggered an anti-foreigner sentiment. Young people in particular have been lamenting the lack of prospects in what is usually regarded as Africa's most industrialized economy. Unemployment is the biggest challenge that the Ramaphosa-led coalition government stares at, but how could it tackle this crisis? Now, for more on this, we have with us Patrick Bond, a political economist and distinguished professor at the University of Johannesburg. He is joining us live from Johannesburg now. Welcome to First Post.
Oh, it's good to be back with you, Alison. Thanks.
Now, unemployment is at 33.5%. This is a rise of 0.6% from the previous quarter. Was this expected, or is this a shock? And what factors contribute to South Africa's persistently high unemployment rate?
Well, thank you. The main shock for me is that this is the quarter just before the election that occurred on the 29th of May. So we're talking about, the April-May period when we would have expected a burst of employment opportunities from a government, the African National Congress, ANC, that was already the poll suggesting dropping below 50, and it went as low as 40%, needing to then have a coalition with the center-right government of the Democratic Alliance from the strength that they have in the Western Cape, instead of going with the center-left or the left-wing options that would have been more populist and oriented towards public work spending. I think that factor is probably the failure to create jobs, a function of an international monetary fund austerity policy that we adopted here in middle of 2020 during COVID. And it does contain the provisions that we have to have a primary budget surplus. In other words, aside from interest spending, we have to collect more than we spend. And that's meant a freeze on hiring. And it meant that what could have helped the ANC, that is a major public works, especially around climate-related jobs, it just didn't happen.
Now, how does the current unemployment rate compare to previous years, and what trends can we identify?
But, as you said in your intro, we're below the very highest level, which was during the lockdowns during COVID. And I think the crucial comparison would have been to maybe the very low point in the post-apartheid era, 1995. There, that narrow definition, not counting those giving up looking, was just 16%. So we're well over double that. And I would ask, okay, so what was it that really cut the labor-intensive private sector employment, the opportunities in clothing and textiles and footwear, appliances and electronics? And there you'd look at the World Trade Organization's new rules that South Africa adopted under President Nelson Mandela, because in order to get that political freedom, the deals made with big business were to give them more economic freedom, to let them leave the country. So we've had very low levels of fixed investment, except for occasional boosts during the mining booms. But mostly we've seen trade underdevelop the continent with competition in these labor-intensive sectors, destroying the industries and destroying the jobs.
Yeah. And Professor, which are the main sectors that have experienced job losses? You did touch on it there, but during this period. And what can we take away from this information? What can we extrapolate from this?
Well, the year on year, as you mentioned, trade was one of the big losers, agriculture because of ups and downs in the growing seasons. But if you take year on year, what you get is the most losses in community and social services. Again, that's the government spending, national, provincial, and local. And with the interest rates very high in many municipalities in debt crises, including this one, we haven't had the staff to, for example, just fix basic leaks here in Johannesburg. I live close to the universities in a middle-class neighborhood. Our water's turned off at night because if you turn it on during the day, the leak during the night, the leaks will take all the water. There won't be much left in the reservoir. And that's the dilemma for, I think, so many municipalities, that they're losing these community social services. Just say, on the contrary, the highest growth is in finance, 306,000 new jobs over the last year. And I kind of wonder, well, is that really effective economic development, or is it a little bit more parasitical, given that the financial sector takes so much of our resources away without producing goods or services?
Yeah. Absolutely. And approximately 8.4 million people are currently unemployed, marking the highest figure since comparable records began in 2008. So this, of course, poses a big challenge to the Government of National Unity. What strategies or policies could address the unemployment challenge effectively?
Well, they have such low investment rates. The private sector is taking money abroad. That's become, in the second quarter, as the nervousness about the new government was at its peak, a very, very high outflow of profits and dividends instead of reinvestment. So maybe exchange controls would deal with that. But the crucial one is to prepare us for another terrible, let's say, set of extreme weather. Places all around the world are reacting by hiring workers for resilience, that is to make stormwater drainage systems and roads and bridges and housing much more sustainable and capable of dealing with extreme flooding. We just saw that in Cape Town, devastating the low-lying areas, or droughts, which we anticipate more, and that would be lots of public works to improve irrigation. Unfortunately, I don't think we've got a government with its center-right orientation and a very conservative environment minister that's really ready to tackle that. In other words, to make public sector job creation in a just transition as we decarbonize and provide adaptation. And frankly, the money isn't there because much of the money received for a just transition is in the form of loans in hard currency. We haven't got the systems right to turn that funding into real jobs, which I think would be a fairly easy thing to do had we the political will.
Absolutely. Professor, great to speak to you as always. Thank you for being with us on Firstpost.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to the Horn of Africa now, the second round of talks between neighbours Ethiopia and Somalia to ease tensions over a port deal with Somaliland ended without a deal. However, both sides and the mediator, Turkey, say there has been considerable progress. The Turkish Foreign Minister, Hakan Fidan, mediated talks in Ankara between his counterparts from the two rival neighbours. Now, Turkey carried out shuttle diplomacy as both parties refused to hold direct talks. Ethiopia and Somalia hold disagreements over a port deal that Ethiopia signed with Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland. Somaliland declared unilateral independence from Somalia in 1991. However, no other nation recognizes it. The port deal was signed in January of this year that grants Ethiopia a 50-year lease on a naval base with access to the Somaliland's Berber port. In exchange, Ethiopia agreed to become the first nation to officially recognize Somaliland. However, the deal was labeled illegal by Somalia. In its response, expelled the Ethiopian ambassador and threatened to kick out Ethiopian troops stationed in the country helping to battle the Islamist insurgents. Now, Somalia's close ally, Turkey, has been mediating between the two nations. It hosted the first round of talks between the two in July. After the second round of talks held on Tuesday, it says notable progress has been made. The Ethiopian foreign minister has said that Addis Ababa seeks to secure dependable access to the sea. Ethiopia is the world's most populous landlocked nation. The foreign minister added that the country looks forward to resolve the current differences with Somalia. Now, Somalia's foreign affairs ministers also said that the progress was made in Tuesday's talks and that it is committed to protecting its sovereignty, territorial integrity and unity. Somalia hopes that the next round of talks will result in a final solution. The third round of talks is scheduled for the 17th of September in Ankara. In recent years, Turkey has become a close ally of the Somali government. Ankara has built schools, hospitals and infrastructure and provided scholarships for Somalis. In 2017, Turkey opened its biggest overseas military base in Mogadishu, and earlier this year, Turkey and Somalia also signed a defense and economic cooperation agreement. Moving on to Kenya. Kenyan cat lovers are furious, and this fury too, like for all others in Kenya, is sparked by taxes. Kenya's capital Nairobi is planning to impose a cat tax on pet owners. The proposed taxes are part of an animal control welfare draft bill. The Nairobi City County wants all owners to register their pet cats and to pay an annual license fee of 200 Kenyan shillings, that is around $1.5, and pet owners will also have to ensure rabies vaccination at least once a year. Not just this, but they will somehow have to make sure that their pets do not scream or cry in a manner that disturbs the peace of other people. They will have to prevent cats on heat or during their fertile period from venturing outside of their homes. Under the proposed bill, cat owners who fail to comply with the standards would be guilty of an offence and liable to penalties, including jail terms. Officials say the aim of all of this is to promote responsible pet ownership, maintain a comprehensive database of cat owners, and implementation of vaccination and health standards. They say it will also address the issue of stray cats that are found anywhere and everywhere across the Kenyan capital. As per Kenyan Health Ministry, around 2,000 people die every year from rabies caused by dog or cat bites. But the proposal has sparked a debate. While a few believe the move can genuinely solve the issues listed by the officials, but the response from cat owners has been fierce. Many of them see the fee as an unnecessary financial burden, especially those who own multiple cats. They say that the government should be supporting them as they help to reduce the stray cat population. But instead, the government is choosing to make things harder for them. Some of the cat lovers also attended a recent public consultation on the bill. They say that there is a lot of confusion regarding the bill. Many of the terms are not clearly defined, and they don't think the goals of the bill are transparent. Remember, Kenya is witnessing widespread anti-government protests that were triggered by the proposed new tax hikes in June. However, a massive outcry forced the government to completely scrap the plan. Many see introducing the cat tax as a way for the government to raise more revenue. Though it is true that the number of stray cats in Nairobi has been increasing, and that could be a cause of more public health issues. However, feline lovers have argued that imposing taxes amid the high cost of living will only lead to more abandoned cats, and that a cat tax will only make things catastrophic. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Uganda, where a smartphone app is changing the lives of visually impaired students, as Braille access remains a challenge. Local developers have created the Blind Assistant app that helps in reading documents aloud. It is eliminating the compulsion for students to depend on others while also saving them crucial time. Our next report gets you all the details.
Millions of children across the world suffer from vision impairment. In Africa, there are around 5 million such children. The impairment impacts the education of many of them, as access to Braille texts remains a major challenge in the region. But a group of Ugandan developers has come up with a solution. They have developed a Blind Assistant app that helps in reading documents aloud.
When we want to open our screen,
1333.
I open the screen with 2 fingers. Then I go to application.
The app eliminates the compulsion for students to seek assistance to do their everyday learning. The app works through a smartphone's camera, mobility and connectivity.
This application is a mobile software app. Once you install it on a smartphone, Android, it turns a smartphone into a device that can read ordinary printed text. In addition, it can detect currency. It can also be used to identify objects.
The app is built by a local company called Suzy Water Harvesting. It allows learners to read text in real time on their own without the help of another student or teacher. Students can scan texts without having to translate them into Braille, and then they hear the audio version of the scanned text.
Other learners are given set texts to be able to read. And for them, since they cannot be able to read texts which are in print, the first option will be to get their peers in free time to be able to read for them the same text as they are brailing the text. And they will be able to read that text after some time. But now with the assistive technologies which has been given, the Braille Assist, they are able to scan these texts without having to translate them into Braille.
To access the technology, Ugandan students are undergoing training. They are being taught how to use a smartphone.
Blind Assistant version 2
which is look out.
The excitement among the students is visible as many of them hold a smartphone for the very first time.
We first trained them on how to use the smartphone. We found that some had not even caught it in their hands. They were so excited having it and being trained on how to operate it, and introducing the blind assistant application was something that was welcomed by them. Since now they do not need much assistance, they can read. In fact, for examination time, they do not need to spend 30 minutes outside the examination room for the text to be transferred to Braille.
The students are learning to use the Blind Assistant app in multiple Ugandan schools. The Kagwa Secondary School in the central Ugandan district of Mukono was the first to receive the training. After 1 week's training, the school's visually impaired students were awarded certificates. Each of them was given a new mobile device to help with lessons. Currently, smartphones are given to the students for free after training. Students say the app is benefiting them. They say the training will help beyond the classroom.
The blind assistant has come to solve all those problems. We are able to read on our own and in the time that we want. Given the feature of Explore, I can use it as I'm traveling, that it can assist me to read whatever I'm passing by.
Currently, around 1,500 students in Uganda are visually impaired. App developers hope to equip more than 1,000 students. With a success in achieving the goal, they can ensure that vision disability does not come in the way of a bright future for these young children.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
Everybody now awaiting the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi here at Red Fort.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
That the people of a democracy are its driving force, its engines of renewal and revival, the Prime Minister will share with the nation the progress made and outline the programs in the making, the foregrounding of inclusion, equity and growth in all development initiatives.
77 years of independence. It's a significant milestone for India. 77 years ago on this day, India became a free and independent nation. This day also holds great significance for Prime Minister Modi. Today he delivered his 11th consecutive speech from the Red Fort, and with this he's joined an exclusive club of leaders. Only 2 other Prime Ministers have given 11 back-to-back speeches, Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira Gandhi. So Modi has become the 3rd Prime Minister to do so. He's also given the longest Independence Day speech by any Indian PM. Today he spoke for a record 98 minutes. That's 1 hour and 38 minutes. And why is this speech important? Because Prime Ministers use it to spell out their vision for the year ahead. It gives you an idea of the government's policy priorities. Prime Minister Modi is in his third term. In the last 10 years, he commanded a majority. But now he leads a coalition government. Does that mean a change in the agenda? Well, today's speech did not reflect that. Modi signaled that he will continue with his ambitious reforms. And while he touched upon a lot of subjects, we've shortlisted the big highlights for you. Number one, a developed India by 2047. That is the theme of this year's Independence Day. Also one of the big goals set by the Prime Minister. He said, India is entering a golden era.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, ये अवसर हमें जाने नहीं देना है, ये मौका हमें जाने नहीं देना चाहिए और इसी मौके को पकड़ करके अपने सपने और संकल्पों को लेकर के चल पड़ेंगे तो हम देश की स्वर्णिम भारत की जो अपेक्षा और हमें विकसित भारत का 2047 का लक्ष्य हम पूरा करके रहेंगे.
A developed India by 2047, that's when we complete 100 years of independence. And how will India become a developed economy? Prime Minister Modi spoke about economic reforms. He wants to double down on manufacturing. Today, he made an outreach to Indian states, to all the chief ministers, asking them to lend a hand by developing business-friendly policies and attracting overseas investment.
मैं राज्य सरकारों से आग्रह करता हूं कि आप निवेशकों को आकर्षित करने के लिए स्पष्ट नीति निर्धारित कीजिए, गुड गवर्नेंस का आश्वासन दीजिए, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन के लिए उनको भरोसा दीजिए. हर राज्य एक तंदुरुस्त स्पर्धा में आगे आए. राज्य के बीच निवेशकों को खींचने के लिए स्पर्धा होनी चाहिए. सिर्फ भारत सरकार से काम ये होता नहीं है, राज्य सरकारों की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता होती है, क्योंकि जो भी प्रोजेक्ट लगने वाला है उस राज्य में लगने वाला है, उसको हर राज्य के साथ.
The government's reform agenda is not limited to the economy. The Prime Minister also spoke about reforming India's civil code. A renewed push for the Uniform Civil Code. This code is basically a set of laws. Laws which are common to all sections of society. Laws which apply to all religions in India. Right now, different religions have different personal laws related to marriage, inheritance, etc. Modi's party, the BJP, has long advocated for a common law for all Indians. In a significant statement today, the Prime Minister called the current set of laws communal.
अब समय की मांग है कि देश में एक सेकुलर सिविल कोड हो. हमने कम्युनल सिविल कोड में 75 साल बिताए हैं. अब हमें सेकुलर सिविल कोड की तरफ जाना होगा और तब जाकर के देश में धर्म के आधार पर जो भेदभाव हो रहे हैं, सामान्य नागरिक को जो दूरी महसूस होती है, उससे हमें मुक्ति मिलेगी.
He also touched upon some current events and raised the issue of women's safety in India. Recently, a doctor was brutally raped and murdered. This happened in a medical college in Kolkata, the capital of the eastern state of West Bengal. The victim was a trainee doctor. She was raped and murdered on duty. There is nationwide outrage over this case. Here's what the Prime Minister said today.
मैं आज लाल किले से फिर बार एक अपनी पीड़ा व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. एक समाज के नाते हमें गंभीरता से सोचना होगा कि हमारी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के प्रति जो अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, उसके प्रति देश का आक्रोश है, जन सामान्य का आक्रोश है. इस आक्रोश को मैं महसूस कर रहा हूं. इसको देश को, समाज को, हमारी राज्य सरकारों को गंभीरता से लेना होगा.
Without specifying the case or the state government in question, the Prime Minister called for a swift investigation and strict punishment for the perpetrators. Then he spoke about Bangladesh. This is the Indian Prime Minister's first public comment about the chaos in Bangladesh. He called for normalcy. He expressed concern for the safety of Hindus there.
बांग्लादेश में जो कुछ भी हुआ है, उसको लेकर पड़ोसी देश के नाते चिंता होना, मैं इसको समझ सकता हूं. मैं आशा करता हूं कि वहां पर हालात जल्द ही सामान्य होंगे.
Beyond the issues, there were some big ideas in the speech, like one nation, one election. It's something Prime Minister Modi has been pushing for since he first took office in 2014. The idea is fairly simple, but it's also controversial. Right now, India has multiple elections almost every few months. There are different timelines for the states, and then there's the general election. So at any given point in time, some part of the country is in an election cycle. The idea is to change that, to hold all elections together. Hence the name One Nation, One Election.
हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है. वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा.
Like I said, it's a controversial idea. Not everyone is on board, so we'll have to wait and see how the government navigates this. But speaking of elections, the Prime Minister also wants fresh faces in politics. Today, he urged the youth of India to get involved, 100,000 of them at least. He wants at least 1 lakh young people without any political lineage or family history to join politics.
उनको जो पसंद हो दल में जाए, वो दल में जाकर के वो जनप्रतिनिधि बनकर के आगे आए. देश तय करके चले कि आने वाले दिनों में 1 लाख ऐसे नौजवान जो परिवार राजनीति से दूर दूर का संबंध नहीं है, ऐसे फ्रेश ब्लड आएंगे तो सोच भी नहीं आएगी, सामर्थ्य भी नहीं आएगा.
Then he talked about the Olympics. India wants to host the Olympic Games in 2036, that is 12 years from now.
भारत ने G20 को ऑर्गेनाइज किया. हिंदुस्तान के अनेक शहरों में ऑर्गेनाइज किया. 200 से ज्यादा इवेंट किए. पूरे विश्व में G20 का इतना बड़ा व्याप, इतना बड़ा कार्यक्रम कभी नहीं हुआ. इस बार हुआ. इसने एक बात सिद्ध कर दी है कि भारत में बड़े से बड़े काम कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज करने की ताकत है. भारत को किसी को भी हॉस्पिटैलिटी का सामर्थ्य भारत में सबसे ज्यादा है. अगर ये सिद्ध हो चुका है तो साथियों, हिंदुस्तान का सपना है कि 2036 में जो ओलंपिक होगा वो मेरे हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर हो. इसके लिए हम तैयारी कर रहे हैं.
India's Olympic champions, the medal winners from Paris, were also present at the Red Fort today. Later in the day, the Prime Minister hosted them at his official residence on Lok Kalyan Marg. Beyond traditional sports, Prime Minister Modi also wants India to lead the global gaming market.
भारत के पास बहुत बड़ी विरासत है. हम गेमिंग की दुनिया में बहुत नई टैलेंट को लेकर के आ सकते हैं. विश्व के हर बच्चे को हमारे देश के बनी हुई गेमिंग की ओर आकर्षित कर सकते हैं. मैं चाहता हूं कि भारत के बच्चे, भारत के नौजवान, वे गेमिंग की दुनिया को लीड करें.
So those were the big takeaways. They spell out the priorities and the vision of the Prime Minister in his 3rd term. It's an ambitious agenda. We'll be tracking the progress for you. Let's go on a journey back in time, all the way to August 15th, 1947. I know we have grand images of that day, birth of a great nation, defiance against imperialism, and the awakening of an ancient civilization. But the reality was very different. The country had been dismembered. Communal riots had broken out in many parts. The economy was drained and confusion gripped the people. We had freedom, but our future was uncertain. Things could have gone either way. A lot of countries gained independence in the second half of the 20th century, but not all of them succeeded. Just look at our neighbor Pakistan, a failed military state. That's what many pundits predicted for India too. Darkness, chaos and failure. That was a prediction for India. I have some examples. This is what Winston Churchill had to say.
Power will go to the hands of rascals, rogues, freebooters. All Indian leaders will be of low caliber and men of straw. They will fight amongst themselves for power and India will be lost in political squabbles.
Churchill also questioned India's unity. He said India is no more united than the equator. I wish he was alive today to see riots tearing his united kingdom apart, to see its economy tanking and to see its musical chair of prime ministers. I wonder what this so-called great man would have said. In America, the opinion was the same. Harry Truman was president back then. Listen to what he said.
I thought India was pretty jammed with poor people and cows wandering around the streets, witch doctors, and people sitting on hot coals and bathing in the Ganges, but I did not realize that anybody thought it was important.
How the times change. Today, America calls India its natural partner. The truth is, nobody expected us to survive, certainly not our democracy. Well, status update. India is now the largest democracy in the world. It has held 18 nationwide elections, all of them ending in peaceful transfers of power. Can't say the same about America, though. All these statements boil down to the same problem: racism. The West couldn't believe that a non-white democracy was even possible, let alone that it could have logical policies. Take non-alignment, for instance. India refused to take sides during the Cold War. Again, Washington was enraged. Their top diplomats called it immoral and evil, a sign of weakness and lack of foresight. That's what they called it. Well, let's cut to 2024. We don't call it non-alignment anymore. We call it strategic autonomy, but the spirit remains the same: putting your interests over camp politics. And everyone is talking about it now. The EU wants strategic autonomy, France wants strategic autonomy, Brazil, Japan, Turkey, all of them want strategic autonomy. So much for lacking foresight. But India was not demoralized by this criticism. Our leaders put their head down, and brick by brick, they built a new country. In 1947, India was supposed to be a basket case. Today, it's the next big thing, a world power in the making. Just look at some of the key indicators. In 1947, India's life expectancy was 32 years. Today, it is more than 70 years. Literacy was less than 20% in 1947. Today, it is more than 77%. India's share of the global GDP was just 3% in 1947. It is now almost 10%. We had just 20 universities at the time of independence. Today, there are more than 1,100. Look at foreign exchange reserves. We had just $1.8 billion in 1950. Today, we have almost $650 billion. $650 billion. It's one of the largest forex stocks in the world. Same with food grains. Until the 1960s, India faced food shortages. We had to import food from other countries, but today we are self-sufficient. We are the largest exporter of rice in the world. Of course, this journey was not linear. We had moments of doubt. We had challenges, like the 1962 war against China, a war that we lost, or the economic crisis in the 1990s, when we had to be bailed out by the IMF. A lot of countries may have lost their way in those moments, but India did not give up. We learned from those mistakes. In the 1970s, India tested its own nuclear bomb, thus establishing security and deterrence. In the 1990s, we liberalized our economy, thus avoiding future economic crises. For any young country out there, this is a lesson, a roadmap to follow. India did not succeed because of global help. We succeeded despite the lack of it. Every Indian leader, every policymaker deserves credit for all of this, for ensuring progress, for modernizing our society, and for preserving democracy. Are we perfect? Of course not. No democracy is perfect. But the question is, do you have the tools to make a perfect democracy? In India, the answer is yes. So tonight, let's celebrate the greatest underdog story, where willpower trumped odds and hardships forged unity. Our next story stays with the theme of independence, but the venue is different. You see, India is not the only country celebrating its independence today. 3 other countries are also marking their freedom. First, there's the Republic of Congo. It's in Central Africa. The Republic of Congo got its freedom from France in 1960 on the 15th of August. Therefore, the country marks its national day today. So that's one country which is celebrating the day. There are also 2 others in Asia, 2 neighboring countries that do not see eye to eye but celebrate the same Independence Day. We are talking about the Koreas. Both North and South Korea also celebrate their Independence Days today. They won their freedom from Japan on August 15, 1945. It's the day Japan surrendered in the Second World War. You see, Japan had occupied Korea in the year 1910. For 35 years, Korea was a Japanese colony, and this was a united Korea. before it broke into the north and the south. The entire region was under Japanese occupation, but on August 15, 1945, Korea was free. Well, sort of. It did get freedom from the Japanese, but then it was taken over by others. The Soviets took over the northern part of the country, the US took over the south. This was supposed to be a temporary arrangement. The winners of World War II were supposed to keep Korea in a trusteeship for 5 years and then release an independent, united Korea into the world. But this never happened. Trust between the Soviets and the Americans broke down, and Korea remains fractured even today. However, both Koreas are technically independent. And that came about on the 15th of August 1945 when Japan surrendered. That is why both Koreas, North and South, celebrate their Independence Day today. Of course, their way of celebrating differs. First, let's look at North Korea. The Hermit Kingdom remains true to form. On their Independence Day, the people celebrate their old supreme leaders, Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, the grandfather and the father of the country's current leader. That's Kim Jong-un. Kim Il-sung was the founder of this dynasty, the original North Korean overlord. So on August 15, the people of North Korea lay flowers at his statue. These visuals are from earlier today. From North Korea's capital, Pyongyang, the celebration is more sober than what you see in South Korea. The South Korean celebrations may seem familiar to other countries who gained independence. Take a look at this.
Let's add the spirit and lessons of our ancestors who achieved liberation 79 years ago to our democracy, economic power, and cultural capabilities.
In South Korea, the people are waving flags, singing and cheering. It feels more natural than the North Korean celebrations and highlights the divisions between the two Koreas. The South took note of that, and their president made an offer to the North today.
Today, I propose that authorities from both Koreas establish Inter-Korean Working Group. The government will make sure that North Korean defectors are properly protected and invited to play a role in enhancing our ability to achieve unification. As long as the state of division persists, our liberation will remain incomplete. The freedom we enjoy must be extended to the frozen kingdom of the North, where people are deprived of freedom and suffer from poverty and starvation.
President Yoon Suk-yeol says he wants to work towards the unification of the Koreas. But he also went ahead and insulted the Kim Jong-un regime and added that this unity would be possible only once Kim starts denuclearization. Well, that's not likely to happen anytime soon. So an independent and unified Korea is still a pipe dream. But at least they can celebrate independence. It's like a recurring nightmare in India. A young woman raped in a mega city, a massive outpouring of anger and a political blame game to boot. We've seen it before in Delhi. We are seeing it again in Kolkata. A 31-year-old doctor was raped and murdered last week, that too at her medical college. The police have arrested one suspect, but multiple questions remain. Like, why wasn't the security better? Why aren't medical colleges better funded? And why does our society keep failing its women? To demand these answers, hundreds of women hit the streets yesterday. They protested well into the night. Such gatherings were seen in most major cities of India, in New Delhi, in Mumbai, in Kolkata, in Bengaluru and in Hyderabad. Take a look at this. Most of these protests were peaceful. You had candlelight vigils, chants and slogans, maybe a speech or two from activists, but that was it. It was about demanding justice peacefully. But in Kolkata, goons hijacked the protest. Dozens of them gathered outside the medical college where the murder happened. They overpowered the police officers, broke through barricades and vandalized the college. Many of the doctors inside were attacked. Even the emergency room was completely destroyed. Take a look. So what exactly happened here? And who were these goons? Well, it's not clear yet. Kolkata police has released pictures of the attackers. A manhunt is on to round them up. But the BJP says the goons were TMC party men. TMC is the Trinamool Congress, the party that rules West Bengal. The BJP, or the Bharatiya Janata Party, is the main opposition in the state. But let's keep the blame game aside for a moment. Let's focus on the bigger questions. Did those goons destroy any crucial evidence? Remember, this crime happened inside the same college. So it's a key part of the investigation. But Kolkata police say the crime scene is fine, that the goons did not touch it. Which brings us to the investigation. The CBI has taken over the probe. That's the Central Bureau of Investigation. It is India's premier probe agency. The CBI team has already reached the city. Reports say their probe will focus on multiple angles, like, was more than one suspect involved? Was evidence destroyed later? And was the college administration involved? There is already talk of a cover-up. You see, the college authorities found the victim on Friday morning. But they told her parents she died by suicide. Why would they do that? The police also filed a case of unnatural death. Again, this is strange. Such a case is filed when there is no complaint. But this was a clear case of rape and murder, so why did the college not file a complaint? These are all questions that must be answered, which means we must keep up the pressure. I know the political games have started, but this goes beyond all that. And we must say here, this is not a problem limited to one college or one state. This is a nationwide problem. The problem of taking women for granted. It's a great campaign stunt for politicians, calling yourself a defender of women or promising to ensure women's safety. But what about your own party men? Just look at the current Lok Sabha. 15 MPs, 15 members of parliament face charges of crimes against women. 2 of them are charged with rape. Will these men make laws to protect Indian women? Looks very unlikely to me. The problem is women's safety is never on the ballot. And don't get me wrong, it can be used to galvanize the public, but it's never a deciding factor when you vote. It's always caste or religion or benefits. It is never women's safety. We need to change that. Political parties must realize that there is a cost to not protecting women. If not, things will never really change. We will be stuck in this recurring nightmare. Bangladesh too is stuck in a nightmare. The violence on the streets refuses to die as the interim government struggles to restore law and order. The political parties are fueling more chaos. They are waging a power battle with sticks and rods. Members of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, the BNP, the party of Khaleda Zia, clashed with supporters of the Awami League. That's the party of Sheikh Hasina, the ousted Prime Minister. Meanwhile, the United Nations is set to begin an investigation into the killings during the student protests. Our next report tells you more.
Clashes have erupted on the streets of Dhaka again. Last night, a large group of armed men showed up in Dhanmondi, right outside what used to be the home of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. It was right here where Sheikh Mujib, along with most of his family, were assassinated in a military coup. Almost 50 years later, Sheikh Mujib's home has become the scene for another political upheaval. There were violent clashes. The angry mob, with bamboo sticks, iron rods and pipes, targeted supporters of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. The mob had members of the Chhatra Dal. This is the student wing of the BNP, or the Bangladesh Nationalist Party of Khalida Zia. They have been attacking supporters of the Awami League since the events of last week. This morning there were fresh clashes again. Sheikh Hasina supporters called for a rally. They are observing the National Mourning Day today in memory of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. He was assassinated on this very day. Once again, a mob showed up with sticks in their hands. There was a showdown.
As you can see, there is a condition here. There is no scope to showcase personal or political honor. Yet if someone comes to spike the situation with dishonest intention, students and the public will resist it for sure.
It has been over a week since the ouster of Sheikh Hasina, but peace is yet to return to the streets of Bangladesh. Organizers of the student protests, those who led the movement against Sheikh Hasina, are now expressing concerns. They fear that their movement could be hijacked by political interests.
We, the students and people who waged a mass upsurge with the sacrifice of thousands of people and brought new independence, will sacrifice more lives if we need to, but we will not allow this counter-upsurge. As soon as we found out about this conspiracy, we took to the streets and we are now making our stand.
The violence on the streets is an indictment for the interim government. They had vowed to restore law and order in Bangladesh, but it seems like they have a long way to go.
It's been 3 years. 3 years of the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan. It happened in 2021, the Battle of Kabul, when the Taliban entered the Afghan capital and the US-backed government collapsed. The same Taliban have completed 3 years in power and they're celebrating with a grand military parade. Take a look. That parade took place near Kabul yesterday at the Bagram Air Base. This was the largest US military base in Afghanistan. It used to be their base of operations, the center of their efforts to oust the Taliban. But now, the same Taliban are using the base and all the equipment left behind. Let's take stock of some of it. Those are all-terrain vehicles, or ATVs, perfect for Afghanistan's rough landscape. The Taliban will be able to use them all over the country. Then you have M1117 armored security vehicles, perfect for transporting troops safely. These are old Humvees with what looks like a Soviet-era anti-aircraft gun attached. And the Taliban don't just have old-school Humvees, they also have the modern ones, which they also flaunted at Bagram. Then there are the bigger prizes, like the MRAPs, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, in case the Taliban need to go to an area littered with mines. Then there are the tanks. The Taliban now has an assortment. and they were all on display, but their biggest prize was not seen on the tarmac. It was up in the air, the Black Hawk helicopters. The same helicopters that were once used to hunt them down, the Taliban are now flying them. So you can see why they're jubilant.
We give thanks for this blessing. We know its value when we think about the past situations through which hardships and pains we achieved this freedom.
The Taliban call it freedom. In 2021, they kicked out the Western occupying force and took away all the equipment you just saw. Most of it was American, but look closely and you'll spot some other nations too. That armored vehicle has a Danish flag on it. It was roaming the streets of Kabul, where Taliban fighters were out in full force, riding their bikes and waving their white flag. That is the Taliban's flag, their mark of control over Afghanistan. What you've been watching is the aftermath of the Western retreat from Afghanistan. From the year 2001 to 2021, the US and its allies were in Afghanistan. They defeated the first Taliban regime and proceeded to install a friendly government in its place. The West bombed the Taliban to oblivion and back, ignoring the number of innocent civilians caught in the explosions. And as a result, they helped the same Taliban regroup. The Taliban took advantage of the West's unpopularity. They recruited people who hated American bombs, and they built up a new army. Meanwhile, the US began to see Afghanistan as a never-ending war, so they decided to leave. In 2020, Donald Trump negotiated a withdrawal with the Taliban, and Joe Biden followed through with it the following year. The West-backed government in Kabul was left to fend for itself, and it collapsed in days. The fall was in fact so fast that even the West was caught unawares. American troops could barely get out in time, and they definitely did not have enough time to pack up their equipment, which is what you saw at the beginning. All the Western weapons left behind as spoils of war for the Taliban. What was the result of all this? Of the billions squandered on this equipment, of the thousands of lives lost. What did the West really achieve here? Afghanistan seems to be in a worse place than ever. The country is reeling from poverty. About half the population needs aid to survive. Women's rights are non-existent. They have systematically been barred from all public life, and women cannot get any education after the age of 12. Meanwhile, the Taliban are better equipped than ever before. They're running around in Humvees and Black Hawks. So I ask again, what did the West achieve with its 20-year-long Afghan war? The US and its allies should reflect on this, think about the horror they wrought, and hang their heads in shame. $200 million, that's how many iPhones are made every year, 200 million iPhones. And who makes them? A bunch of players, but one name stands out. That's Foxconn. Foxconn makes 70% of all iPhones. It's a Taiwanese tech giant. It makes more than 140 million iPhones every year. And not just that, it also makes Amazon Kindles, Google Pixel devices, and Sony's PlayStation. Foxconn is the biggest manufacturer of electronics in the world. It is also one of the world's biggest employers. It employs 1.3 million people. But why are we talking about it tonight? Because the Foxconn chairman was in India this week. This man, Young Liu, he met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The two discussed a lot of issues, including artificial intelligence, semiconductor manufacturing, and local production. Sounds like a productive meeting. And it's part of Foxconn's bigger plan. It wants to cash in on India's growing economy. It wants to expand in India. The company plans to invest $1.6 billion in new projects. Where will this money go? Who will benefit from these projects, and what's at stake for India? First, let's look at Foxconn's presence in India. They opened their first factory in the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu. This was in the year 2017, the first Foxconn factory in Tamil Nadu. And since then, they've only expanded. Currently, Foxconn has 30 factories in India, 30. Also 9 production campuses. It employs thousands of people. In 2022, Foxconn made $30 billion in India. That was 4.6% of its total revenue, $30 billion. This was up from nearly 2% in 2021, so more than double in 1 year. In 2023, that is last year, they started making the iPhone 15 in India. And by 2028, 25% of all phones could be made in India. That's a lot of numbers, but the trajectory is clear. Foxconn is eyeing a bigger business here. What makes India an attractive destination for the company? The first reason is the geopolitical uncertainty. China accounts for 75% of the company's production, but Foxconn wants to change that. It wants to bring it down to less than 50% at least. So they're looking for alternatives, and India is one of them. The second reason for focusing on India is familiarity. You see, Foxconn already has a comprehensive setup in India. It is familiar with this country, so it can just build on its existing facilities. According to representatives, Foxconn wants to double its business in India, so the plans are ambitious. But what does India stand to gain? Well, a lot. New Delhi aims to become a global manufacturing hub. The Prime Minister spoke about this today. India also wants to position itself as an alternative supplier to China, and Foxconn could be key to that plan. Plus, it will create more jobs. In Tamil Nadu, the company will invest $190 million. This is for a new electronics components unit. It will create more than 6,000 jobs. In Telangana, they plan to invest over $357 million. This is for an existing facility. In Karnataka, they plan to invest some $600 million. This is for 2 new factories, and this is over and above a $700 million facility near the Bengaluru airport. So a lot of money is being poured in, and India stands to gain. But it hasn't always been such a rosy relationship. In the month of June this year, Foxconn got into trouble here over a hiring bias. Apparently, the company was not hiring married women for its factories. And it's not the first time such a controversy has come to light. In 2021, there was a food poisoning outbreak in its Tamil Nadu factory. It led to a lot of protest. Plus, there were safety risks and multiple labor violations. Foxconn also pulled out of a joint venture to make semiconductors in India, so there have been issues before. But looks like both sides want to put it in the past. Right now, Foxconn is betting big on India, and New Delhi wants to leverage that. Our next story is about artificial intelligence featuring X, formerly known as Twitter. They've begun beta testing their AI chatbot. It's called Grok 2. It can generate images with text prompts. But what's the USP of Grok? Apparently, it is the most fun AI in the world. That's what the company's owner Elon Musk says. And by fun, he seems to mean really offensive content, because Grok has been serving up deep fakes of politicians, sexualized images of celebrities, and problematic violent images of ongoing wars. This is all fake. But it is a real challenge for the world, especially for the US, which is heading into a presidential election. Elon Musk has endorsed Republican candidate Donald Trump, and it seems Grok is doing the same. It shows Trump as a president for all ages, literally. What about Democratic candidate Kamala Harris? She is seen burning the American flag. Here's a report.
What's the weirdest idea you've ever had? Have you ever wanted to picture it? Well, now you can, thanks to X, formerly known as Twitter. On Wednesday, X began beta testing its AI chatbot, Grok 2. It has a new feature for the paid subscribers of X. Grok 2 can generate images with text prompts. This technology is not revolutionary by any means. OpenAI's ChatGPT and a number of other AI chatbots can also generate images. But Grok 2 does have a differentiating factor. Billionaire Elon Musk, the owner of X, wants Grok to be the most fun AI in the world. And clearly, X users are having fun with it. On Wednesday, users went wild posting some of the images that Grok can make for you. Want children's characters holding weapons? What about Pikachu with a gun? Or Goofy with a saw? That's one killer image, and it's doable. Want former US President Barack Obama doing drugs? Doable. Want US presidential candidate Kamala Harris holding a gun? Sure. What about Harris and Donald Trump carrying out the 9/11 attack? Done. Apparently, anything goes. Grok has led to a flood of offensive and strange AI-generated images, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. Some of the pictures are too explicit to show. There are deepfakes of politicians and celebrities, sexualized images, and violent pictures of ongoing wars. This feels like a repeat of 2022, when AI image generators entered the market. There were no guardrails, only really dumb ideas. We have come a long way since then. Now, most of the prominent AI generators have three important restrictions: no violence, no impersonation of real people, and no hate speech. Most chatbots today steer clear of these three topics. But not Grok. And this is no surprise. Ever since Musk took over X, the company has operated a whole lot differently, with many of its trust and safety team members and engineers getting fired. Now, ahead of the US elections, Grok is posing big risks. On the one hand, it seems to be in love with Donald Trump, the Republican presidential candidate and 45th US president. When asked for an image of the 46th US president, Grok says Trump. 47th president? Trump. 16th, and even the first president, it seems, was Trump. On the other hand, you have AI-generated images of Kamala Harris, the Democratic presidential candidate. She seems to be burning her country's flag. Even though the image is completely fake, that's not a good look for someone on the campaign trail. What's more, people have taken this a step further. They're using other AI tools to animate the image. Look at this. So there you have it. Grok may promise free speech, but its leanings scream Musk. And this is bound to be a problem for the US government ahead of the presidential election. Only time will tell if they can fix it before D-Day, because Musk, the new cowboy of the Wild Wild West, has thrown caution to the wind to chase his definition of free speech and fun.
For our next story, let me ask you a question. How do you like your coffee? Black with a dash of milk or iced in every season? Well, whatever your choice, there is trouble brewing for you. Your coffee will soon become more expensive courtesy climate change. And this is a big deal because coffee is the second most consumed beverage in the world. The first, obviously, is water. 2.25 billion cups of coffee are consumed every day. 2.25 billion every day. Clearly, it's all the global rage. But what about India? Traditionally, we've not been coffee enthusiasts. We are more of a tea drinking nation. Coffee was seen as a niche in most parts of the country, a luxury that many people cannot afford. But of late, there's been a shift. Indians are consuming coffee worth $51 billion every year. I mean, look around you. You will see more and more coffee chains, more coffee options and niche brands, which begs the questions. What brought about this change? How big is India's coffee industry now? Who is leading this market and how much potential does it have? A quick primer first. Coffee came to India in the late 17th century and the credit goes to this man, Baba Budan. He went on a pilgrimage to Mecca. While returning, he smuggled some coffee beans. Apparently, they were hidden in his beard. Don't ask me how. He got them to India and planted them in the hills of Chikmagalur. That's in the Indian state of Karnataka. The fate of those beans is not documented. But look at where we are. India is the 6th largest producer of coffee. Plantations are concentrated here in all these states, and Karnataka leads the game, accounting for 70% of India's coffee production. In 2023, India's coffee exports were over $1 billion, so we are a major exporter. But what about the domestic market? It's worth $500 million and it's growing fast. By 2032, it could be over $1 billion, and one demographic is propelling it: the youth. India's median age is around 28 years. We have a young population. A lot of them seem to prefer coffee, and brands are cashing in on this trend. It started with Cafe Coffee Day back in 1996. The brand pioneered India's coffee culture. Debt nearly ended the flagship chain, but more brands entered the picture, like Starbucks in 2012. It was one of the first foreign coffee brands in India. Initially, Starbucks focused on big cities. It took 11 years to open 343 stores. But the US coffee giant has since changed its strategy. By 2028, they plan to open 1,000 stores in India. That means one new store every 3 days. And the focus now is on Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Starbucks wants to expand. It's competing with local brands like Blue Tokai and Third Wave. They are fast expanding their footprint. In the last 3 years, both brands have opened more than 150 stores and their drinks cost less. In the meantime, a lot of other Indian coffee chains have also sprung up. There's Subco, Araku Coffee, Nothing Before Coffee and UB Coffee. More and more outlets are coming up every day and investors are waking up to this trend. Third Wave Coffee has raised $66 million till date. Subco secured $10 million in funding in the month of March. But there's still one question. Are coffee shops still a luxury for the Indian consumer? An average cup of coffee costs between $3 to $4 in India. The daily minimum wage is around $2. So at that price point, it's unaffordable for most consumers. But coffee chains want to tap into India's middle class and upper middle class. Estimates say that's around 432 million people. The middle class and upper middle class, even if 5% of them, of the more than 400 million people, even if 5% of them buy coffee, it will still amount to huge sales. And that's the market that these brands want to target. Right now, India's coffee penetration is just 3.6%. By 2029, it could go up to 6%. That makes it a market with a lot of potential. And as of today, it's brewing with excitement. Raise your hand if you read terms and conditions when you download an app or sign up for a streaming service or open a new bank account. Anyone? Well, that's what we thought. Terms and conditions contracts are complex and long-winding, so most of us do not read them. We simply hit the agree button. But this only works in the interest of companies. Our last story tonight is an example of that. Disney is being sued over the death of a woman. She died after having an allergic reaction at a restaurant in Disney World. But Disney wants this lawsuit halted. Do you know why? Because the man suing them signed up for a free trial version of Disney Plus many years ago. He agreed to Disney's terms and conditions without reading them, and Disney is making sure he regrets it. Here is a report.
Corporate America strikes again, and this time it will leave you saying, wait, what? But if that's literally your question, here's what's happening. Disney wants a wrongful death suit thrown out because the man suing Disney had signed up for Disney Plus years ago. The streaming service, not even the real deal, for a free 1-month trial version. Here's what happened. The day was October 5th, 2023. Jeffrey Piccolo was at Disney World in Orlando, Florida with his wife. They were having lunch. Now, Piccolo's wife was severely allergic to dairy and nuts. This was allegedly informed to the restaurant servers. But later that day, his wife died. She had an allergic reaction to the food. She suffered from anaphylaxis due to elevated levels of dairy and nut in her system. Now a widower, Piccolo has sued Disney for about $50,000. But Disney does not intend to make this easy for him. They say that the restaurant is quote-unquote neither owned nor operated by Disney. So it just exists on their property, and Disney claims it has no responsibility here. They want the case to be halted and the dispute to be resolved out of court in a process called arbitration, which is overseen by a third party who is not a judge. It's quicker and cheaper than a court case. This is a $158 billion company, so clearly money is not the problem here. They simply don't want a court case, and that's apparently okay. Why? Because Piccolo has a Disney account. That's the reason the company is citing to dismiss the case. They say that Piccolo created the account in 2019 for a free trial of Disney+. He agreed to the terms and services which say that Disney users agree to settle out of court. Piccolo's lawyers have called these arguments preposterous and inane. But this hasn't stopped Disney from pushing the envelope of legalities. While this has caused widespread anger online, this is also raising concerns. We don't need to read any fine print to know this. Most of us don't read terms and conditions. In fact, over 90% of consumers accept legal terms and conditions without reading them. It's obvious why. The language is too complex. The text is long-winded, not to mention it's boring. Back in 2011, Apple went viral for iTunes legal terms spread over 56 pages. That's more reading than many of us do in a whole week. But even today, do you know how long it will take you to finish reading the terms and conditions for any well-known e-reading device? It's 9 hours. Will you devote 9 hours to a text with 0 plot lines and no pictures? Most likely, no. Ideally, you should not skip the small print, but the next best choice is this: skimming through it and understanding the basic and most important terms used in contracts. Every app we download, ebook we read, streaming service we join, or video game we play, whether on our phones, laptops, or tablets, we have to agree to a contract. It may seem banal and boring, but it's legally binding. So we should read between the lines, because companies are counting on us not to.
Donald Trump has found a new enemy. Rather, he's rediscovered an old enemy. And no, it's not Kamala Harris, it's not her running mate either. In fact, it's not a human being at all. Trump's new enemy is windmills. You may think it's because he likes oil and gas or because he's a climate change denier, but that is not the reason why. The real reason that wind is kryptonite for Donald Trump is his hair. A strong gush could dent his ratings, certainly more than the criminal cases ever did. But what exactly is his grievance? Well, Trump's understanding of windmills is rudimentary. He says if the wind doesn't blow, your TV won't turn on. Needless to say, that's not how wind energy works. And it doesn't end there. Trump has had some crazy theories about windmills, theories he keeps recycling and repeating. I guess at least the joke is renewable.
That's the stuff that powers the plants. It's not wind that goes around and around. And darling, let's watch the president's State of the Union speech tonight. I'm sorry, we won't be able to do it. The wind isn't blowing, darling. If you want to see a bird cemetery, go under a windmill sometime. You'll see birds like you never saw. If you love birds, you'll start to weep. But it's just the craziest thing. They ruin our plains and fields. They're killing our whales. What? You can blow up a pipeline. You can blow up the windmills. You know, the windmills. Boom, boom, boom. Bing, that's the end of that windmill. If you have a windmill anywhere near your house, congratulations. Your house just went down 75% in value. And they say the noise causes cancer. You tell me that one, okay?
Now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. A 5.7 magnitude earthquake rattles northeastern Taiwan. Brussels rolls out a massive flower carpet in the middle of a historic square. And a groovy giant panda shows off its funky dance moves at a Chinese zoo. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1945, Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender in the Second World War. It followed the dropping of 2 atomic bombs on Japan. The surrender also marked the end of the war. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired. I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We start in the Middle East, where Qatar is hosting ceasefire talks in an attempt to end the war between Israel and Hamas that has now been raging for 10 months. The two-day-long talks in Doha are being mediated by the United States, Egypt, and as well as Qatar. Israel has sent a high-level team of negotiators reportedly handpicked by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Meanwhile, representing Washington is CIA Director William Burns, who's played an active role as mediator since the first round of talks were held in May this year. The White House said it remains confident that this time the talks would gain momentum and move closer to a ceasefire.
The United States is going to be there tomorrow, and we are ready. We are ready to continue these discussions. And as I've said before, and as my colleagues from NSC have said many times before, we are working 24/7 around the clock to get this done, to get this deal done.
Meanwhile, Israel is proposing an updated framework to the ceasefire deal first proposed by President Joe Biden back in May, saying it will adhere to a ceasefire and troop withdrawal as long as Hamas promises to release 33 hostages who are still alive. Israel says it has intelligence that over 110 hostages are still being held hostage by Hamas, with at least 40 of them being believed to be dead. Now Hamas has called the new Israeli demands a potential deal breaker and have committed to adhering to President Biden's ceasefire proposal, which would allow Hamas to release 33 hostages regardless of whether they are dead or alive. Hamas has accused Israel of moving away from the original terms and conditions and has threatened to walk out of the talks. Several senior Hamas leaders said that the Palestinian group would make a decision on accepting a ceasefire after being briefed by mediators on whether Israel would accept President Biden's original plan. Now, to overcome this diplomatic hurdle, the United States reached out to Qatar and Egypt and managed to convince Hamas against boycotting the talks.
How can they move forward and make progress if Hamas is not there?
So, as I said yesterday, our Qatari partners have assured us that there will be representation from Hamas, and I will let them, of course, speak to that, but I'm not going to get into more specifics beyond that.
Senior officials in the Biden administration said that achieving a ceasefire in Gaza remains vital to preventing Iran from launching an attack on Israel and escalating the war. U.S. intel reports say that Iran is fully prepared to avenge the killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran on July 31st. And now all eyes are on Israel and Hamas as they negotiate a ceasefire agreement and try to prevent a wider war, even as Netanyahu and Tehran prepare their militaries for potential attacks in what would undoubtedly be a catastrophe in the Middle East. And moving to the war in Europe, Russia's Belgorod region has declared a state of emergency due to intensified attacks by Ukrainian forces. The region's governor said the situation was extremely difficult due to daily cross-border shellings. Belgorod is south of Kursk, where Ukraine launched cross-border attacks last week, forcing widespread evacuations of over 100,000 civilians. The governor has sought a federal-level emergency declaration approved by Vladimir Putin, similar to Kursk.
The situation in our Belgorod region continues to remain extremely difficult and tense. There are daily shellings by the Ukrainian armed forces, destroyed homes, injured and killed peaceful civilians. Therefore, we have decided to declare a regional-level state of emergency across the entire Belgorod region starting today to provide additional protection for the population and to offer extra support to those affected, with a subsequent appeal to the Government Commission to request a declaration of a federal-level state of emergency.
Now, Russia says it shot down at least 117 Ukrainian drones overnight. But despite Moscow's efforts to repel the attacks, Kyiv's forces continue to push forward, with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announcing an advance of 1 to 2 miles deeper into the Kursk region.
There is good progress today in the Kursk region. We are achieving our strategic goal. We have also significantly replenished the exchange fund for our state.
Now, the exact extent of Ukraine's territorial control inside Kursk remains uncertain. However, Kyiv says that it has captured over 70 Russian villages. The Ukrainian commander-in-chief also confirmed the capture of at least 100 Russian soldiers.
Our Ukrainian drones work exactly as they should, but there are things that can't be done with drones alone. Unfortunately, we need other weapons, missile weapons.
We finished the search and elimination of the enemies on the territory of Sudza. From the beginning of today, we captured more than 100 of enemy's military servicemen.
Now, Ukraine maintains that it does not seek to annex Russian territory, stressing that attacks will stop if Russia agrees to a peace settlement. Meanwhile, Putin has accused President Zelensky of rejecting peace efforts. In response, President Zelensky has reiterated that talks will only happen if Russian forces withdraw from all Ukrainian territories, including Crimea.
With their terrorist actions in Kursk area, Ukraine has, at minimum, put the peace talks track on pause for a long time. In my opinion, they did this intentionally. Peace talks with an absolutely inadequate enemy is unnatural.
President Joe Biden has acknowledged the Ukrainian incursion into Russia and has called it a real dilemma for Putin. The president added that U.S. officials were in constant contact with Kyiv, although the White House has maintained that it did not receive advance notice about the Ukrainian operation. Additionally, Finland and Estonia have voiced their support for Ukraine's actions, while Germany emphasized Ukraine's right to self-defense even beyond its borders. And now in the race for the White House, Donald Trump's vice presidential pick J.D. Vance has run into controversy once again. A photo has gone viral on social media that purportedly shows him dressed as a drag queen. Reports say Vance was pictured donning a blonde wig and a skirt in 2011 when he was a student at Yale Law School. Meanwhile, LGBTQ+ activists have called him a hypocrite as he publicly pushes harmful rhetoric against their community. Here's our full report with more.
Since the day Donald Trump picked J.D. Vance as his running mate, the Ohio senator has been at the center of numerous controversies. Whether it's calling childless cat ladies miserable, allegedly funding animal cruelty, or misrepresenting the Appalachian community in his memoir. One would think that Vance has done it all. But wait, there's more. Some photos have gone viral on social media platform X that purportedly show him dressed as a drag queen. In the images, Vance is donning a blonde wig and a skirt while playing beer pong with his friends. Media reports say the photographs were originally posted on Facebook in 2011 by one of his former classmates. Vance attended Yale University from 2010 to 2013 before receiving a Juris Doctorate from the Ivy League school. When it comes to the authenticity of these images, reports say both the Ohio senator and his wife Usha Vance are mentioned in the original post. Meanwhile, a spokesperson for Vance has not denied the viral photo's legitimacy. So why are pictures of Vance cross-dressing such a big deal? Because the Republican vice presidential nominee is out and open against LGBTQ+ rights. Though this was not the case before 2021. 3 years ago, he was a supporter of LGBTQ+ causes. In law school, he reportedly advocated against Don't Ask, Don't Tell, a former policy in the United States that allowed gay and lesbian citizens to serve in the military as long as they did not make their sexual preferences public.
For 3.5 years, he's as sharp as he's ever been. He's sharp as a tack.
However, Vance's support on LGBTQ+ issues flipped when he met Donald Trump and ran for Senate in 2022. For the 40-year-old, there was no eureka moment that changed his views on Trump. Vance says he gradually realized that the man whom he once called Hitler actually had opinions that he agreed with. Now the Ohio senator has become a vocal critic of gender-affirming care for minors. He also once opposed federal protections for same-sex and interracial marriages. Vance believes there are only two genders and refers to trans issues as a crazy gender theory. And now, with his latest viral photo dressed as a drag performer, Vance has once again sparked outrage among the LGBTQ+ population in the United States, who already criticize him for perpetuating harmful rhetoric against their community, and they're now calling him a hypocrite.
And staying in the United States, Disney World is seeking to dismiss a lawsuit brought by a husband over the death of his wife with a bizarre argument. This February, Jeffrey Piccolo filed a $50,000 wrongful death lawsuit against Disney on behalf of his late wife. Piccolo claims he and his wife went to a Walt Disney World resort in Florida last year and dined at a restaurant inside the theme park. His wife had a severe allergy to dairy and nuts, and they asked the waiters numerous times about allergen-free food. The restaurant allegedly assured them that their order would be allergen-free. However, shortly after eating the food, Piccolo's wife suffered an allergic reaction and died the same day on October 5th. A medical examiner confirmed that the death took place due to elevated levels of dairy and nuts in her system. Now Disney has responded to the allegations in a Florida court and has argued that the case ought to be settled out of court, because Piccolo years ago agreed to the company's terms, stating that users must agree to settle any disputes with the company out of court via arbitration. Piccolo allegedly agreed to the condition when he signed up for a 1-month free trial of Disney Plus in 2019, and again in 2023 when he purchased the theme park tickets online using his Disney account. Attorneys for Disney say that when a person creates a Disney Plus account, they also agree to the Walt Disney Company's terms of use. That includes its affiliates like Disney Parks and Resorts. Now, lawyers for Piccolo have called Disney's arguments preposterous and inane. They say Disney is presenting a notion that if a person signs up even for a free trial of Disney Plus, they will have forever waived the right to a jury trial. Piccolo's lawyers further claim that the plaintiff is now suing Disney on behalf of his deceased wife, who never agreed to the terms. And now it remains to be seen if Piccolo will get justice for his wife's wrongful death or lose to Disney's bizarre claims when the matter is heard in court this October. And finally, from San Francisco, self-driving cars that are supposed to be a step towards the future are giving people sleepless nights in a once peaceful neighborhood. These autonomous vehicles from Waymo have been honking incessantly while parked, specifically between midnight and 4 in the morning. What started as a high-tech convenience has quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving residents frustrated with the tech malfunction. Here's our final report with more.
In a quiet neighborhood of San Francisco, where the hum of the city usually faded into the night, something unusual began happening. The parking lot, once filled with city crowds during local events, had taken on a new kind of occupant, Waymo's robo-taxis. Sleek and silent during the day, they seemed like the perfect addition to the neighborhood. These vehicles, designed to navigate the streets without human intervention, were a glimpse into the future. But as the night fell, the once silent lot began to stir with an unexpected noise: car horns. A resident who lives in a nearby building said, "We started out with a couple of honks here and there, and then as more and more cars started to arrive, the situation got worse." At first, the honking seemed almost comical. The idea of cars devoid of drivers communicating in such a way brought a smile to those who noticed. But as the nights wore on, the honking continued, and often at the most inconvenient hours. Residents who documented the persistent honking more than a dozen times said, "It's very distracting during the workday, but most importantly, it wakes you up at 4 in the morning." The honking wasn't just a brief interruption, it became a regular part of the neighborhood's soundscape. Residents who had been excited to see the cutting-edge technology in their midst found themselves lying awake, live streaming and wondering when the noise would finally stop. Attempts to reach out to the company behind the robo-taxis were met with promises of a solution. Randall White, a resident in the area, said, "I think the most frustrating thing about this is that there is just nobody to talk to, and even at the corporate level, I'm finding it difficult." Then, after multiple queries, a Waymo spokesperson said the cause had been identified and a fix was on the way. Yet the residents complained that the honking persisted. One of those residents, who has lived in the building for oddly 2 decades, said he had never been woken up in the middle of the night as often as he had been in the last 2 weeks. But despite the frustration, there was a strange irony to it all. The robo-taxis, designed to be safer and more reliable than human drivers, had become a literal nightmare. The same technology that promised to make the streets quieter and safer during the day was now responsible for sleepless nights.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired. I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations, and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus today is on Sudan. The peace talks to end the 16-month-old civil war in the country have begun in Geneva. However, without the participation of any of the warring parties. The US-led talks were attended by delegations from Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, the African Union, and the United Nations. However, missing from the negotiating table were Sudan's armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces of the RSF. Both sides have been fighting since April of 2023, resulting in one of the world's biggest humanitarian disasters. The Sudan army had rejected the invitation to attend the peace talks several days ago, but the RSF had confirmed its participation. RSF had sent delegates to Switzerland, but at the last minute, they ditched the talks. The group has not publicly given a reason for withdrawing. The army says the RSF has not implemented what was agreed upon during the previous talks in Saudi Arabia last year. It has accused the RSF of continuing its attacks on civilians and public facilities. The RSF has denied the accusations. The RSF said that its arrival in Geneva was a powerful testament to its resolve to ease the tensions. It called on the army to attend the talks before itself backing out. While Sudan's army has also objected UAE's presence in the talks, as it has accused the Arab nation for backing the RSF. Many Sudanese expressed hope as the talks to end the conflict undergo in Geneva, but many remain skeptical.
If the United States is playing this role now, there is no problem with that. If it were Russia or China, we would welcome them as well. Any international party that calls for an end to the war and advocates for peace must be welcomed.
We have no problem with Egypt's participation, but the presence of the UAE, which supports the Rapid Support Militia politically, militarily, and logistically, in the Geneva negotiations is problematic and an insult to the Sudanese state and army.
The RSF has continued operations in several areas of Sudan, heavily bombarding multiple cities. It has pushed into the southeast region, displacing thousands of civilians. The situation is particularly worse in the North Darfur region, with an intense battle ongoing for the city of Al-Fashir. Doctors Without Borders supported Saudi Hospital in the city, which is the last operating public hospital in North Darfur and faces risk of closure. Continued attacks over the last week have caused extensive damage, leaving the hospital barely functional. Meanwhile, the United Nations has said that Sudan is now at breaking point, as a growing number of people need food, water, shelter, and medical care. Over 8 million people have been displaced since fighting erupted last year, and thousands have been killed. The crisis has plunged the country into what the UN has called one of the worst humanitarian disasters in recent memory. Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Oluwale Ojewal, Regional Coordinator for Central Africa at the Institute for Security Studies in Dakar, Senegal. Thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, given that neither the army nor the paramilitary RSF attended the talks, what impact has the absence of both warring sides had on the negotiations? What are the prospects for peace?
Thank you so much. I think it is predictable now because you can't shave a man's head in his absence. It implies that the negotiators are only talking to themselves without the gladiators in the room. So the implication is that the center cannot hold and the mere anarchy is loosed upon Sudan. I think in the coming days, there will be a need to reassess how far these the mediators have gone and to actually prioritize where they think they should put the needed action. One is the fact that now that none of the parties are attending, it's about going back to the drawing table and then maybe now actually putting everybody lining behind the African Union to be on the driving seats as far as this peace negotiation is concerned, because the parties have actually expressed different reservations regarding the reason why they are not participating in that, even though the people on the ground really need that peace so badly now. So it implies that you cannot most likely arrive at a meaningful conversation and then conclusion until you probably bring back the pig stock to the soil in Africa.
Absolutely. Let's look at the specific issues that have hindered progress during the peace talks. What are the main obstacles preventing a lasting ceasefire in Sudan? And why did the RSF suddenly back out of the talks?
Well, they must have their strategic reasons for that. We can only speculate based on what is available in the public domain. And like Sudanese which some of the people from Sudan which I've personally interacted with have also expressed concern about the way the peace process has been managed, in the sense that it appears that geopolitics have taken over the real issues, which is how the humanitarian consequences of the war is actually biting on the people. So you see various countries with interest aligning in different directions. Between May 2023 and August 2024 this month, About 7 initiatives and mechanisms for peace negotiation have been put in place, and they were largely championed by external actors, particularly those within the neighborhood, which Sudanese themselves express the view that they have interest, particularly in aligning behind one party or the other in this. So it implies that there is a need to de-escalate that conflict of interest before you can come to the peace negotiation table. And that is what I think is really the concern of the Sudanese, who are really waiting patiently to have this peace talk. But like I said earlier, the resolution is...
Doctor,
Yes,
are you still there? I think I lost you for a moment. Right. Sorry, let me just interrupt there. You have touched on the international players' objectives. How can the international actors, especially the US, effectively support the negotiation process?
For the US to be able to drive a meaningful peace engagement in Sudan, I think the number one thing is to locate everything that they want to do within the African Union. Work with the African Union, because largely most people are going to see this situation as peace being imposed by external actors and not consider the various variables that have actually led to the buildup of these whole crises. Don't also forget that the gladiators in the conflict are both illegitimate. The military actually came into power through an unconstitutional means, and this rapid support force is also not legitimate in the country. So there is a need to build coalition among the Sudanese community in terms of what do they want. That is the number one thing. And that mechanism must be channeled through the African Union. All the 7 peace-building, peace negotiation mechanism must collapse into the AU peace and security framework to achieve a lasting peace-building, peace negotiation in Sudan. And the United States of America and our allies in the region, or those who are part of the peace negotiation, must also subject their structure to that African Union mechanism to be able to have a solution. And possibly maybe having this negotiation on the African soil, perhaps in any of a peaceful neighboring country, maybe in Egypt or Kenya or any other country within the region. I think that is the way to go. The proliferation of the peace negotiation is not helping the matter and is not helping the cause of the Sudanese people, who are actually feeling the brunt of the war.
Yeah. Absolutely, the people who are suffering the most. Doctor, as always, great to have you on Firstpost Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
The World Health Organization has raised an alarm over Mpox outbreak in Africa, declaring it a public health emergency of international concern. For the second time in 2 years, the World Health Body has declared an Mpox health emergency. The WHO decision follows an outbreak of the viral infection in the Democratic Republic of Congo that has spread to its neighboring countries. Now the health body fears the spread of Mpox to countries outside Africa.
Last week, I announced that I was convening an emergency committee under the international health regulations to evaluate the upsurge of Mpox in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and other countries in Africa. Today, the emergency committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. I have accepted that advice. It's clear that a coordinated international response is essential to stop these outbreaks and save lives. A public health emergency of international concern is the highest level of alarm under international health law.
Public health emergency of international concern, or PHIEC status, is the WHO's highest level of alert. It aims to accelerate research, funding, and international public health measures and cooperation to contain the disease. The WHO Director General, Tedros Ghebreyesus, said that the world body has released $1.5 million in contingency funds and plans to release more in the coming days. WHO's response plan would need an initial $15 million. Earlier this week, Africa's top public health body declared an mpox emergency for the continent after warning that the viral infection was spreading at an alarming rate, with over 17,000 suspected cases and more than 500 deaths, mainly among children in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Let's break down what we know about mpox and the current outbreak so far. First things first, what is mpox? It is an infectious disease caused by a virus. The symptoms include fever, chills, and muscle aches, and are typically followed by a rash that starts as raised spots, which turn into blisters filled with fluid, and these eventually form scabs. There are broadly two different types known as clades. Clade 1 was once known as the Congo Basin clade, and Clade 2 as the West African clade. Both can be fatal, but Clade 1 has had a higher death rate. The African CDC says 34 countries in Africa are either reporting infections or are considered at high risk. At least 12 countries have reported cases so far, including the DRC, which has more than 90% of the cases. Some countries like Burundi, Kenya, and Rwanda have reported mpox cases for the first time. Like I mentioned, the most severe outbreak is in the DRC, which has over 90% of the cases in Africa. 511 mpox deaths have been reported this year. Cases of a deadlier strain of mpox have been confirmed in 4 countries. A new offshoot of Clade 1, which is called Clade 1b, has been detected in East DRC. It has also been confirmed in Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. Earlier, Clade 1 typically spread by people eating infected bushmeat, but Clade 1b is spreading person to person, often via sexual contact. It is also spreading through other physical and face-to-face contact, or via contaminated bedding or towels. There are vaccines, but there are issues with access. Africa CDC says it needs 10 million doses, but only 200,000 are available. Authorities say a lack of treatments and diagnostics is hampering the response. Plans for vaccination programs are still under review, but other plans, including tracing and vaccinating contacts of cases, could be launched. Shifting focus to Nigeria, public pressure has forced Nigerian lawmakers to withdraw a bill that proposed a 10-year jail term for those who refuse to sing the national anthem. The controversial bill is called the Counter-Subversion Bill. It also proposed a 5 million naira or over $3,000 fine for those who refuse to recite the national anthem. It also imposed a 5-year jail term for erecting an illegal roadblock and a 3-year sentence for disobeying constituted authority. The bill was introduced in July of 23, and it was in the early stages of a debate and discussion before the abrupt withdrawal. Now, the bill sparked a massive outcry among the public and raised concerns about its potential impact on civil liberties. Critics argued that the proposed law was an attempt by the government to suppress dissent. Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Abbas Tujin, who had sponsored the bill, said that the withdrawal was in response to the voices and concerns of the people. He said that the decision followed his extensive consultations with stakeholders and careful consideration of the nation's current circumstances. The proposed law came in the wake of nationwide protests against the economic crisis in Nigeria. At least 22 were killed in the widespread rallies that erupted on the 1st of August. The protests have now fizzled out, but anger persists over the high cost of living and the bad governance in Nigeria. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Kenya. The country is recovering from a deadly drought that has lasted for 4 years. Not just humans, but their cattle also bore the brunt, as nearly 3 million of them died of hunger and thirst. Now, with no additional source of income, women of Kenya's Maasai community have turned to fish farming, and a little push from the government is making their lives better. Our next report gets you more details.
From 2020 to 2023, East Africa witnessed its worst drought in almost 40 years. The dry spell especially hit the arid and semi-arid regions of Kenya, affecting close to 3 million people. Families were left without food and water. At least 100,000 children suffered severe malnutrition, and lack of sanitation exposed the population to numerous illnesses. Not just humans, but animals also took the brunt of the deadly disaster. The 3 years of below-average rainfall claimed the lives of 2.6 million cattle, which died of thirst and hunger. The scenes were horrifying, as one could see the decomposing carcasses of livestock everywhere. And households that relied on only rearing cattle were left with nothing. The 4 years of drought had snatched away everything, including their livelihoods. But since then, the people of Kenya have moved on from the misery. They are now turning to other sources of income, and one of them is fish farming. For the women of the Maasai tribe in Kenya's Kajiado, fish farming is proving to be a profitable profession. With training from the government, these farmers are now selling one fish for up to 300 shillings or over $2.
We are still livestock keepers, however. Due to climate change, most of the time we experience drought, forcing us to relocate to other areas, and our cattle still die. So when the county government introduced us to this fish farming project, we gladly received it because we considered it as an alternative source of livelihood.
The Kajiado government supplies pond liners, Nile tilapia fish, and feed to indigenous people. And all they have to do is allocate a portion of their land to create a fish pond and harvest the batch of fish after 6 months.
When drought came for 4 consecutive years, we were severely affected. Our cows died, our sheep died. We were left with nothing. Our cows died. The lands were left bare, with nothing for the cows to graze on. So, I decided to set aside a piece of land to rear fish and monitor how they would perform, because I realized it's a good source of food. I can also take it to the market, sell, and educate my children with the proceeds.
The initiative aims to help families in the Kajiado region by diversifying their income and providing a buffer against the climate crisis. The project is also encouraging fish consumption in the Maasai community to escape hunger and malnutrition.
To address this issue of land scarcity, changes in livelihood systems due to climate change, the program have seen some importance to have fish farming in the rural setups, so that at least they have alternative livelihoods and have a diversification of food systems in order to address issues of food insecurity and malnutrition within the households.
With climate change impacting the world in ways we cannot imagine, shocking scenes of emaciated cows and dead sheep could become more common. However, empowering remote communities like the one in Kenya can help fight back and provide a way to improve their lives.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's exactly what we feared. Bangladesh wants Sheikh Hasina to return, not to bury old differences, but to stand trial, to answer for her alleged crimes. And who's saying this? The new interim foreign minister of Bangladesh. He says a number of cases have been filed against Sheikh Hasina, so Dhaka will have to demand her return. Basically, they want to extradite Sheikh Hasina. Just one problem though, Hasina is still in New Delhi. Her son says that she is not seeking asylum anywhere, so if an official extradition request is made, the ball will be in India's court. And the foreign minister knows this. Listen to his statement. I'm quoting, "That creates an embarrassing situation for the Indian government. New Delhi knows this and I'm sure they will take care of it." Not exactly a positive statement. If you know it will embarrass India, why do it at all? Why not let it slide? Perhaps because of the domestic sentiment. The public in Bangladesh is demanding justice. More than 400 people were killed in the anti-Hasina protests. Their families blame the ousted Prime Minister for their deaths. At least 3 cases have been filed against her, and one of them is a murder case. 3 of her ministers are already in jail. They were arrested while trying to flee the country. Plus, Sheikh Hasina remains a volatile player. Consider what happened this week. Hasina released her first public statement. She asked her supporters to rally on the 15th of August. It's a national mourning day in Bangladesh. It marks the death anniversary of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the country's founder, and Sheikh Hasina's father. And what happened on that day, 15th August? More violence. Hasina's supporters did gather to mourn Mujib, but they were attacked by other political parties. So the interim regime's logic is quite clear. If Hasina is at large, she can influence Bangladesh politics, which is why they may look to extradite her. Which brings us to India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Mohammad Yunus today. He voiced support for a stable and democratic Bangladesh. It was their first conversation since Yunus took charge. And what about extradition? India's foreign ministry was asked about this. The spokesperson called it a hypothetical situation. Listen in.
आपने जो बात किया एक्सट्रेडिशन का, तो ये तो बड़ा एक हाइपोथेटिकल सा सवाल है ना? तो इस पे हम लोग की हमारा ये कहना हुआ कि इट इज़ नॉट अ प्रैक्टिस टू आंसर हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चंस.
It's clearly a tricky question. So let's understand what is at stake. The technicalities first. India and Bangladesh do have an extradition treaty, so a convict or an under trial can be sent across the border. We have the laws in place. But we have some exceptions. Say the convict is seeking asylum in India or she's considered a political prisoner, then extradition rules do not apply. You may think Sheikh Hasina fits that bill, but the fact is we don't know yet. The Indian government has not revealed her status. She could be a guest or a refugee or an asylum seeker. As of now, it is unclear. But frankly, this is not about the technicality. This will be a political call. India has 3 factors to consider. Number 1, you can't be seen as dumping a friend. India's relationship with Sheikh Hasina goes back decades. New Delhi gave her refuge in 1975. She stayed here after soldiers killed her family. You can't just flush that history down the drain. Plus, Sheikh Hasina faces serious charges. Murder is punishable by death in Bangladesh, and Hasina is accused of murder, so her freedom and life hangs in the balance. That's the first thing to consider. Factor number 2, resetting ties. India has a new strategic goal in Dhaka. Retain as much influence as possible and fend off Chinese or Pakistani designs. To do that, you need the new power brokers in your corner. If not, India may lose strategic space. Which brings us to the final factor, the impact on minorities. Prime Minister Modi spoke about this yesterday in his Independence Day speech. The status of Hindus is a big concern for India. Many of them have already been targeted. If India refuses to extradite Hasina, the attacks may intensify. Mobs may channel their anger at Hindus. So these are the 3 factors at play. I know it sounds like a tough situation. It is, but there is also a way out. And that is quiet diplomacy. Stop Dhaka from publicly talking about extradition or indeed filing a request. Also try to stop Hasina from releasing these statements. They don't help her or India. After that, it's a waiting game. Initial reports said that Hasina was looking for asylum in the UK or in Finland. If those moves succeed, problem solved. Once Hasina leaves Indian soil, it is not New Delhi's concern. Of course, all of this is easier said than done. It will take a lot of diplomatic maneuvering. And don't forget the optics. Hasina may be gone, but India is still the senior partner in this relationship, so New Delhi cannot be seen as being pushed around. It will be a tough tightrope walk for the Indian leadership. We'll be tracking all the updates for you. Ukraine's incursion in Russia is gaining momentum. The operation entered its 11th day today. Ukrainian forces are building on their gains. Kiev claims it now has a military office inside Russian territory. Listen in.
To maintain law and order and ensure the priority needs of the population, a military commandant's office was created in the controlled territories of Kursk region. Major General Moskalyov was appointed the head.
This is the area that they're talking about, the Kursk region. Ukrainian troops are now 35 kilometers inside the Kursk region. And how much territory does Ukraine control? More than 1,000 square kilometers. This includes 82 Russian settlements. So Ukraine is now on solid footing in Kursk. Its soldiers are expanding the operation. Their next target is Belgorod. As of yesterday, fierce fighting was still on there. Ukraine says it detained more than 100 Russian soldiers. This is their largest mass capture of Russian troops. A video too has come out. It was released by Ukraine's military. It shows the Russian troops surrendering. Russia is countering Ukraine's claims with videos of their own, like this one. Russia released these pictures from Belgorod. It is an attempt to show Ukraine in bad light, because here Moscow claims that Ukraine conducted airstrikes in the region and targeted civilians and their homes. Russia has since imposed a state of emergency in Belgorod.
The main goal of the state of emergency is to introduce additional security measures and additional support measures for those who have suffered. We hope that our plan will be implemented.
Zelensky wanted Russia to feel the war. He seems to be getting his wish. Moscow has ordered mass evacuations. Around 200,000 Russians have been moved from these regions. These were people living close to the Ukraine border. 2 lakh of them have been moved. Russia says it has managed to regain some of its lost territory, but this operation is not over yet. In fact, the fighting could intensify in the coming days. Moscow wants a swift end to Ukraine's campaign, so more Russian troops are being deployed here to flush out the Ukrainian army.
We are talking, first of all, about increasing the efficiency of the troop command and control system in interaction with other law enforcement agencies and the administration of the Belgorod region, about identifying responsible officials, as well as allocating additional forces and means that will be sent to carry out the main tasks.
So Russia is ready to fight this out. Is Ukraine prepared for a protracted battle inside enemy territory? Its forces appear to be stretched already. Moscow says it is making gains inside Ukraine. They've captured a key transport hub in eastern Ukraine. Meanwhile, Kiev's attacks have put its Western partners in a fix, like the United States, which appears to have been taken by surprise. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has made calls to Kiev to ask What's their end game with this operation?
The secretary had a call with Minister Umerov yesterday. Throughout the department, we are engaging with the Ukrainians, trying to get a better understanding of their objectives. So I don't have more for you right now.
If Ukraine wants to continue fighting inside Russia, it will need more support from the West, and that is going to be tricky. Russia is preparing for the long haul. It is stepping up production of weapons. Reports say Russian arms producers are delaying deliveries to foreign clients. They are prioritizing supplies to Russian forces. Russia's ally China is also making moves. Interestingly, it has reached out to the Vatican, or it is talking to the Vatican. The Vatican reached out. Diplomats from both sides have spoken about the war in Ukraine and China's proposed peace plan. Like I said, the Vatican is said to have requested this call. And what is the Chinese peace plan that they discussed? It calls for a ceasefire in Ukraine and a negotiated truce to end the conflict. In the past, Vladimir Putin has endorsed the Chinese plan, but Ukraine and the West have been skeptical. Ukraine does not want to give up land to end this war, so Zelensky has rejected China's compromise formula. Instead, he offered an alternative. At the Peace Summit in Switzerland, the one that was held in June, it proved to be a non-starter though, because no one from Russia attended. They were not invited. So China too gave it a miss. And while India did send a delegation, it refused to endorse Ukraine's plan. The thing is, peace will require a compromise from both sides, and at this point, neither is ready for it. So they offer plans and counter plans and continue fighting. Now, Zelensky has taken the war inside Russia. Perhaps the idea is to build leverage to push his peace plan. And his forces have made some gains, but unless they can hold on to them, it won't amount to much. Our next story is also about Ukraine and Russia. It involves an investigation into sabotage and terrorism. It's about the 2022 Nord Stream blasts. Some of you may remember what happened. You may remember these images from September 2022. These are giant gas leaks in the Baltic Sea. It was the largest release of natural gas ever recorded. The gas was leaking from two pipelines, the Nord Stream 1 and 2. These two pipelines connected Russia to Germany. Western Europe received natural gas from Russia via these pipelines. But in September 2022, the pipelines were blown up. And we still don't know who was behind it. Who did it? Was it Russia? Was it Ukraine? The US? Aliens? 1,000 theories were doing the rounds, but we never really discovered the truth. But now, almost 2 years since the explosions, we have another lead. A new report has come out, laying out a new theory. This one points fingers squarely at Ukraine. I'll give you a quick overview. The plot was apparently hatched in May 2022. The war was on in full swing. Kiev had Western support, but it came with some disclaimers. Europe would need Ukraine, would help Ukraine, but it would continue buying Russian gas. Germany in particular. It was dependent on the cheap Russian fuel, and Germany received it directly via the Nord Stream pipelines. So some Ukrainians decided to make Germany and the rest of Europe kick the habit, quit it, cold turkey. How? By blowing up the source of their cheap fuel, the Nord Stream pipelines. They decided to blow them up. The new report says Ukraine blew up the pipelines and that everyone in Kiev was on board, including the country's president, Volodymyr Zelensky. In fact, he's the one who gave the go-ahead. So a plan was set in motion. A 6-member crew was chosen to carry out this attack. It had both military personnel and civilians, expert divers who would lay explosives near the pipelines. This sabotage crew pretended to be a group of friends. They rented a private yacht and set sail from the German port of Rostock. The yacht made its way across the Baltic. In the dead of night, amid freezing temperatures, the crew members dived into the depths of the Baltic. They placed an explosive on the pipelines, an explosive called HMX. These bombs were attached to time detonators. They were placed on both the Nord Stream pipelines, and then the crew continued their yacht trip. They left. Eventually, on September 26th, the bombs went off at 2 different locations. Both Nord Stream pipelines were damaged. and Russia's grip on Europe was loosened. This is what the new report says about the operation. But more interesting than the method is the politics. Apparently, Zelensky later tried to call off the attack. The report says that America's CIA got wind of the plot and they told Zelensky to abort the mission, so he allegedly tried to stop it. He told his army chief to hit the brakes. But by then it was too late. The Ukrainian army had cut contact with the sabotage crew, so nothing could be done to stop them. At least this is what the new report claims. Meanwhile, the German police have also been investigating this attack, and they issued an arrest warrant last month for a Ukrainian diving instructor who was living in Poland. He is thought to be one of the civilians involved in the attack. His arrest would have helped with the German probe. But then another twist took place. Poland apparently chose not to act on the arrest warrant, and the Ukrainian diver was allowed to flee the country. He is thought to have made his way back to Ukraine, where the German police will not be able to touch him. This would have also tipped off other suspects. So all of them, all the suspects, are thought to be back in Ukraine now, meaning the German probe might get stalled, but it all points fingers to Ukraine. Although we may not be able to verify the new theory. Of course, we've already got the denials from the key players. Ukraine says it has nothing to do with the explosions. It has blamed Russia. Yes, that was to be expected. But surprisingly, Russia too has panned this new theory. It says Ukraine would not have attacked without American approval. So Moscow has denounced the theory for saying that the CIA tried to stop the attack. Russia says these are, and I'm quoting, these are fairy tales worthy of the brothers Grimm. The Kremlin believes that both the US and the UK are involved in the attack, an accusation that both nations have also denied. The question now is, if Ukraine is indeed found guilty, will it be held accountable? This is an act of sabotage. It caused so much hardship for ordinary Europeans. So will the US and its allies hold Ukraine to account, or will they give it a free pass? Will a terrorist act be condemned only if a Western rival commits it? If Ukraine is really guilty, then this case will show the world the West's true colors.
Justice! Justice! Justice!
The protests continue in India. Doctors are holding candlelight vigils, women's groups are marching on the streets, and our politicians doing what they do best, turning a tragedy into a spectacle. We'll come to that in a bit. But first, the latest updates. Protests began after the horrific incident in Kolkata last week. A 31-year-old doctor was raped and murdered, that too at her medical college. Since then, doctors have been protesting across India. They're demanding justice and safety. Tomorrow, they will be striking work. India's largest doctors' body has announced a strike. That's the IMA, the Indian Medical Association. Now, the IMA has around 400,000 doctors. So expect a nationwide strike. All non-essential services will be halted from Saturday morning to Sunday morning. And so far, the pressure has been relentless, both from doctors and women's groups. They have been marching and protesting across major cities, and today was no different. Take a look.
This is not what we studied for. हमने entrance exam crack कर रहे हैं ये protest करने के लिए नहीं. We're very happy working at our hospitals. Please give us the safety so we can go work at our hospitals.
Justice! Justice! Justice to ladies! Justice denied! We want justice!
Some of these protests did not go well. We told you about that yesterday. Goons vandalized the college where this crime happened in Kolkata. They attacked doctors and destroyed the emergency room. Kolkata police are hunting them down. So far, 25 people have been arrested. And what about the murder investigation? Well, the CBI is handling that, the Central Bureau of Investigation. And they have many leads to follow. The victim's family says her colleagues may have been involved. Some interns and doctors at the college may have been involved. I'm sure the CBI will follow that up. In fact, they have already summoned 5 doctors for questioning. Which brings us to the politics. Today, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee organized a march. She herself walked at the front of it. And what did she want? Death penalty by next Sunday. Basically 1 week to probe, prosecute and convict. Now don't get us wrong, all of us want swift justice for that young woman. But let's not ignore the reality. No court can deliver such quick justice, not even fast-track courts. So this is not about getting justice, this is about getting political mileage. And the other side is doing it too. Whether it's spreading fake news about the incident or blaming people without evidence, such selfish moves do not help anyone. They only make a bad situation worse, and this is a very bad situation. Just think about it. A young doctor was raped and murdered inside a hospital. If a doctor is not safe inside a hospital, where are they safe? If a doctor is not safe in a hospital, who is safe? Just look at this report. Around 75% Indian doctors have faced some sort of violence at work. That's 3 out of 4 doctors. How can we prevent this? The central government has issued a new directive. It puts the onus on the hospital head. Imagine you run a government hospital in India. A doctor has been attacked on your watch. Then you must file an FIR within 6 hours. The responsibility is not on the doctor who is attacked. It's not on the bystanders. The responsibility lies with the hospital head. It is a good move because right now a lot of attacks go unreported. So this new directive should help, but it's not enough. You can't just focus on redressal here. You must focus on prevention too. How can we stop these attacks in the first place? The doctors already have an idea. They've been demanding a Central Protection Act. It was first drafted in 2019. It mandates strict punishment for assaulting doctors, up to 10 years in jail, plus up to 10 lakh rupees fine. The idea was to deter attackers with strict punishment. But the government did not pursue it. They said a separate law for doctors was unnecessary. But now that bill is back in focus, the Indian Medical Association is pushing for it again. They say a hospital should be as safe as an airport, and we have to agree. One law alone may not solve the entire problem, but it's a start. We can't just protest, politicize, and procrastinate. We must be proactive. Safety at the workplace must be non-negotiable. The year was 2004. Thailand's Prime Minister was Thaksin Shinawatra. He dropped in at a McDonald's. He was there for a takeaway. The visit made headlines. Do you know why? Because serving him was a 17-year-old, Paetongtarn Shinawatra, the Prime Minister's youngest daughter. Today, she has become Thailand's youngest Prime Minister.
I decided that it's about time to do something for the country and for the party as well. And I hope that I can do my best to, make the country go forward. That's what I try to do. And right now, of course, I feel very honored and I feel very happy.
The appointment wasn't an easy one though. The last 2 weeks have been rough for Thai politics. First, the most popular party was dissolved. Its leaders were banned from politics, and then the Prime Minister was removed from office. Thailand plunged into chaos. There was political uncertainty and a vacuum to fill. For 24 hours, there were frantic negotiations. Today, the Thai parliament voted. Paetongtarn Shinawatra got a majority.
Paetongtarn Shinawatra received more than half of the votes from the members of the House of Representatives. Therefore, the Parliament has approved the motion to nominate her for appointment as Prime Minister.
So who is Paetongtarn Shinawatra? How did she enter Thai politics and what challenges does she face? Paetongtarn Shinawatra is 37 years old. She belongs to the Pheu Thai party. She's the second woman to lead the nation. And she's not new to politics. We told you about her father, Thaksin Shinawatra. He's a billionaire, a former prime minister, and one of Thailand's most influential figures. Thaksin ruled Thailand from 2001 to 2006. He was ousted in a military coup. But his family continued to dominate Thai politics. In 2008, Thaksin's brother-in-law became prime minister. It was for a short while. Then in 2014, his sister became the country's leader. That makes Paetongtarn the fourth member of this family to become prime minister. She goes by the nickname Ang Ing. She studied in Thailand and the UK. Then she worked in her family's business empire, but she's grown up in the corridors of power and suffered the consequences of it. When she was 8 years old, her father became foreign minister. She followed him everywhere. When she was 20, she found herself in a safe house with him. The army had seized power, Thaksin's government had fallen, and she was hiding with her family. At the age of 22, she watched her father leave the country. All of this had an impact on her life, but she did not shy away from politics. In 2021, she joined his party, the Phua Thai Party. In 2023, she led the party's election campaign. She was pregnant then and she was campaigning non-stop, but her party did not win the election. And just 1 year later, here she is as the Prime Minister of Thailand. It is quite a story, and it will have more twists, because this won't be an easy ride for Paetongtarn Shinawatra. She has a lot at stake. The first is the future of her family. The Shinawatra family once dominated Thai politics, but last year it faced its first election defeat in more than 2 decades. Then they have some bitter enemies, a mix of military, royalist and business elites. So she must protect the legacy. The other big challenge is the Thai economy. It is sluggish. The party is yet to deliver on its flagship scheme, the digital wallet cash handout scheme. So sliding popularity, a tanking economy and a volatile political environment. Paetongtarn has a task cut out. With the Shinawatra in power again, the expectations are oversized. She must navigate this carefully to avoid the fate of her father. Countries discovering new cases, nations screening arrivals, and the WHO sounding a warning. If all of this sounds familiar and alarming, you're not alone. It's been a year or two since we recovered from the global pandemic, but should we be preparing for another one? The virus in focus this time is Mpox. It's usually endemic to Africa, but right now it's spreading across the globe. Pakistan has logged a case, so has Sweden. Is India at risk too? In fact, wherever in the world you're watching us from, should you be worried? Our next report tells you.
PHEIC, a public health emergency of international concern. That's what the WHO is calling the Mpox outbreak. Pakistan has logged its first case. It was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
The health department is ensuring all measures regarding prevention, control, management and facilities. We have alerted our border health services teams at the borders to check all the passengers and screen them for any symptoms. Any suspected patients found will be isolated and managed in Peshawar.
So has Sweden. China will screen its arrivals. If this is sounding like déjà vu, you're not wrong. Will this turn into a pandemic? Should the world be alarmed? And how dangerous is Mpox? First, let's look at the virus. Mpox was first discovered in 1958. It was in a colony of monkeys. It was known as monkeypox before. In 1970, it was documented for the first time in a human, an infant in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Outbreaks were mostly sparked by people catching the virus from infected animals. Symptoms include fever, muscular aches, and large boil-like skin lesions. Until recently, it was mostly an endemic in Africa, but that changed in 2022. It spread across the globe. The WHO declared it a public health emergency of international concern. That was lifted in 2023. From 2022 to 2024, there have been over 99,000 cases of Mpox and 208 deaths recorded across 116 countries. Now, there are two subtypes to the virus, clade 1 and clade 2. Unlike the 2022 global outbreak, the latest surge is driven by the clade 1, which is deadlier. Plus, it has a mutated variant, clade 1b. It causes death in nearly 4% of cases. So, if it has been a public health emergency before, why the panic now? It's because of this variant. It seems to be spreading rapidly and very little is known about it. It moved from DR Congo to Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi and Kenya, and then outside Africa's borders. So what happens now? Do we lock down again? The WHO says there's no need right now.
From the IFRC side, we do stand with what is recommended under international health regulations, which is that there's no need to close borders when we are in disease outbreaks. Diseases don't recognize borders. People will continue to cross a border, whether it is a legal crossing or not an illegal crossing. It doesn't stop a disease from spreading.
So how big is the risk for India? With global travel at its peak, cases are likely to reach other countries. During the 2022 outbreak, India too reported cases of Mpox, so it could happen this time too. Which brings us to the cure. How do you treat Mpox? Are there vaccines? Currently, at least 2 vaccines are in use. They are recommended by the WHO. But the available vaccines have largely not been made available in Africa, those most affected by Mpox. But there is a plan to secure 10 million vaccine doses for Africa. As for how worried you should be, Mpox is not COVID-19. It's not airborne. There are also proven vaccines. While all of this will help to stop its spread, the challenge now is getting the medicines and vaccines to Africa, the continent that needs it the most.
Now let's talk about MBAs. Here in India, MBAs have a cult of their own, especially if you're a graduate from a big B school. I'm talking about the IIMs. The Indian Institutes of Management, they represent the cream, the best of the best. Every year, lakhs of students try to win a place in a well-respected MBA program. The competition is cutthroat. There are just a handful of seats and so many young Indians vying for them. But are these elite institutions losing their sheen? We ask because companies are no longer willing to pay top dollars for MBA graduates. The pay packages have stagnated. Let me show you some numbers, and we are taking the case of IIM Ahmedabad as an example. It has long been rated as the best B school in the country, but that tag is not translating into bigger paychecks, it seems. In the past 2 years, pay packages for graduates have stayed nearly the same, around 31 lakh rupees per year. This was the median pay, 31 lakhs per year. Meaning most students were offered salaries around this number, 31 lakhs. That's the ballpark number. Now, a lot of people may find this a great number. It may sound like a great number to a lot of Indians. It's way higher than the average Indian salary. In 2021, 65% of Indian taxpayers earned between 0 to 5 lakh rupees a year. Compared to that, a pay package of 31 lakhs puts you among the top earners in the country. So why is it a problem? It's a problem when you consider how much you're spending on the degree in monetary terms alone. An MBA from IIM Ahmedabad is not cheap. The 2-year course now costs almost 27 lakh rupees, and this is just the course fee. As a student, you'll have other expenses like books, stationery, other living expenses, and if you're not from the city, you'll have to pay for travel as well. So by the time you're finished with the course, the bill will be way higher than 27 lakhs. And when you go looking for a job, you'll be offered a pay package of around 31 lakhs. So the cost of the course is going up, but the salary after it is not going up. In IIM Ahmedabad, the course fee has gone up by almost 1 lakh rupees every year, but pay packages have not grown at this pace. And like I said, this is just one example. This trend is not limited to IIM Ahmedabad. It's the story of most MBA colleges today and most MBA courses today. The course fee is high, but the return on investment on this MBA degree seems to be diminishing. The pay packages are stagnant. In fact, in schools like IIM Bangalore, IIM Indore and IIM Lucknow, the median pay packages have fallen. And these are India's best B schools, out of reach for most students. Most elite institutes have fees ranging from 10 to 25 lakhs and no guarantee of a job. In that respect, the IIMs are definitely better off. Their graduates have a better chance of getting placed. They maintain an almost 100% recruitment rate. What about the rest? Those who spend so much money on an MBA, the odds aren't in their favor in a lot of cases. Consider this statistic. Only 1 out of 4 MBA graduates in India is employable. 1 out of 4. Which is why a lot of students seem to be having second thoughts. Is that MBA degree even worth it? The question is being asked. In fact, around the world it's being asked. In India, it is still seen as a golden ticket, though, to a better life and a bigger bank balance. It also elevates your social status. Don't take my word for it. Check out the matrimonial sections of newspapers. Notice how many parents want an MBA in a match. They view it as a safe bet. And to be fair, it is not all bad. The IIMs are still centers of excellence. They have produced some of the world's best CEOs. Their students have gone on to lead some of the world's biggest companies. So the current trend is not really a reflection on the quality of their education or students as much as a reflection on the job market. It's in a flux, facing multiple disruptions, leaving many graduates without a job, wondering if their degree was worth the effort and the price tag. Now let's look at India's noisy neighbor Pakistan. It seems the government there is trying to strangle basic freedoms by throttling the internet. Over the past few days, Pakistan's social media platforms have been erratic, internet speeds are almost non-existent, and the nation's IT industry is in an uproar. They say Pakistan's government is meddling with internet access. Now, you may think that's absurd. In this day and age, which country in its right mind would try and disrupt something so vital? Why would anyone, especially an impoverished nation like Pakistan, want to shatter an economic lifeline like the internet? Well, in Islamabad, fear trumps reason. Pakistan's government fears dissent and mockery online, so it's taking a leaf out of China's book and trying to build a great firewall around the internet. Not to keep danger out, but to trap dissent within. Here's our report.
What the people of Pakistan long suspected has proven to be true. The Pakistani government has made an admission. A minister acknowledged that the government has been operating a web management system and the system is now being upgraded. What this really means is that Islamabad is getting ready to raise its very own internet suppression system, the Great Pakistani Firewall. The term the Great Firewall usually applies to Pakistan's so-called iron brother, China. Think about how the internet works in China. No anti-government content. So nothing about real historical events like the 1989 massacre at Tiananmen Square. There's also no making fun of politicians in China. And of course, China doesn't allow most foreign websites and apps. So instead of Facebook, you have Weibo. Instead of YouTube, you have Youku. And instead of WhatsApp, you have the overclocked WeChat. China has created its own ecosystem and shoved it down the throats of its citizens. This internet localization and rejection of everything that's not government approved is colloquially known as the Great Firewall of China. Well, now, Pakistan wants to go down the same path. It starts with tracking and censorship. Pakistan is cracking down on virtual private networks or VPNs. The government wants people to stop evading its oversight. It's bringing in a new policy to block most VPNs. Security concerns be damned. Then comes the crackdown on data sharing. The internet in Pakistan has been slow over the last few days. Social media platforms could barely function. There was chaos all around. Why? Because Pakistan was testing out its firewall. Islamabad was testing out its ability to block unwanted content. Unwanted by whom? The powers that be, of course. Which means the Pakistani military establishment and the puppet politicians it worked so hard to install. Basically, the noose is being tightened around dissent and satire in Pakistan, which was always going to happen in a military-backed kleptocracy. But the surprising thing is, the establishment doesn't care about who gets caught in the crossfire. The country's IT professionals are begging the government to stop. The internet is their lifeline, and a strangled and slow internet means lost clients and revenue. One IT industry association has issued a statement. It said that Pakistan may lose at least $300 million due to all this internet interference. 300 million USD. That amount could delay Pakistan's next IMF bailout by a whole month. But it seems Islamabad doesn't care. Loans will come and go. Mostly come. But control is far more important. And to that end, it seems that Pakistan is planning another masterstroke. It's rolling out a local messaging app called Beep. This could be Pakistan's alternative to WhatsApp, like WeChat is for China. But let's face it, probably worse. VPN blocking, content restriction, and Beep. This trifecta will complete Pakistan's very own firewall to keep the world out and the Pakistani people in.
What's funny but involves nuclear weapons? Our next story. It's about how yoga exposed India's nuclear revamp. I know it sounds confusing, so let me explain. India can launch nukes from 3 platforms, from air, from land, and from the sea. Tonight we're looking at the last one. India's sea-based nukes were placed on 2 warships, INS Subhadra and INS Suvarna. Both are offshore patrol vehicles. You can easily differentiate them from India's other patrol ships. Just look at this satellite picture. Subhadra and Suvarna have a special structure on deck, a missile stabilizer. It helps them launch nuclear weapons. Other patrol ships do not have it. So the difference is clearly visible. Now we come to the interesting part. An American non-profit says the nukes have been removed. The non-profit is called FAS. It stands for Federation of American Scientists. They say Subhadra and Suvarna are not nuclear capable anymore. How do they know? Because of yoga pictures. Take a look.
So over the past couple of years, the Indian Navy has been posting yoga pics when it goes and makes port visits in different countries by matching the deck markings on the aft deck to satellite imagery. This shows us is that these ships, which used to have nuclear capable missile systems on them, no longer have those systems. This is an advertisement to avoid posting your workout pics. Otherwise, a big nerd will find them and make assumptions about your nuclear arsenal.
The first clue came in 2022. The Indian Navy posted this picture on Yoga Day, and look at the caption. A yoga session on board INS Suvarna. You can see all the sailors doing yoga poses on deck. But do you know what's missing? The missile stabilizer to launch nukes. The second clue was dropped this year. Another yoga picture, this time from INS Subhadra. Again, guess what's missing? The same missile stabilizer, which is why the American agency says the nukes have been removed. Now, just to be clear, this is not really a gotcha moment. Most experts expected this to happen. Even the American report admits this. Listen to what they've said. Although the yoga-related source of the news may have been surprising, the missile's retirement in itself was not. For years, we have assumed that the system would be eliminated. So where are the missiles now? Well, the Defense Ministry has not said anything, so the missile's current location is not known. Maybe it is heading back to the stockpile. As for capabilities, do not worry. India has a nuclear-armed submarine now, the INS Arihant. It is capable of carrying ballistic nuclear missiles. These can hit targets over a distance, which is very different from nukes on patrol ships. Those have very short ranges, meaning you have to sail close to the enemy to strike. So submarines are better any day. A second sub will be launched later this year. 2 more will follow towards the end of this decade. So the yoga expose actually confirms India's new nuclear posture, more effective and more lethal. But you have to admit the source is funny. An online post giving away military strategies. However, it's not a first. Have you heard of Strava? It's a fitness app used by millions of people. In 2017, they uploaded a heat map of all activities logged. Once again, military nerds got to work. They used this data to identify secret US bases, and the logic was easy. Who would be using Strava in the middle of the Afghan wasteland or remote Syrian mountains? The answer was American soldiers. They stood out as bright spots in the middle of nowhere. Australia too faced something similar. In 2016, they organized a special military exercise. Many of the participants used social media during that period. Again, cue the military nerds. They used social media posts to identify 680 soldiers, their location, their equipment, even their deployments. You don't need fancy equipment to do any of this. You just need open source data. Maybe some soldiers turned on location tagging, or maybe they liked a friend's photo, or maybe commented on a post. If you have a keen mind, you can unearth it. Of course, rivals will see it differently. They're looking closely to find any weakness in your ranks. So you can't afford such slip-ups. The Indian military knows this too. In 2016, they issued an advisory. They asked citizens to not post information about deployments. Maybe it's just a selfie with a tank or a close-up with a gun. But the diktat is, don't do it. Let's hope such slip-ups do not happen again. Our last story tonight is about a 66 million year old murder mystery. 66 million years old. When an asteroid hit the Earth and the world changed in an instant. The impact was so big that shock waves radiated across seas. The world was on fire. There was a long winter, and this was the conclusion. 60% of all life on Earth died, including the mighty dinosaurs. So we know what happened. We also know who was the culprit. But where did this asteroid come from? Millions of years later, scientists finally have the answer, and it is still baffling them. Here is the story of the asteroid that killed dinosaurs.
The Mayans have a word called Chicxulub. It strikes fear in people's hearts because, as the lore goes, Chicxulub means tail of the devil. It's considered a bad omen. So it's not surprising that today, Chicxulub is the site of one of the world's oldest murder mysteries. But don't worry, the incident happened 66 million years ago. This is the Chicxulub crater. It's located in Central America. It was formed when a massive space rock slammed into Earth. The asteroid was roughly 10 kilometers wide. It kicked off a global heat pulse along with a huge dust storm, and then a long winter. It wiped out 60% of all life. It ended the reign of the mighty dinosaurs. Look at this big guy. That's what killed him. An asteroid. What's it called? Due to sheer lack of creativity and the desperate need for clarity, this apocalyptic object is known as the Chicxulub impactor, and it continues to pose a number of questions. But possibly the biggest question is this: where did the asteroid come from? After millions of years, scientists finally know the answer. This oddball was not orbiting nearby, it had journeyed across our solar system. It mapped a strange collision course and reached Earth, all the way from beyond Jupiter. And this is quite strange because it's so rare. Most meteorites that end up on Earth come from closer to the Sun. They belong to what's called the siliceous family. But this impactor belongs to the carbonaceous family, the family of asteroids that has high carbon content. Carbonaceous asteroids are formed beyond the orbit of Jupiter. They are concentrated between Mars and Jupiter. They are so far from the Earth that they rarely pay the planet a visit. But Chicxulub made an ill-fated exception. So how do we know that this asteroid is carbonaceous? Because its crater has a rare element called ruthenium. It's a rare metal, it's extremely scarce on Earth. So when a tiny amount of the element was found in the crater, scientists connected it to the carbonaceous asteroid, unveiling its origin. The next big question is, why did the asteroid come so far to collide with Earth? Scientists aren't sure yet, but one explanation is that the early solar system did not work like it does now. Its gravitational pull could have been unstable. So it launched the asteroid towards dinosaurs and ruined their perfectly good day. But this theory has not been proved yet. Many mysteries remain about the so-called Devil's Tail. But one thing is certain. The Chicxulub impactor may get a bad rap because it wiped out an entire species, but it also helped seed the earth with water. It gave us other crucial ingredients for life. It may have doomed the dinosaurs, but it also gave us mammals. So humans have much cause to celebrate this new finding.
Here's a question for all the couples out there. Would you make a statue for your better half? Not just any statue, a bluish-green one draped in a metallic robe. Honestly, it's a bit much. Gen Z would definitely call it cringe. But Mark Zuckerberg has done it anyway. He's made a statue for his wife, and I'm surprised he had the time between fumbling in Congress and stealing our data. How did he manage it? Well, thank his PR team for this. Zuckerberg was once the poster boy of weird tech bros, fidgety, fumbling and robot-like, but now he's turning it around. Whether it's surfing with the American flag or martial arts training, it's the ultimate unnerding in history.
This is Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook. Can you hear me okay?
You're human, and I was human. What? Another one. But enough with the fun and games. It's time for everyone's favorite. Work.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Eastern Bolivia grapples with rising forest fires. Wild beast migration draws scores of tourists to Kenya's Masai Mara, and floating bathtubs battle it out in the Belgian regatta. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1858, the first transatlantic telegraph message was sent. Britain's Queen Victoria sent this message to US President James Buchanan. Technical issues forced it to shut down after a few months. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
No han podido hacer nada. Desastre total, señor.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris held a joint event in Largo, Maryland on Thursday. They appeared together for the first time since the commander-in-chief was replaced by Harris as the Democratic presidential nominee last month. Speaking in the Democratic stronghold, President Biden endorsed Kamala Harris once again and brought the crowd to its feet multiple times.
Folks, I have an incredible partner. The progress we made, she's going to make one hell of a president.
The event celebrated the Biden administration's New Deal to reduce the cost of 10 widely used prescription drugs by as much as 79% starting in the year 2026. The move is expected to provide financial relief to millions of Americans and ease frustration over high prices ahead of the November election.
Why are prescription drugs so expensive? I will tell you. Well, one big reason is for years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, often charging many times what it would cost to make just to increase their profits. And millions of Americans have suffered as a result.
The newly announced deal is part of the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed by Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote in the U.S. Senate. The law allows for the drug price negotiations to benefit 66 million Americans, which no Republican supported.
Not a single Republican voted for this bill, period. Not one in the entire Congress. Now, the reason I say it is not to make a political point about them if they've gotten their lesson, but guess what? They want to, the guy we're running against, what's his name? Donald Dump or Donald whatever. They want to get rid of this, what we passed. They're fighting to get rid of what we've just passed. No, I'm serious. No help from Republicans passing the Inflation Reduction Act thanks to the tie-breaking vote of Kamala made it possible.
Now, the event comes a day after a Labor Department report showed inflation rates in July had dropped below 3% for the first time in 3 years. President Biden said his policies to lower costs were proving to be effective.
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start writing that way, okay?
Meanwhile, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump attacked the Biden administration's economic record on the very same day. During a press conference at his New Jersey golf club, the former president also tried to blunt the Harris campaign's momentum.
Harris has just declared that tackling inflation will be a day one priority for her. It's going to be day one. But day one, really, for Kamala was 3.5 years ago. Where has she been?
Now, the ex-president went on to say that he's very angry with Kamala Harris and is entitled to launch personal attacks on her.
I think I'm entitled to personal attacks. I don't have a lot of respect for her. I don't have a lot of respect for her intelligence, and I think she'll be a terrible president. She certainly attacks me personally. She actually called me weird. He's weird. It was just a soundbite, and she called JD and I weird. He's not weird. He was a great student at Yale.
Now, polls are showing that Americans actually prefer Kamala Harris over Donald Trump to handle the U.S. economy. And with the new achievement in healthcare and inflation going down, it seems like Kamala Harris is living up to voter expectations. And moving to South America's election crisis, President Joe Biden has thrown his support behind the idea of fresh polls in Venezuela, following a suggestion first floated by Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. The United States and Brazil refused to accept the contested July 28th presidential election results, where both Nicolas Maduro and the opposition both claimed victory. When President Biden was asked if he supported President Lula's idea, he responded with a simple, "I do." However, the White House later clarified that President Biden was criticizing Maduro's lack of transparency rather than fully endorsing a new election. Now, amid growing international pressure, Venezuela's Supreme Court has begun a critical investigation into the election results at the request of Nicolas Maduro. The top court is reviewing dozens of boxes of electoral materials, which comes after protests erupted across the country, with the opposition alleging widespread fraud.
This electoral chamber proceeded to supervise and control the process of expertise of the material that is at the disposal of this judicial instance and in custody of the National Electoral Council consigned by the CNE.
Now, it must be noted, neither Maduro nor the opposition coalition has actually backed the idea of a new vote. Instead, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado argued that the focus should be on holding Maduro accountable for his actions.
In connection to the first proposal, I ask you, we go to a second election, and if they don't like the result, we shall go to a third one, fourth one, fifth one, until Maduro likes the results. Would you accept that if the result is not satisfactory in your countries, you repeat the election? We must make Maduro understand this time is different. Many believe Maduro is saving time until people get tired and turn the page. But this will not happen.
Now, Maduro has fiercely rejected President Biden and Lula's comments, accusing the United States of trying to meddle in Venezuela's affairs. He pointed out that Caracas has never interfered in the elections held in Washington and Brasilia.
I absolutely reject that the United States is trying to become Venezuela's electoral authority or anywhere in the world. They have to review the tremendous problem they have internally. Donald Trump says he will not recognize any result that is adverse to him, and Biden says that if Donald Trump loses, there will be a civil war in the U.S. They have many problems. Let them stay with their problems because in Venezuela, here in this country, Venezuelans are in charge, simple as that.
Meanwhile, the vast majority of the 277 lawmakers in the single chamber's National Assembly and the Venezuelan military remain loyal to Maduro. So as the Supreme Court continues its investigation, the nation waits anxiously, and it remains to be seen whether the court's findings bring clarity or push Venezuela further into turmoil. And shifting to North America, the United States has faced widespread condemnation and backlash for authorizing the sale of offensive weapons worth $20 billion to Israel this week. And while the scrutiny was largely aimed at Washington for helping Israel in its war in Gaza, attention has now turned to America's northern neighbor, Canada. That's because out of the $20 billion, weapons worth almost $80 million would be manufactured by Canada. Now, human rights groups are saying that Ottawa's decision to participate in the arms deal would be a direct violation of Canadian law. Canada is a signatory to the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty, where it ensures that no Canadian weapons are used in suspected human rights violations abroad. However, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government says it would not directly be sending the weapons to Israel, as they would be routed through the United States. Now, Ottawa says it has a mutual defense production sharing agreement with Washington, where Canada has to manufacture weapons for orders received by American defense firms. Meanwhile, anti-war activists have denounced the lack of transparency of this agreement and accused Prime Minister Trudeau's government of exploiting a loophole which would now allow Israel to use offensive weapons in Gaza that are made by Canada. The outrage comes just months after the Canadian Parliament voted 204 to 117 in favor of halting all weapons sales to Israel back in March. However, media reports highlight that the Canadian government's pledge to not send weapons to Israel did not apply to permits worth millions already approved. Now, the Trudeau government had sanctioned almost $29 million worth of permits for military exports to Israel after the war began in October of last year, making it Ottawa's highest recorded weapons deal with Israel in 30 years. The weapons package includes bombs, torpedoes, rockets, artillery ammunition, and explosive devices. Many anti-Israel groups in Canada and the United States are calling out the Trudeau government's hypocrisy when it comes to weapons sales to Israel and are demanding the scrapping of existing permits that would supply Israel with these offensive weapons. The dreaded Mpox, which has been ravaging parts of Africa, has now been detected outside the African continent for the first time this year. Sweden and Pakistan have each reported one case in their respective countries. Now, this comes a day after the World Health Organization declared Mpox a global public health emergency. The virus was also declared a global threat in 2022. However, this time it's back with a stronger and more dangerous variant. Our next report tells you more about the deadly disease.
Mpox, the disease that wreaked havoc across the world 2 years ago, is back with a more dangerous variant. Known as Mpox clade 1b, the strain is behind a major outbreak in Africa, and now it has been detected for the first time outside the continent. According to Sweden's health agency, a person is now receiving treatment after they reported symptoms of the disease. Officials say the patient was infected while visiting an African country.
We have one person who has sought treatment in the Stockholm region who has been found to have Mpox caused by, as we heard, the virus variant clade 1. The case is the first case caused by clade 1 that has been diagnosed outside the African continent. The affected person has also been infected during a stay in an area in Africa where there is a large ongoing outbreak of Mpox, clade 1.
Meanwhile, Pakistan has also recorded its first case of the fatal virus, noting that the man returned from Saudi Arabia earlier this month. Both these countries are now testing people who came in contact with the patients. The cases come just a day after the World Health Organization declared Mpox as a global public health emergency once again.
Last week, I announced that I was convening an emergency committee under the international health regulations to evaluate the upsurge of Mpox in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and other countries in Africa. Today, the emergency committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. I have accepted that advice.
The WHO says that about 15 African countries are dealing with the horrors of Mpox. These include Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda and Uganda, which were previously untouched by the outbreak. This time, the Democratic Republic of Congo has been declared as the epicenter of the outbreak, with more than 15,000 cases and over 500 deaths. The viral disease is spreading quickly and is now affecting children as well.
More than 500 people have died from the virus and thousands of people have been infected. This is more than 160% increase of cases from the same time last year and nearly a 20% increase in the number of deaths. There's more than a dozen countries affected, but Congo has the majority of the cases. It's impacted adults as well as children, and there are a growing number of children than ever before that are being hit by the virus, say health officials.
Formerly known as monkeypox, the zoonotic virus spreads through exposure to infected animals, skin-to-skin contact, or contact with bodily fluids. Mpox symptoms tend to appear 6 to 21 days later and are similar to those of the flu. They include fever, back pain, headache, and muscle aches. But the patients can also get distinctive rashes and painful lesions. In 2022, the previous Mpox version became the first illness after COVID-19 to be declared as a global public health emergency by the WHO. The viral infection earlier affected mostly men who have sex with men, and nearly 100,000 cases and over 200 deaths were reported in 116 countries. Cases in the 2022 outbreak plunged after a campaign to deliver vaccine. However, the virus persisted in parts of Africa and continued to mutate as the distribution of Mpox vaccines was severely delayed in the region.
And we conclude with the latest Hollywood scoop. Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, the entertainment industry's favorite power couple, usually win hearts with their banter and charm. But the latest role featuring the actress has sparked off-screen drama. After the release of the movie It Ends With Us, Blake Lively caught flack for turning a serious film about domestic violence into a red carpet fashion parade, leaving fans fuming. So why has America's sweetheart made the sisterhood mad? Here's our final report with answers.
Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively have long been America's sweethearts. Their playful banter on social media, the loving family life and red carpet moments have endeared them to millions. Blake's friendship with Taylor Swift and her status as a Met Gala fashion icon have cemented her place as a beloved star in Hollywood. But recently, it seems like things are taking a turn for the worse, and fans are left wondering, why is the internet suddenly gossiping about the Gossip Girl? It all started during the promotional tour for Blake's latest movie, It Ends With Us, a film based on Colleen Hoover's best-selling novel. In the romance and drama movie, Blake stars alongside Justin Baldoni, who also directed the movie. At first, everything seemed fine. On set, Blake and Justin appeared to be friendly, but soon after, fans noticed something strange. Blake had unfollowed Justin on Instagram. Not just that, the author of the book, Colleen Hoover, had also unfollowed him, and that's when the speculations began. Initially, reports surfaced that Justin had acted unreasonably on set, and the cast, including Blake, were distancing themselves from him. But the story took a twist. Separate interviews given by Justin and Blake painted very different pictures of their working relationship. Justin spoke passionately about the serious themes of the movie, especially domestic violence. Meanwhile, Blake's promotional efforts seemed to focus more on glitz and glamour. Fans even noticed that instead of delving into the movie's heavy themes, Blake was busy promoting her hair products and drinks line. To make matters worse, she brought her husband Ryan Reynolds into the mix, revealing that he had written a pivotal scene for the movie. While some saw this as a fun, supportive gesture, others felt it overshadowed Justin's role as the director.
Brian and Blake on the left side.
As the online chatter grew, reports emerged that Baldoni had hired a PR crisis manager, fueling rumors that something had indeed gone wrong between the duo. Various reports even speculated that Baldoni retained the services of Melissa Nathan, who also represented Johnny Depp during the Amber Heard trial. Then, just as things couldn't seem to get any worse, a 2016 interview with Blake resurfaced. In the clip, Blake and her co-star Parker Posey are visibly irritated when a journalist congratulates Blake on her baby bump. The interview ends with Parker rolling her eyes and the internet went wild. The old footage, combined with the new drama, painted a picture of Blake that wasn't exactly that of a sweetheart. With tensions high and the public turning against her, one question remains. How will the Gossip Girl weather this storm? Will she find a way to redeem herself, or has the damage been done?
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations, and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with tensions simmering between Nigeria and its biggest bilateral creditor, China. Nigeria says it has uncovered secret attempts by a Chinese firm to take over Nigeria's assets abroad using unorthodox means. Now, the Chinese company in question is the Zhongshan Fusheng Industrial Investment Company Limited, and the dispute is between this firm and Nigeria's southwestern Ogun state. The asset seizure by the Chinese firm also includes presidential jets. Hearing the legal dispute between the Zhongshan and Nigeria's Ogun state, the judicial court in Paris ordered the seizure of 3 Nigerian aircraft that were en route to the routine maintenance in France. Now, these were newly acquired Airbus A330s valued at over $100 million. A Dassault Falcon 7X and a Boeing 737, previously a part of the Nigerian presidential fleet. Nigeria has accused Zhongshan of fraudulent activities and misleading courts in the UK, the US and France to claim Nigerian assets. Nigeria has now commenced legal and diplomatic moves to reclaim its sovereign assets. It says the dispute is related to the Ogun state government, while the Chinese firm is targeting the Nigerian federal government and its assets that are covered by sovereign immunity and cannot be legally seized by foreign courts. Nigeria's federal government says it is not under any contractual obligation with the company. The dispute stems from a 2007 contract between Zhongshan and Nigeria's Ogun state to develop a free trade zone, but the contract was terminated in 2015. Nigeria claims by 2015 the Chinese company had done no more than erect a perimeter fence on the land that was earmarked for the free trade zone. But the Chinese company has been demanding restitution. It has already secured more than $60 million in an arbitration award. However, Nigeria has declined to pay up. Nigeria says the recent asset seizure is the latest in arm-twisting tactics by the Chinese company. The government says it is working with the Ogun state to resolve the dispute and to protect the country's assets from seizure. The international legal battle for Nigeria, along with asset seizures, comes at a time when its economy is already struggling. The West African country is facing its worst economic crisis in a generation. China, like I mentioned, is also the biggest bilateral creditor for Nigeria. So a standoff with the Chinese company could bring additional trouble for the Bolo Tinubu government. Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Chukwudiri Nwangwu, a political analyst and a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Johannesburg's Center for Africa-China Studies. He is joining us live from Enugu in Nigeria. Thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Right, let's jump right in. According to the Nigerian government, the Zhongshan Fusheng Industrial Company has targeted Nigerian government assets. What are the details about this dispute?
Okay, as you already noted in your introductory remarks, the whole issue could be traceable to 2001 when the Chinese and Nigerian government signed up to an international investment treaty. So the treaty was between the two countries, between the Nigerian government and the Chinese government, to the effect that they should be able to promote bilateral issues that border on investment, trade, and the like. So in 2010, or even earlier, the Ogun State government was able to reach a deal with a Chinese company known as Zhonggan. So it was able to reach a deal with the company to the effect that the company would develop a free trade zone in Ogun State. So what happened was that between 2010 and 2016, when the contract was revoked, the Chinese company had already been awarded a major shareholding right in the free trade zone by the Ogun State government. So, but suddenly, and under circumstances that have been unable to elicit a satisfactory explanation, the Ogun State government terminated the contract. As at the time the contract was terminated, it was reported in certain quarters that the Chinese company had invested a number of things in terms of infrastructure, including road construction, including power, energy development, as well as a sewage system, development of the sewage system. So those were the key things that the company had done prior to the termination of the contract. Although the Nigerian government would have us believe that it was only perimeter fence that was constructed prior to the contract termination. So following the termination of the contract, the company initiated a legal action against the Nigerian government as it were.
And what is the nature of the alleged campaign by the Chinese company? What contractual obligations, if any, did the Zhongshan have with the Nigerian federal government or the Ogun State?
Yeah, one is that Ogun State is one of the 36 subnational governments in Nigeria. And given that it has a subnational identity, it does not have express powers to engage in international diplomatic relations with foreign countries or foreign companies. So most cases, this is done under the auspices of the relevant ministries of the federal government, either the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Trade and Investment, and so on and so forth. So, but Ogun State is a subnational government. And like I pointed out before, the contract is traceable to a 2001 bilateral investment treaty between the Chinese government and the Nigerian government. So in 2010, as it were, this treaty was effectuated through an investment of this Chinese company. So the investment essentially was about the development of a free trade zone in Ogun State. And the free trade zone, of course, is of international standard. So that contract was awarded to the Chinese company. So the involvement of the Nigerian government in the whole issue as it stands today is largely because the Ogun State as a subnational state within the Nigerian federal arrangement does not have express power to relate directly with the Chinese government or its companies. So that is why Nigerian government is being dragged in the International Court of Arbitration in France and so on and so forth. So it is the Nigerian government that is on trial and not necessarily the Ogun State government. So Ogun State government is a subset, a subunit or a sub-national government within Nigeria. So that explains why the Nigerian state is representing the Ogun State government, subnational government, in the ongoing dispute between the Chinese company and Nigeria.
And Doctor, China is the biggest bilateral creditor for Nigeria. How could this dispute impact relations between China and Nigeria?
Okay, there is no gainsaying the fact that China is the highest creditor nation to Nigeria and by extension several other African countries. And one thing is certain here, one of the immediate implications is that if it is not properly managed through the use of available diplomatic channels, it might soil the relationship between the two countries. Over the years, China had depended on Nigeria for raw materials, for minerals, not just Nigeria, virtually every other African country. So most of the loan facilities that Nigerian government has received from China is often tied to certain infrastructures. And of course, the Chinese government on the one hand depends heavily on Nigeria's mineral resources. So if this issue is not resolved through the relevant diplomatic channels, it might definitely affect both the trade and the diplomatic relations between Nigeria and China. Second, it might also affect foreign direct investment from China in particular, and even the Western world at large. Because Nigeria, as it stands now, is in dire need of foreign direct investment. So if Nigeria projects itself to the international community as a truce-breaking country, as a country that can hardly submit to contractual agreements, it will be difficult for potential foreign direct investors to consider Nigeria as its country of destination when it comes to investment. Then again, it might also make China and indeed the Western world at large to be more wary in reaching contractual agreements between them and Nigeria, even with respect to the loans, to the debt, because many African countries have not been very forthright in fulfilling their debt repayment obligation to the Chinese government. So one thing it might also cause is that it will make the Chinese government to be more careful when reaching certain loan agreements, both with Nigerian government and by extension, other African countries. And again, one implication which might not be directly, one other implication which might not be directly related to China is that the whole issue has exposed the clandestine and opaque nature of the Nigerian government. Now, Nigeria, as it stands now, has been witnessing rounds of protest led by a group of youths who are largely aggrieved by bad governance in the country. And this thing cuts across issues that border on resource management and the wastage of public resources on the part of the government. So these two aircrafts that have been seized one has been newly purchased. And the second, okay, just try to run off.
Dr. Nwangu,
in a minute.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. Thank you for your valued insights.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to feature.
Thank you. Shifting focus to Kenya now. Kenya's central bank is facing scrutiny over an alleged secret deal with a German firm to print new banknotes. The governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, Kamau Tugi, has been summoned to Parliament to provide details of the contract signed with an undisclosed German firm. Now, Kenya's National Assembly's Finance and National Planning Committee wants the central bank chief to reveal the name of the German firm. The committee wants the governor to share how the tender was awarded and how much the deal will cost the taxpayers to print the new currency. Last week, the central bank governor revealed during a media interaction that Kenya had engaged the services of a German firm to print new notes. This was months after the firm, which was granted the previous tender, shut down for lack of new business. The British printer De La Rue ended its currency printing operations in Kenya last year. It had won the bid to print Kenya's new generation notes in 2018. Kenya bought a 40% stake for over $6 million in the British printer. The firm had won the bid against one German firm at the time. However, it is not clear if that is the same firm that has now been awarded the contract. The central bank governor gave no details of the name of the company or how the tender was conducted or how much will be spent on the deal. The government also did not explain whether the new printer was contracted through competitive or direct procurement. The Parliament Committee has now launched an investigation to get further details. The central bank chief said that Kenyan notes are getting old and new notes are quickly needed. The chief also announced that some new design features of the notes, including new security threads with color-changing effects specific to each denomination. The rest of the features, he said, will be the same as those of the 2019 series. And shifting focus to Botswana, it was a historic Olympic campaign for the Southern African nation as it clinched its first ever gold medal. The country is engulfed in the Olympic success and celebrating the victory of champions. But a government request has turned the celebrations into anger. The Botswana government wants its citizens to donate money to reward Olympic heroes. On Monday, it made the public request suggesting the public contribute rewards to their champions. But people are furious over such a demand and are raising questions about government spending. They are asking why their taxes aren't being used to reward the Olympians, and people have been venting on social media. Some are suggesting the cabinet members should take the lead and donate 25% of their salaries. Now, as we said, the Paris Olympics turned out to be a huge success for Botswana, all thanks to the track and field athletes Leslie Tebogo, who stunned his opponents and finished first in the 200-meter race. He defeated big names and the pre-race favorite Noah Lyles from the US. Tebogo created many histories. He achieved the first gold medal for Botswana. He also became the first African to win the title, and Tebogo also secured a silver medal as he anchored the relay team in the 4x400-meter race, and the team finished the race in a time of 2 minutes and 54 seconds and 53 milliseconds. This is the third fastest time in the history of the race, and a new African record. The Olympic team received a grand welcome in Botswana as they returned on Tuesday. Tens of thousands of supporters, young and old, all came together and waved Botswana's national flag as they landed back in the capital of Gaborone. But people are outraged over the government's request, which highlights the economic situation in Botswana. Though Botswana has one of the highest levels of income per head in Africa, it also has one of the world's highest rates of youth unemployment. The country is one of the world's largest producers of diamonds, but recently experienced a slump in diamond revenues, forcing the government to cut spending. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In a world where fashion and catwalks are often seen as a woman's domain, one man is defying expectations and shattering stereotypes. Despite facing criticism and prejudice at every turn, a Nigerian male catwalk coach is breaking the glass ceiling in an industry where men are few and far between. Our final story gets you all the details.
People often say it's hard to be a woman in a man's world, which is why stories of women shattering glass ceilings and standing shoulder to shoulder with men resonate more. But what happens when the roles are reversed? When a man steps into fields traditionally dominated by women? He too faces the sting of criticism, the weight of prejudice, and the mockery of those who can't see beyond stereotypes. Yet there are those who walk boldly through the storm of societal expectations, undeterred by the whispers and doubts. One such trailblazer is Nigeria's own world-charming Smart Courage, a professional catwalk coach based in Lagos. For the past 15 years, Courage has been redefining what it means to be a man in a space often reserved for women.
Hello guys, my name is World Champion Smart Courage. I'm a fashion work consultant, creative artistic director and a fashion stylist.
Carving out a unique niche in a country deeply rooted in conservative values.
Everybody, let's go back, let's roll it now.
In Nigeria, where cultural and religious norms often dictate gender roles, smart success is nothing short of revolutionary.
Okay. Whatever you...
Despite the naysayers who question his path, he remains steadfast, refusing to let doubt or criticism veer him off course. With a degree in genetics and biotechnology, his journey into fashion might seem unexpected. But for Smart, it was destiny. Inspired by his mother, a woman deeply embedded in the world of fashion, he found himself drawn to the art of working with women.
She runs several businesses and majorly fashion business, and that really, I would say, influenced my choices when I was growing up, because I see her look really exceptionally good, and maybe that influenced me in wanting to work with women, see them look good and carry themselves well.
A passion that has seen him train countless models who have represented Nigeria on the global stage. When he takes the stage, strutting confidently down the catwalk in platform stilettos, his female trainees watch in awe. His talent for storytelling and his meticulous eye for detail set him apart, and he encourages every model to embrace what makes them unique. For Smart, the catwalk is not just about theatrics, it's an extension of a person's identity.
Like I always say, having good manners, carrying yourself well is not like a suit you wear to impress people and take off when you get home. It should be embedded in you. So there's what we call the talking process. We go through your vulnerable state, allow you to come in terms with that before we start educating and teaching you on how to carry yourself. And with that, it has been easy so far. So one thing I do is I break through the individual I am trying to work with. Once they have opened up to you, any other thing is easy.
Over the years, he has trained over 3,000 women to walk with confidence and grace. But how does he cope with the criticism that comes with his profession?
I know my purpose, I know my goal, I know what I am looking for, but Nigerians do not understand. Once it does not go in line with what they think and their ideologies, you are the worst. Furthermore, if I go hungry, will they feed me? No, they would not. They will still insult me, so that's fine.
Smart's approach is simple. Let the work speak for itself. With an impeccable record, he has earned his place in the fashion industry without the need for explanations.
Most times you get to a situation whereby they introduce you as a coach and everybody's like, why would a man be teaching me how to walk and all that? I keep quiet, I don't reply, I don't even answer. I go on and do my job, and it's later they will come back to you and say, oh my God, you're good at what you do. Exactly, that is how you reply them. There's no need bantering words with people. Let the job do the talking. That's all I do.
Reflecting on the breakthrough moments of his career, Smart's pride is evident. He recalls coaching Nigerian model Tosin Adeduro, who became the 4th runner-up in Miss World Tourism.
Tosin came to me and said, Mr. Smart, are we ready to do this? I said, let's do it together. When she traveled, people were not posting her, people were not talking about her. But as God could have it, she became the 5th runner-up of Miss World, Miss Tourism World, ever. For a very long time, one of the first black girls to break the rules, and that was beautiful. When she came back, we were like, yes, we did it. It was really refreshing to know that You only have limitations that you set for yourself.
Today, Smart enjoys a following of over 400,000 on TikTok and Instagram. But he knows his journey is far from over.
The transitioning from being a cattle coach to a stylist, initially I hate being called a stylist, but understanding that is a package look, is a package on its own. You finish training a girl and she goes out, she doesn't look the part. Your job is a messed up already. So I wanted the people I work with to look exquisite.
In a world that often tries to confine us to roles defined by others, world-charming Smart Courage stands as a testament to the power of perseverance and self-belief. His story reminds us that no matter the odds, breaking through the barriers society places on us is not just possible, it's necessary.
And that's it on this Friday edition of the show. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching, have a great weekend, and goodbye. Across continents, one powerful news source.
Bringing you diverse perspectives on the issues that matter.
We go beyond the boundaries to give you that little extra about every sporting moment. So thank you for making Firstpost 5 million strong. We're counting on your support, and you can trust us to bring you the news unfiltered and unvarnished.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity, one tree for Mother Earth, one tree for our future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
On the show today, the T20 World Cup bandwagon fans moved across to the West Indies. What can you expect from this?
Hello, I'm Alison Green, coming to you from Durban, South Africa. Today we have a special show.
Start with a report on India's shifting nuclear posture. For the first time since India officially became a nuclear power.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Aaron Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C.